Welcome, everybody. Welcome. DJ, everybody put thank you, DJ, in the chat. You know me, I always like to give gratitude where it's due. Welcome, everybody, to the BuildHer Summit. I'm so excited. My name is Michael. I'm one of your co-hosts for this evening on this transformational journey. Are you guys ready for some transformation tonight? I want you to put transform in the chat right now if you are ready for something new. If you expect tonight to be above and beyond, past your expectations in a good way, I want you to put transform in the chat, because Terrica has talked to me and the team, and she has spent hours crafting this event and her talk for tonight. I know for a fact, if you come tonight locked in, everybody comment locked in the chat. If you come in locked in tonight, you are going to experience transformation. It's just part of it. We have 6+ guest speakers ready to come pour into you, come pour into your life, come pour into your business, your family, your future. But you have to show up for the next few hours and lock in. So let's do a quick tech check. Can you guys hear me? Can you see me? Put a 1 in the chat if you can see me and hear me clearly. Put a 1 in the chat. I just want to make sure we're all good. Now, we're going to get started pretty fast here, but there's a few things. Oh, man, LaShonda, Danny, Yolanda. Okay, Shirley, Terry. I see you all in the chat. That's amazing. Love it. It looks like the tech is working today, which is always amazing. So there's a few ground rules before we bring up our amazing host for this event and the lady that put this all together. Real quick, I want to let you all know we're going to over deliver tonight. Is that okay if we over deliver? Just put a yes in the chat if we over deliver. And sometimes when you over deliver, there's some time that goes with it. So I just want to set the expectation. Is it okay if we go a little late tonight? Put a Y in the chat if you're okay if we go a little late tonight, providing more value than you're expecting. All right, I see it. Sonia says yes. Lydia says yes. Okay, Chris says yes. Donna says yes. All right, love it. So just so you all know, this night is going to be power packed. We are going to go several hours tonight, okay? So if you came showing up thinking this was going to be a 30, 60-minute class, I promise you that's not it. Tonight's going to be packed with information. So I want you to go ahead and block out the evening. But number 2, I want you to go ahead and turn off all distractions. All distractions. I'm talking about the TVs that's in the background. Turn it off. The music that's playing in the background. Your phone. You can actually put your phone on do not disturb. If you're on iPhone, you can just click that little focus button right here. Click that focus button and you can literally block out all notifications and distractions. Now, another thing you're going to need for tonight is a pen and paper. A pen and paper. I promise you, last summit Terrica did, it wasn't this big. The last summit we did, people left with notes and notes and notes upon notes. Who is here for the last summit, the Women in Real Estate Summit? Comment below. Put me in the chat if you were here for Terrica's last summit this past January and you found value in that class. Charlene was there. Cheryl was there. Toby, Jackie was there. Love it. Well, listen, we made it bigger and better, and tonight's going to be mind-blowing. So have a pen and paper. But lastly, I want to end out saying this. Invite a friend. Invite a friend. There's someone in your life right now that needs this information. There's someone in your life right now, whether they're a coworker, whether they're a family member, whether a brother, I don't know. Somebody needs to hear this information, because this is not just real estate. This is not just business. This is mindset shifting content you're going to hear tonight. And there's someone here that needs experience with it. So just take 30 seconds, that link that you received in your email, that link you received in your phone, copy and paste it, send it to 3 or 4 friends. Send it to 3 or 4 friends. I promise you there's somebody that needs it, and they can benefit from it. And it's okay to share the link. Totally okay to share the link. So with that being said, I want to bring to the stage my brother from another mother, Derek. Derek, listen, I don't know if you're available, man. I want you to come up. You're going to be seeing this individual as well throughout the night. Derek is on the TLS team here, and this dude not only knows how to run a good event, but he knows his real estate. This dude is a real estate killer. So glad to have him on our team. But Derek, I want to go ahead, toss it over to you. You share your vision for what tonight you hope to these people get out of tonight. But then at the same time, I'm going to let you introduce Terrica Lynn Smith.
Let's go. Well, listen, you guys, welcome to the BuildHer Summit. There's one word I want you to walk away with right now, and it is expectations. So you obviously came here with expectations, which is why you are here. So you're going to hear a lot of things. You're going to take away a lot of things, but I don't want to spend a lot of time talking about that. I want to intro up the reason why you probably joined this thing, right? So Terrica Lynn Smith, you guys, has a deep, long history with real estate. Her story is powerful. Her journey is just as powerful. And, you know, I get the privilege every day of seeing her walk that thing out, and more importantly, walking that hand in hand with her. And so I can tell you guys, from a personal perspective, I have seen her walk through fires and come out with more faith than what she went in with, y'all. She is a supernaturally charged person that loves God, that puts people over everything else. And so that's who is gonna whose hands you're going to be in tonight. So without further ado, y'all, we're going to share a quick video, and I want you guys to help me welcome up the one and only Terrica Lynn Smith. Thank you guys for joining. Here we go.
Terrica Lynn Smith.
Terrica Lynn Smith.
Terrica, aka the female real estate guru.
Terrica Smith. Shout out to Terrica.
Real estate investing is what changed Terrica's life.
I started with nothing. I spent most of my life in foster care, a teenage mom, homeless, dealing with sexual abuse, being sold to my mother's drug dealer, to being able to find out who Terrica Lynn Smith was.
Statistics said I'm supposed to be a crackhead like my mother. Statistics said I was supposed to be a high school dropout. But God said, no, I command you to be in this world. So what I'm telling you right now is to don't look at your obstacles. Look at who you are and believe in who you are.
After hearing Terrica's story and saying, you know, I don't just buy homes anymore, I buy communities, and I name the streets after my kids.
Watching my son walk up to his street sign. Looking at my children's names, Sheldon, Natea, Layla, and Tyreek. How you feel about that?
That hit different.
It hit different?
That's a different feeling right there.
It's a different feeling?
Even on a cloudy day, it still look good.
Your children and your grandchildren are gonna be able to come see that.
Yeah. And my grandchildren.
That's right. Everybody in the family.
Love you, Mom. Love you.
Hey, y'all. Hey. Welcome to BuildHer Summit. Drop some ones in the chat if you guys are excited to be in this room. I am trying not to hop out of this chair, okay? Like, I am trying to remain and keep my composure and be all fancy and, you know, polite for you guys, but y'all already know when the spirit hits your girl, I'm telling you, ain't no telling what's gonna come out my mouth. I am excited to be here with you guys today. Build her, build him. For all of my fellas in here, I did not forget about you guys, right? The whole thing, the whole purpose of this summit is to build, to get prepared, to get ready for your comeback. Each and every last speaker that is coming on here is going to help you get prepared for your comeback. Somebody put comeback in the chat right now. This is your comeback year. You see, you thought you lost everything. You thought it was stolen from you. Some of you don't even know you have an inheritance. Some of you don't even know you're supposed to be property owners and that you're already 40, 30, 20 years late. Some of you don't know that yet. But somebody say, I'm here for my comeback. I'm here to get double portion. That's what I prayed over each and everybody in this room today. I don't care if you leave with anything. I am asking for double portions to be given to each and every last person who has taken the time to show up in this room. Double portion for your family. Double portion for your marriage, double portion for your businesses, double portion for your children, double portion for yourself for being on here tonight. I'm talking double portion in your finances, double portion in your bricks, okay? double portions, pressed down, shaken, and runneth over you guys. Build her, build him, build. This summit is personal. This summit is personal because the last time we did a summit, y'all, it was fire. Okay, like I can't make it up. It was fire. And I wanted to put another one on because we got so many emails. I received so many DMs of how amazing that summit was. Now, you guys know probably from listening to me on the internet, yes, I am a real estate coach. I'm a real estate mentor. You know, I help you guys. You know, I do coaching. I do all type of stuff. But I also give. This is me giving to you guys, right? This is me requesting time from highly successful individuals to come here to be able to give you guys the game for free, right? For free. This is 4 to 5 hours of freeness for you. Okay, so I need for you to get comfortable. I need for you to get your pen and paper ready because we are going to have a blast today. Somebody put blast in the chat, okay? We're going to have a blast. The thing is this, right? When you getting ready, whenever you getting ready to prepare for a summit like this, you have to be able to get your mindset right. You know, like you have to put yourself in a place where there's no interruptions. Okay, I'm going to be talking about how to get that comeback back. I'm going to talk about real estate formulas. I'm going to give you guys everything I promised on if you signed up through an ad, if you signed up through my Instagram. I promise you, I'm going to give you everything I promised, but I'm also going to give you just a little bit more. Okay, I'm going to give you just a little bit more. If that's okay, give me a 1 in the chat. Okay, I like them ones. Okay, if you're okay with me giving you a little bit more, then put a 1 in the chat because that's what I want to do. I want to be able to give you a little bit more. All right. So again, Michael has went over the house rules, but the thing I want to emphasize is I need for you to get rid of your stinking thinking. Okay, if you had it all figured out, you wouldn't be in this room today. Okay, I need for you to kill that pride that's inside of you. I need for you to come ready, willing, and able to receive the information because if you're a knucklehead, you stubborn, you think you know it all, guess what? Anything I pour into your cup is just going to come completely out of you. Anything anybody pour into your cup is just going to come completely out of you because guess what? You have stinky thinking. You can't get past your stinky thoughts. I'm about to kill some old stuff in you today. You're going to grieve some things today. But at the end of this summit, you're going to be ready to go and get your ownership. Somebody put ownership in the chat right now. I need y'all to go ahead and get ready with the ownership. Just start typing ownership. Get your fingers prepared. So when you get ready to sign your title, you're signing your ownership, right? No energy vampires allowed. What is an energy vampire? That's the negative Bettys. For those of you who don't know me, I am a kingdom, faith-believing, God-fearing, okay, individual. That means that, yes, I will not show you how to get real estate without talking about God. I am kingdom made. If that makes you uncomfortable, if you, at any point you get tired of hearing about how God has provided for me in my kingdom, then guess what? This is not the summit for you. I need you to go find somebody else on the internet to follow, and I need you to go and listen to them because my ministry is my business is my ministry. I am not self-made. I am kingdom-made. Everything I have belongs to the kingdom. Okay? Give me a 1 in the chat if y'all still good. They still good, Steph? All right, let's keep on going. So who is Terrica Lynn Smith? Y'all look at that chocolate family. We look like a box of chocolate right there, right? This is my beautiful family. You know, I absolutely love and adore my family. This is my husband. We've been married. Actually, we're going to been together 20 years this year. You know, celebrated 19 years. You know, just an amazing man. I am truly grateful for someone who had the childhood that I have. I never thought I can experience the type of happiness that I have. I never thought I can experience the type of love that I have with my husband. I am so grateful that God favored me to be his wife. I get great joy out of being his wife. I am a mother to young adults. I am a mother to the little guy with the hat. We call him Papa. I am one of the youngest real estate developers in the state of Louisiana. I own hundreds of investment properties and communities. I name street signs after my children. I'm a community leader, an author, a breaker of chains, and a first-generation millionaire. I am a devil beater. I kick the devil butt. I got the sword in my mouth. I'm ready for war at any point in time. So if you see me getting all excited and hype and stuff, I'm just letting you know I'm here to slay some giants that may be in the room tonight, okay? So let's keep on going. This is the thing, getting started in real estate. Everybody just want to get started in real estate, but they don't want to get rid of the junk that they have in their, like in their closet and within themselves. And so before I could actually get started in real estate, I had to get my mindset right. Somebody put mindset. I had to get the mindset right. There's something about trying to do something, but easily being taken out. If you have the right mindset and you're trying to do something, you can't easily be taken out when you know that it's your God's given purpose. Some of you quit before you even get started. Some of you quit in the middle of a challenge. It's because of the simple fact you don't have your mindset right. Your mindset is going to take you to be, you know, a multiple millionaire investor if you would allow your mindset to be corrected. Now, I'll tell you this, right? When you conquer your mindset, you will have your comeback year. You see, the thing I love about a comeback is that in order for you to have a comeback, you had to be setback. That went over somebody's head. Somebody put setback in the chat. In order for you to have a comeback, you had to been setback. That means that right now you are in a setback. Right now you're on this call, you watching this call because guess what? You ready for your comeback. You've been in your setback for so long. It's like, yo, I am sick and tired of being in this setback. I am sick and tired of not having passive income. I am sick and tired of waking up and going to work and slaving at this job. I am sick and tired of fulfilling everybody else's dreams but mine. I am sick and tired of just, you know, just being a mother and nothing else. Like, it's okay for us to say those things, but we have to conquer the mindset behind it. What is a comeback, right? A comeback is a return to form a good position. That's a comeback, to return to your former good position. So let's think of our life as football, right? How many quarters is in football? Go ahead and put it in the chat for me. There's 4 quarters in football, right? In the first quarter, you have your life, right? You're born, you're growing, you're figuring things out, you still in your adolescence, if you would, right? Cool. The second quarter, right? The second quarter of your life is your young adult life and your mid-adult life. This is where you're serious in your life, right? The second quarter is where you're serious, but because you're in the middle of a setback, it's frustrating you. So the first quarter, you down, let's just say you down 10 years, okay? Because we're not taught as children in the first quarter how to own real estate. I don't know who I'm talking to today, but in the first quarter of my life, I was taught nothing about real estate. I stumbled upon real estate. I was 16 years old, traveling from state to state, and I was knocking on doors selling magazines. And I would ask people what they do for a living, and they would tell me that they were in real estate. I still did not know what that meant because where I come from, people didn't talk about mortgages. They talked about paying rent. I understood what it meant to pay rent because I needed to find a house to go pay rent. I knew nothing about what a mortgage meant. Am I alone? Put a 1 in the chat if I'm not alone. In the first quarter, my parents didn't teach me that. My foster parents didn't teach me about ownership. They didn't teach me about the importance of investing. They never taught me about compound interest. They never told me about rental properties and how to get a real estate check every single month from a rental property. I was always taught how to be a liability. So you spend the second quarter of your life as a liability. This is the setback. The setback is that you're a liability, but up until this day, it was on accident. From this day forward, now you're going to know that you're not a liability anymore. You are an asset. You're either going to be an asset to yourself or an asset to someone else. An asset is something that puts money in your pocket. The reason why I say you may be an asset to someone else is because if you're paying rent, you my asset. I don't think y'all ready for the Build Her, Build Him, or Build Summit. I don't think you guys ready. I need for you to get rid of all of that thinking of what you had. You're in the second quarter right now. Like many of y'all, life was lifing with me. Okay. I'm like working. I got payday loans. I'm going from one payday loan company to the next. For some of y'all going to jobs that you guys absolutely hate. But guess what? You haven't quit on that job. You haven't quit on that job, but you quit on yourself every time it's time for you to do something different. That is your mindset. Ask yourself a question right now. Why are you so comfortable quitting on yourself? You see, I was comfortable quitting on myself because I was used to people quitting on me. So when people quit on me, I took it as a dagger to myself. I took it as I wasn't qualified. I took it as my inadequacies. I took it as I wasn't good enough. Maybe it's not for me. You know what? Maybe next time I'll do that. You see, life be lifing. Somebody put that in the chat. Life be lifing, right? But then there's another group of y'all, right? Some of you not even going to work. You just lazy. You looking for a get rich quick on the internet. That's not this. You looking to get rich quick and be lazy. Let me tell you something. Even if you play the lottery and you win it, you will lose it all because you don't have the right mindset. You don't understand how money works. And because you have a bad relationship with money, money do not like you. Money do not like you because it constantly leaves your bank account. When money likes you, it stays around you. There's an overflow of it. There's an abundance of money. But if you are like, yo, like me, right? Life is life and I'm working, I'm doing everything I possibly can, but money is just not staying. I'm not understanding how I make X amount. Every time I get a raise, I still don't have enough money. Am I talking to anybody in here today? You see, in order for this to work today, you're going to have to be honest. You're going to have to be transparent. I don't care about anybody else in the room. When I'm coming to receive what God has for me, guess what? If I got to kill the old Terrica to get to the new Terrica, then God dog it, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to kill all of my old thinking. I'm not going to be stubborn in this season. I'm going to be a vessel. I want for all of this information to flow through me. If there's anything in this room, I need it to flow. If there's something a speaker is going to say, I need it to flow. I need the information to flow to me freely. Because if I got a blood clot, guess what? It's going to stop. This is your time for you to say, you know what? There's not going to be no blood clots. I'm getting rid of this thinking that I have. I'm going to become a vessel. I'm going to be poured into. I want this information. I need this information. If you didn't need this information, you wouldn't be in the room right now. That's the God honest truth, right? So while you're in the middle of your setback and you're being lazy, right? You quitting on everything you start something, you stop, you blaming others for your failures, you blaming others for you not having enough, you blaming others for every single thing, you a victim. Somebody said it ends with me. The cycle ends with me. The cycle have to end with you. The cycle has to end with you. You see, the beautiful thing about the second quarter is that by the time you get to the end of the second quarter, it is not final. The game is not over. So while you're in the middle of your setback right now, and you at the second quarter, you about to go into halftime. Welcome to BuildHer Summit. This is your halftime session. This is where you're going to come and get a new playbook, a new set of rules, a new burst of energy, a new burst of life. And you're going to go back into the game during third quarter and you about to go take dominion. Welcome to the BuildHer Summit, Build Him Summit. Just build, right? So the beautiful thing about that is this though. Why I got you guys in the locker room, can I break down how you're going to have to be able to prepare for this comeback that you're about to do in the third quarter? If it's okay, give me a 1 in the chat. Steph, let me know they okay with this, right? In order for you to get prepared for the third quarter, because you know there's 4 quarters in football. In order for you to get prepared for the third quarter, I got to give you the playbook in the locker room. They good, Steph? Yes or no? All right. Okay, perfect. So this is the thing. The first thing you have to do to prepare for your comeback is you got to face the facts. Somebody put face the facts in the chat, right? You have to face the facts. This is the beautiful thing about facing the facts. You wouldn't have attended the summit if you are where you want to be in life. You wouldn't attend the summit. There's something yearning on the inside of you. You have to stop making fearful decisions. You make a lot of decisions based on fear. What if this don't work? What if they're a scam? What do they want from me? Why is this? What is going on? Successful people do not think about that. They think about the value of something, not the cost of something. Somebody put value, not cost, right? What if I lose all my money in a real estate investment that I saved? I've been working 30 years. I can't afford to lose everything I worked so hard for. Let me tell you something. The money you have worked so hard for to save is the money I'm using to go buy investments. Bruh, when they told me that, when my banker told me they make loans off of deposits, I just need to break that down for y'all. That took me out the room, okay? He said, I make loans on the deposits. That means everybody that make a deposit into their bank account, their money is being loaned out to investors who are more qualified than them to use their own money. I'm gonna let that sit in for a while. We facing the facts right now. Is that okay? I told y'all this is build her and build him, and we're gonna build. I said, Carrie, you mean to tell me they okay with you using their money? That's my banker name. You okay with people using, like, they okay with you using their money? Because, like, at this point in time, y'all, listen, I had maybe like $1,000 in my bank account. Okay, so I don't got no big money in there. But my banker is giving me the play. He's putting me on game to let me know how the banks make money, because I couldn't understand how the bank make money. They make money off of your fees, right? Your annual fees. They make money off of loaning your money. That's the truth. They make money off of your NSF fees. It is a multi-billion-dollar industry, NSF fees. They are banking on you to overdraft your account. Somebody say I'm fighting backwards. I'm fighting backwards, bruh. I am so sick and tired of seeing people fight backwards. I know what it's like to fight backwards. I know what it's like to have to go to the bank and ask them to reverse your overdraft fee if they can. I know what it's like to live life at the lowest of the lowest, being on Section 8 and welfare and food stamps. All my SNAP users, you know who you are, right? You know what I'm talking about. I don't even got to give the definition. I look forward to my SNAP benefits. I don't care what nobody said. They put us in the position to fight backwards. How can you beat an industry that's been knowing about money and how money worked for years and years and years? This is the thing. The fearful decisions you're making are keeping you in bondage. You are the only person in the way of you getting to the promised land. It's you versus you. Stop saying I can't. The reason you can't invest, the reason you haven't invested, the reason you won't invest is because the words that come out your mouth are swords that are being stuck directly into your heart, into your mind. Every time you say I can't, your brain shuts down. It creates no other options to be able to move forward. Somebody say I can do this. I must do this. I will do this. By any means necessary, I will be a real estate investor in 2024. By any means necessary. I can, I will, I must. I need for you to change your vocabulary. I need for you to watch your mouth. Watch your words. Watch the words from people spoken to you today. I got somebody that's very close to me. I love them dearly. The first thing she said out her mouth this morning was negative. The day of the summit, I put her out my house. I need you to get away from me. I rebuke you, Satan, in the name of Jesus. You coming through people that I love, and they opening up their mouth and using it because they got open doorways. Not today. I got a summit. I got some lives I got to go change today. I got some people that's been waiting on me to give a message. I got some people that I have to inform today about the good news, about the breakers of chains, the people that's going to end the cycle. So I'm sorry, I don't got time today to hear the negative things you're dealing with yourself right now. You're pretty selfish. I need you to get out my house. My husband said, yo, baby, you good? Because he heard me rebuking. He like, yo, baby, you good? I said, baby, I don't know if that's a trick question or not, but let me tell you, God is good. God is good. So don't only watch your mouth, watch the people's mouth that's around you. Word curses are real. It will kill your dream. It will kill you. Ask yourself why you haven't done what you've done. It's because you talk yourself out of every opportunity that's good. I can present you with $1 million opportunity, but because you talk yourself out of everything because of fear, you will miss out on $1 million opportunity. Some of you already had opportunities you missed out on, but because you're so fearful and you make fearful decisions, you miss out on your multi-million-dollar opportunities. Not this year, not no more, because we're facing the facts. We're going to defeat fear. We're going to defeat that fear that's in you. Repeat after me. Failure is not fatal. Failure is not fatal. Put it in the chat. Failure is not fatal. It's not going to kill you to fail. It's the fear in you that's going to kill you. Fear will kill you. Okay? Failure will not. Fear is not my future. Repeat after me. Say it out your mouth in your house. I don't care if your family thinks you crazy talking to a computer. Fear is not my future. I will not place fear over my children. I will not live my life in fear. You might be saying, yo, Terrica, I'm not living my life in fear. Yes, you are, because you don't know enough about real estate. You haven't invested. Yeah, I'm talking to you. So I need you to say it out your mouth. Fear is not my future. My failures are not final. That is so good. That's for somebody right there. The failure you had is not final. Failure prepares you for your comeback. Somebody said, I'm in the locker room today, coach. I'm in the locker room today, coach. Bruh, if I know I had a setback, I'm getting prepared for the comeback. I'm about to go into the third quarter. I got a new set of rules. I have a new game book. I have a new agenda. Something is about to take place in here. I need you to get excited over the last time you failed. If I can just have one or two of you in here to just get excited over the last time you failed. You see, when you fail, you're doing something. When you fail, it may not go how you want, but you did something, but it's not final. Just because you failed doesn't mean it's final. Just because you failed don't mean that it's fatal. I don't know about you guys, right? But I am here to talk to those who have failed at executing, who have failed at believing, who have failed at opportunities. I am here to talk to those because those are the individuals that's going to be ready for a comeback. If you're ready for a comeback, put a 2 in the chat right now. Turn this chat on fire because this is your comeback. Now that you understand that failure is not final and failure is not fatal, it's not going to kill you to fail, and it's not final. It can always be changed. It can always be fixed. There's not going to be a reason you leave this summit without investing. I come today calling all of the people that's coming back for their inheritance, for their salvation, for their ownership, for their buildings, for their bricks, for their doors, for their children, for their husbands, for their marriages. I'm calling those individuals. Those are the ones I'm coming to. Having a comeback means you need to be prepared. Guess what? To kill the old you. Everybody have a story. Everybody has a story. 5 years old, I was sold to my mother's drug dealer. That should have never happened to me. It should have never happened. I wasn't free to share this story until 2018. So if you guys think I've been sharing this story my whole life, I have not. It took me years to get through this. It took me years. Not only was I raped at 5 years old, I was beat with extension cords and hot combs. I was tortured as a little girl, hung off of a bridge, being threatened to be thrown in the Red River. because I asked too many questions. Abandoned by a mother who should have loved me. Teenage mom and homeless. Every statistic that was up against me, I was supposed to be the crackhead. I was supposed to be the high school dropout. I was supposed to be the HIV carrier. I was supposed to be. Some of you are being stuck in these statistics that has you in a setback. I was poor living paycheck to paycheck. I had a victim mindset. The old version of yourself haven't succeeded. The old version of you up until this day have not succeeded. Why are we continuing holding on? I'll tell you why. Because we have childhood pains. We have childhood traumas. We have teenage traumas. We have young adult traumas. We have things that we have gone through that people couldn't possibly understand. My story is no different than your story. Your pain is your pain. My pain is my pain. But what I understand about pain is that I had to get through the pain. I had to get to the pain to get to the new me. The pain I was in was keeping me the same me. It was keeping me in the same position. It was keeping me in the same place. It was keeping me stuck. My setback kept me in bondage. It kept me hating. It kept me blaming. It kept me being gossipy and nosy and talking about other people. It kept me captive. I was not free. The old version of yourself hasn't succeeded yet. Somebody, this is for you. You have to be willing to grieve. What does it mean to grieve? To feel sorrow over something or someone. I had to grieve who Terrica Lynn Smith was. I had to grieve. I had to kill the old Terrica Lynn to become the new Terrica Lynn Smith that God has called me to be. I couldn't be what God wanted me to be while I was still being a victim. I couldn't be who God wanted me to be, a first-generation millionaire, a real estate developer placing her children on street signs, invited to the White House up under President Trump administration, being recognized for the work that I do in my community, winning awards 20 under 40, and the accolades go on. I couldn't be this person still being stuck in my setback. This is why your comeback is so important. I had to grieve. Not only did I had to grieve, guess what? I had to grieve the loss of someone. I had to lose some people on this journey. This journey is not going to take you with everybody you know right now. When you go and talk to people who you hang around with right now in your old state, in your old self, they're going to think you bragging. They're going to think you better than them. They're going to say, who do you think you are? Are they going to say little passive aggressive things like, not real estate again? Why are you talking about real estate again? Oh, there goes Terrica. All she's going to do is talk to you about real estate. That's passive aggressive. But that tells me you're in the wrong room. Because when somebody see Terrica Lynn Smith come, they either come in and say, Terrica, you changed my life, or they come in and say, Terrica, can you teach me how to be in real estate? I want to be in your inner circle. I want to be close to you. I want to be a part of your program. There's an anointing that's on you that runs off. I need to be around that anointing because the people I'm around, they're not anointed. They over there dying. They over there killing themselves with word curses. I need to be around a few faith-filled individuals who believe they can take out some Goliaths. That's the kind of people that you got to be around. You need to be in a room where you celebrate it. Today, you're in a room with 1,500 people. That means you're in a room where you're going to be celebrated. Celebrate your wins in this room with kingdom like-minded individuals who's wanting to invest in real estate. I bet you if you say you want to invest in real estate in this room, you're going to be celebrated. It's a different kind of room. You have to be willing to grieve your old self and relationships that you know. Y'all, when I started my real estate journey, this is a true story. My husband did not believe. Some of you got spouses who don't believe. Some of you got people right now nodding their head at you because guess what? They think you're on the internet and you're going to get scammed. And I'm not saying that's not true. I'm not saying that's, it's not true here, but I'm not saying that it don't happen on the internet. But what I'm telling you is this: when you're around people who are constantly living in fear, they fear become your fear. You take it on. That's the truth, right? You will lose the loved ones because you will be uncomfortable having wealth conversations with people that live in bondage. Have you ever tried to have a wealth conversation with somebody in bondage? Have you ever tried to have a conversation about investing with someone who's struggling to pay their rent? It don't go well. Because you know why? In the middle of the struggle, they can't dream. So while they struggling, they're not dreaming. So you coming to talk about real estate, it's just foreign to them. They like, get out my house. I don't want to talk about this. This is why your circle matters. So you have to talk to someone, which means that you will be talking to other like-minded individuals that you don't even know yet, like people in this room, right? I want to share with you guys a quick story, and I'm going to get into some formulas and things like that. And I got a lot of great speakers that's going to be coming on today. Okay. Are y'all good? Give me a 1 in the chat if you guys are good right now. If this is good for you, give me a 1 in the chat. You see, the thing about where you headed is, you know, you cannot allow your old self to win this battle, this new battle you're fighting. My brother, Wall Street Trapper, told me that on the phone. I actually heard him say it in public quite a few times. He said, don't allow the old you to win the battle the new you is fighting. So good. You have to kill your old self, right? Investing in real estate requires David faith. I'm going to tell y'all a good story about David, okay? It's so good, right? You have to become self-aware of your toxic habits. Be willing to be coached. This is foreign territories. You don't know the language. You will get a haircut thinking you can YouTube University this, period. Learn the process and formulas. Have faith and have works. Works mean you're going to execute, because we know faith without works is what? Put it in the chat for all my kingdom faith-filled believers. I don't even got to finish it. Faith without works is, drop it in the chat. The thing I like about David's story was that David was told he was too young and inexperienced to fight the giant. King Saul told him, this giant has been fighting people since before you was even born. Sound like me. I started inexperienced. Sound like some of y'all in this room. You started inexperienced. I started not knowing nothing. I started in real estate school, fell in the exam 7 times. Here it is. You got King Saul and God's army on the sidelines. And for 40 days, this giant comes out and taunt them. The giant comes out and taunt them. David is a shepherd boy at his father's farm. His father said, hey, I want you to go check on your brothers who's fighting for King Saul. I want to know what's going on with the battle. So David, being who David is, he listens to his father. He goes to the battlefield. Somebody said he was young and inexperienced. He hears all of the soldiers talking about whoever takes this giant out will be in the king's favor. He hears the story. This is God's army. This is King Saul. And you have a shepherd boy who's coming to check on his brothers to see how everything is going. So David go to the king. This is the best part of the story. David go to the king and he says, I want to fight him. The king said, you can't win. You can't win this battle. This is Goliath. He's been killing people before you were born. You cannot win this battle. David say, I have sheep that I have to tend to. And when a lion and a bear come and take these sheep, I got to go back and get the sheep. That sounds like street strong to me. I may not know what I don't know in real estate right now, but God dog it, I'm street strong. I got some street knowledge. I know how not to get played. I know how to tell when somebody's lying to me. I got some type of knowledge, right? David like, yo, if the sheep is taken, I go and get it back from the lion and the bear. Surely I can take this pig. That's what he called him, a pig. He didn't even call the giant a lion or a bear. He said pig. I don't know if you guys know, but pigs have never been in like the category of fighting. Okay, that means that he's seen this man as nothing. A shepherd boy seen a giant that was before him as nothing. Okay, it gets even better. So the king said, all right, what a coward. What a coward Saul was, but whatever. We know why, because he was people pleasing, but I'm not going to get into that story. Y'all need to read your own Bible. It's good. It's full of great stories, right? But I'm going to give you this story because it ties into where you're walking in real estate, right? So as David go, the king get ready to put him on armor. From what I read in the Bible, Goliath had on 126 pounds of armor. Okay. So David put the armor on. He couldn't even move. David said, I need to be clothed in my shepherd boy clothes. Put me in my regular clothes. So for those of you out there pretending to be Mr. and Mrs. Joneses, you driving Mercedes, you got Louis Vuitton bags, you got all of these charge accounts, and you have no bricks, I need for you to get back in your own natural armor. Because when I show up, I'm showing up in a hat, I'm showing up in my hoodie. Sometimes I might put on a dress if I'm feeling a little girly, but for the most part, when I'm out here in the battlefield, I'm in my comfort clothes. I call these my shepherd boy clothes. This is what I'm in right now. So David is getting ready to get prepared for this comeback, for this victory that he's about to win for King Saul. Because guess what? They set back. They are stuck. For 40 days, they are stuck. They cannot defeat this giant. Some of you got a giant in your life right now. If you can just activate your David faith, if you can just start believing in yourself just as you are, not pretending to be nobody else. I don't get on the internet and flaunt cars or houses or shoes or clothes. I create wealth. I don't wear it. So I show up as my authentic self, as Terrica Lynn Smith, to fight the Goliaths of this world. I am a 5'2" Black woman who have a lot of Goliaths that I have to slay in this industry. And when I tell you that these men and women don't look like me in the industry that I'm in, they look nothing like me. But I understand my assignment. I understand my purpose. So when I'm going to battle, I'm going in my war clothes. I'm going in my clothes where I'm going to be comfortable at. If this is good, put a 1 in the chat. They good, Steph? David was spicy, okay? He was talking about him. He said, he told Goliath, he said, this very day, God is handing you to me. Come to daddy, okay? And I'm going to kill you. And I'm going to cut off your head. This is the youngest in the army. Some of you are some first generation millionaires, some cycle breakers. Some of you talk spicy already. You already got the power to be able to take out the Goliath that's been plaguing your family for years and years and years to come. If your family don't have more owners than they have renters, then guess what? You are participating in generational poverty. If there's more renters than owners in your family and you have not ended that cycle and started teaching them, you have a generation of poverty. It's a pattern. It's a pattern, right? So as we know, David goes out and he takes his shepherd boy bag, his shepherd boy clothes, and 5 smooth stones, and he takes the giant out in front of his brothers who are older, in front of the king, in front of God's army, and in front of the other army he was fighting. Some of you about to show out this year with your comeback. Your comeback is about to be done in front of everybody. They're not going to know what happened to you. They're going to say, God, dog it, what happened when she went to that BuildHer Summit, that Build Him Summit? Oh, they got prepared for the comeback. This comeback season, nobody going to know where it come from. It's coming out the blue. But guess what? You in the locker room right now because you prepared for it. That's why your comeback is about to take your Goliaths out. Some of you got Goliaths right now, but I'm telling you, you bigger than a Goliath. You may be inexperienced. You may be the youngest in the room, but you're going to be the first generation cycle breaker in your family. The chains are falling. The chains are coming down. The cycle ends with you. That is some good news that I want to share with you guys. So for all of my David faith individuals, for those of you who still on here, investing in real estate, the second part is you're going to need the education. If this is good, put a 1 in the chat. Being in rooms like this, learning about formulas, financing, creative investing, and so much more. I got my lender coming on here. Kenneth is coming on here to talk to you guys about funding. I got trust coming on here. I got the credit plays on how to leverage credit. We got so much information coming to you guys today, okay? This is the room, this is the place that you want to be in. Creating the right entity. When getting started in real estate, the very first thing you're going to want to do is make sure you create the right entity. Now, this is the thing. I'm going to do high-level overview of this, right? And then there's going to be a chance where you guys will be able to spend 5 days with me. It's not right now, okay? But I want to give you guys the high-level overview right now of what you need to get started. And I'm going to give you the formulas of how you can start analyzing deals today. Is that okay? Analyzing deals today. Is that okay? Give me a 1 in the chat if that's okay. Give me a 1 in the chat if that's okay, because I keep y'all here till 5 o'clock in the morning, baby. I'll give you guys the real estate game. Don't play with me. Don't threaten me with a good time. They just got me on a time limit, okay? I'm so mad, bro. At first, they gave me 15 minutes to talk to you. I said, what I'm going to do? Hi, hey, hello, goodbye? Nah, get that out of here. Give me as much time as possible so I can be with the people. Put me with the people. Let me serve, okay? So when you're creating the right entity, you want to make sure that you get with someone who understands entities, okay? The reason why this is important is because you may be in a place where you need to set up an S corp. You may set up a LLC. You know, it all depends on the type of transactions you're going to do. You may need to set it up in your trust, which we're going to talk about more of that today. There's so many things we're going to get into, but just choosing the right entity is important, okay? How do you choose the right entity? There's some people who set up their LLCs by themselves. They're single member LLCs by themselves. There's some people who, you know, hire attorneys to go and set up the entities. It's your choice, okay? But you do need to buy your real estate within an entity, okay? The next part is you need to learn your formulas, all right? This is important. Let's talk about the 1% rule, okay? The 1% rule in real estate is what helps us buy multifamily investing, okay? The 1% rule it's a super easy tool to use when you're just looking on the internet and you're doing your reps, which is repetition, okay? We do reps in my inner circle and in my coaching program where we're constantly, you know, analyzing deals, finding the formula, seeing if the numbers work. It's a beautiful thing to work with like-minded individuals that are constantly moving in the same direction as you. A rental property's income should be at least 1% of the purchase price. For an example, if a rental property is purchased for $100,000, the monthly rental income should be at least $1,000. Let's break this down, okay? So right here, you see the first property, which is a fourplex. A fourplex is 4 units in there. That means 4 people can live in there. That means there's 4 doors up under one roof, okay? That's a fourplex, okay? Some people call it a quad, okay? But it's all the same. So what we see is that they're asking $275,000 and the rent is $2,710. Does that fall up under the 1% rule? Put a 1 in the chat. If it do, put a 2 in the chat. If it don't, it's a quick formula. This is easy, right? The reason why you want this is because you want to make sure you can cover the mortgage payment and your maintenance. Okay, so this is just a quick rule of thumb to use. Some people use what's called the 2% rule. If it's 2%, it simply means this property that's at $275,000, it probably would need to be closer to market rent of $4,300, just doubling the price, or $4,400, whatever that number is, right? Then you have a duplex, right? A duplex is 2 units, okay? That's 2 units under one roof. So if you look at the picture for the first duplex for $144,900, you see 2 doors on the front. That is under one roof. On this fourplex on the first picture, you see 2 doors on the front and they probably got 2 doors on the back is typically how I go. So with this one, it says that the rent here is $1,545. Not bad. That follows the 1%. Now we have $116,900. The current rent is $775. Does that follow the 1% rule? Put a 1 in the chat if it does, or 2 in the chat if it don't. Okay, let me pull up this chat. All right, let's see. Everybody need to be answering. Look at y'all working in here, being all smart. Okay, good. It don't follow it, right? So what you want to do is when you're analyzing multifamily properties, you want to make sure the rent can cover your mortgage payment. That's why the 1% rule is so important, okay? If you guys understand the 1%, put a 1 in the chat. If you guys say, wow, I just learned how to analyze a multifamily deal, very high level. There's other things like the cap rate and things like that. We'll talk more about that if you spend 5 days with me, okay? But right now, I'm just giving you kind of like the 1% rule. This is good. Put good in the chat if this is good. Put good in the chat if this is good. I want you guys to get all your free work, okay? I want you to get all your freeness work, okay? All right, good. Let's talk about the 70% rule, right? This is the popular 70% rule. I absolutely love this rule. Sometimes I do the 60% rule. For the most part, the 70% rule works, okay? So the 70% rule, fix and flips. You don't buy a property for more than 70% of its ARV, right? So what does that mean? After repair value. ARV is how much the house will likely sell for once renovated minus the cost of repairs. This is so good. ARV is how much the house will likely sell for once renovated. Somebody put ARV in the chat. Somebody put ARV in the chat. After repair value, okay? So whenever you hear somebody say, what is ARV? That means after I fix this house up, how much will it be worth? Here's an example on this side, okay? Let me put this over here. Can you see me moving this chat box stuff? All right, so the 70% rule, 150,000, which is the ARV. That means if I buy this property right now, they can be asking, who knows, right? Let's just say, you know, they're asking, it don't matter. The ARV on this property, if I buy it and fix it up, is 150,000. So if they're asking 200,000, you'll be paying 50,000 over ARV, which is like buying a car upside down. Okay. Everything for the 150,000 times 70% gives you 105,000. Okay. 105,000 is the most I can be into this property for with purchase price and repairs, okay? With purchase price and repairs, okay? So what does that mean, okay? This simply means if a property is 80,000, the sales price, not the ARV, the sales price. If the property is $80,000, and my repairs are $25,000, it equals the $105,000. That means that this is a great property to buy if they accept my $80,000 offer. Now, let's say the sales price was $90,000 and the repairs was $25,000. Does this meet the 70% rule? Put a 1 in the chat if it do, put a 2 in the chat if it don't. It does not. You will be over the 70% rule. Now, for some of you, you probably like, well, where's the 30%? Why do 70? Where's the 30%? The 30% is going to be your profit. The 30% is going to be your profit. So if you want to go more, if you want to do an 80-20 rule, you just lose your profit. You know, you lose 10% of your profit. That's simple. That's how the 70% rule works. This is so good, right? So this is what's important, right? Some of you may say, okay, well, you know, if it's, you know, 100, let's just say 105,000, okay? And the bank requires you to put 20% down, which is $21,000. I'm going to show you how you can find $21,000. Is that okay? Give me a 1 in the chat. Because at 105,000, you still got to go and get the money from the bank. You still got to go find the money. Okay? So although you got the rules, although you understand the formulas, you still got to go find the money. Okay? So let's keep on going. Now that I showed you guys the 70%, I'm going to show you how I leveraged my property that I bought and how I did what's called the BRRRR method, which I'm going to break the BRRRR method down to you. And then I'm going to show you how I did the 21,000. Is that okay? So let's start with a property that I actually did, okay? I used my $5,000 tax return to buy a property in Lafayette, Louisiana. I still own that property, okay? $5,000 for all of you negative, stinky thinking people out here who got on after I gave the house rules. Guess what? You still can find properties for $5,000. It may not be in your backyard, but they're out here in the world. It's the truth. If you change how you're thinking, you will be able to start finding things. Things will come to you, right? You change the way you're thinking, you'll get money in your bank account. I used my $3,000 real estate commission as an agent to repair the property. Y'all, I used what I had. I started where I was. Some of you got all this money in the bank account. You're lightning years ahead of where I was. I started with what I had. I don't care what your thoughts are, if it's true or not. I started where I started. I did not know that I needed to start anywhere else. You can start where you want. You know what else is crazy? I bought a mobile home for $250. That thing still paid me $550 a month. It's the God honest truth. I have real receipts in real life. But back to this. I went to the bank with a 580 credit score. And I asked the banker to take a chance on me. Closed mouths don't get fed. I have a 580 credit score. Some of you been letting your credit score stop you this whole time. You might just need a new partnership. You might need to be in a new circle. You might need to be around us just for a few days. I don't know, but you need to get some positivity in your life, because I started where I was. I started exactly where I was. I went and I called my banker. I went into his office. I didn't know how to do a personal financial statement, a PFS. I didn't have the perfect credit. I had a little huckleberry property, and I asked him if he could give me a loan on it, and I promised him that I would pay it back. I promised him that. And he said, Terrica, you've been a real estate agent for, X amount of years. You have sent so many clients to me. Of course, I'll give you a loan. He approved the deal at his desk. I thought he had to go before a big committee to go get approval. He approved me on the spot. That's what I'm telling you guys. When you activate your David faith, you start getting different access to things. When you start hanging around different people, you start getting access to things. There's some of you not getting access to nothing because you're hanging around bondage and people that's in cages. I got a loan based off of a relationship that I had, based off of my character, based off of me being a good, hard-working person. That's what I got a loan off of. So I just did two things that are impossible, that are mind-boggling, that disrupts, that causes confusion, that makes you say, oh my gosh, how can this woman do this kind of stuff? It's because I operate in the supernatural that you guys have not tapped in access to. I told you my ministry is my business is my ministry. I don't separate the two. So guess what happened? He approved me on the spot. They ordered appraisal. The appraisal came back for $60,000. I am rich, okay? Your girl is rich. This is the most money I have ever had in my life. In my life. You got to understand, I was a poor girl, homeless, lived up under a bridge with her son, trapped in the city by Hurricane Katrina, got every single thing out of the mud and made sure my children ate off of gold spoons. I'm unapologetic about that. I know what it's like to eat off of a paper fork and a paper plate. Sometimes I still do, I ain't gonna lie, I don't be wanting to wash dishes. But it's by choice. I got approved with a 580. I'm gonna let that resonate for some of y'all who've been counting yourself out. I'm gonna let that resonate for y'all. I got approved with a 580 credit score. He approved me for a $60,000 loan. It came back appraised at 60,000. Guess what he did? It gets better. The bank says, I'll give you 80% of the $60,000. I love my testimony. I love sharing this with you guys. So I took the 80%, the $48,000 of the bank actual money, and I reinvested it. So I put in 8,000, y'all. 8,000. I put my original 8,000 back in my account and used all the bank money on the next project. Do you know $40,000 in real estate can buy you $250,000? $40,000 in the bank can buy you $250,000 in real estate? Take that to the bank. $40,000. $40,000 can buy you $250,000 in real estate. Remember, I said the bank is going to give you 80%. This is going over some of y'all head right now. This is going over some of y'all. Are y'all ready for the BuildHer Summit, Build Him Summit, or just build? Somebody put build in the chat right now. You probably like, oh my goodness, this is mind-boggling. Can't wait till Tiffany come on here. Oh, she gonna rip y'all apart. I am so excited about that. I leveraged my passive income into 6 figures. Guys, I took what was dealt with to me. The hand I had, I didn't go out and try to create a fancy hand. For some of you on this call, I need for you just to use the hand that you have. I just need for you to start. Somebody put start in the chat right now. I just need for you to start. When you finish these next few hours with me and my friends, I need for you to be ready to run through a wall. I need for the walls of Jericho to start coming down off of you, off of your life, off of your emotions, off of your finances. You are in bondage right now, and those walls are coming down. We purchased with my inner circle 60 doors that make $500,000 a year. If my inner circle is on here, just drop a red circle in there. You see what happened? I didn't even know these folks. When I start teaching online, I'm like, yo, I might as well help the people that's in my inner circle. They have believed in me to be their coach and to walk 116 miles with them. You know what, God dug it? We might as well split this. We're going to break bread at the table. It's something special about them red circles showing up in the room. I'm just letting y'all know, okay? I love you guys. I get emotional thinking about how far you have come, how you started with nothing, how you started at a summit just like everybody else that's on here. You started at 0. And now you're sitting at tables with your coach. You're sitting at tables with people you never thought about. You're sitting at tables with your inner circle members who invest with you. Y'all go and invest in y'all own thing. Y'all don't even need me no more. You have no clue what that means. My mission is to end the cycle of poverty through real estate investing by teaching 1 billion people how to take dominion in the kingdom that God has given us. It's my mission. It's my mission. We also purchased $120,000 a year in income with our Alabama property, Alabama in the house, with our inner circle. Get in a room where you're celebrated. Get in a room where you're not just tolerated, but you are celebrated. Who said it had to be pretty? Who said you had to do it alone? You showed up at this Build Her, Build Him, Build Summit because you was ready to build something. You showed up because you was ready for your comeback. I said, I'm only talking to the people who's been in their setback for the 2nd quarter, because I'm telling you, going into the 3rd quarter, you getting out this locker room and you about to go ahead and see those walls start coming down. Those are the individuals I'm talking to. Some faith-filled believers that's ready to take dominion. I'm talking to those who want to show up with me in Atlanta in June. How many of you come into my conference in June? It is off the chains. When I tell you it is off the chains, it is off the chain. It's off the chain. We gonna tear the house down. And guess what? Because I know my assignment, if it's to end the cycle of poverty through real estate investing, guess what I'm doing? I'm giving away 2 real estate investment properties. And guess what? You don't have to buy nothing but your ticket to get in the room. Buy your ticket to get in the room, and guess what happens? You're entered to win a house. Not one, but guess what? There's 2 houses being given away. So good. It's so good. This is what happens when you're anointing and you're overflowing, and now you can pour back into people. You can pour back into people. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful feeling. We're going to tear it down in Atlanta this year. Last year, we tore it down in Atlanta. We took over the hotel. They couldn't even fit us. We was busting out the room. The room went crazy. We went bananas in that room. This year, we going even harder. You thought we had a good time last year. It's nothing compared for what I got this year. I'm telling you, the speakers I got coming. All right, I'm getting too excited. I got to stop, y'all. I got to let other people talk. I'm hogging this summit. I am hogging this summit. But if this is good for y'all, somebody say this is good. This is good. If this is good for y'all, just let me know that this is good. Say I'm learning and having a good time, T. I'm learning and having a good time. Good. That's what it's all about, right? I'm going to keep breaking down what I did with that money, y'all. So the BRRRR method is, the B is you buy. The first R is renovate. The second R is rent. The third R is refinance. The fourth R is repeat. When buying a property using the 70% rule, 70% of the property ARV is the maximum amount to be used for purchase, repairs, and miscellaneous. So good. So you're going to buy the property, purchase the property with cash. How many of you got family-owned property? You got property that was willed to you. You got property that, you know, you're trying to figure out what to do. This is for you. This is for you. Because I took my $8,000. I had that house paid off in full. I took that property. I fixed it up. I renovated it with the $3,000. I rented it out. Okay. I rented out the property. Guess how much? $500. The 1% rule. Come on, y'all. I refinanced the property at the bank. They gave me a loan against the property. So I went and pledged that property to the bank as collateral. Y'all, when I say I eat bricks, I eat bricks. When you own real estate, you always have a bank of money. Your bricks are your money. That house was my money. That house went from $8,000 to $60,000. It went from $8,000 to $60,000. How much time I got left, Steph? Tell me so I can stay on time, right? I'm being selfish. Okay. I took a property that was I took a property that I did $8,000 and the bank appraised it for $60,000. They gave me $48,000 of it. So I took that $48,000, I put $8 back in my bank account. Thank you. The 40 I went and reinvested. And you remember how much I said you can get with that, right? I said you can get almost $250,000 in real estate because the bank is going to give you 80% of it. So if you got $40,000, all you have to do is multiply it to get to your 80. This is good. This is for somebody. The 70% rule leveraged with the BRRRR method, okay? The 70% rule is just a guideline. It's not a guarantee, okay? But again, this is the same formula that I gave up front, okay? You're going to rent this house out and you're going to keep on going. This is the part that I want to get to, right? You're going to have $45,000 worth of profit on this deal. I have $40,000 worth of equity that I was able to use from my refinance on the BRRRR method to go buy more real estate. The whole point of this method is to leverage. So I've taught you guys how to analyze a multifamily deal just to see on the surface if it makes sense, right? The 1%. I taught you guys how to use the 70%. Put a 1 in the chat if I'm telling the truth, okay? Put a 1 in the chat if I'm telling the truth. I taught you guys the BRRRR method. You're going to buy it. You're going to renovate it, you're going to rent it, you're going to refinance, and then you're going to repeat it, okay? When you refinance, somebody say, give me my money, right? Don't listen to people that say the BRRRR method don't work. They're dumb. They don't know how to use it, okay? It's straight up. When I hear people say that, I say they dumb. Because let me tell you something. I make 6 figures passively every single month doing the BRRRR method. Baby, when I tell you I got so much equity in my properties for doing this the right way, you can do this the right way. You see, that third aura in the BRRRR is give me my money back. And then the last aura is, guess what? Repeat. That means go do it again. God, I need you to do this again for me. Show up again. I want a double take. This is my comeback year. This is my comeback season. How to get the down payment. So if you need $21,000, right? We have a credit expert that's going to come on here and tell you how you can use credit cards to be able to leverage your down payment. You can get them in your business name where it don't even affect your personal credit score. Are you excited about that? Put a 1 in the chat. You can find 4 partners and y'all each put in a little over $4,000, well, $5,000 a piece. You know, if you got 5,000 and you find 3 other people that got, 5,000, you can do it that way. Maybe you put in 6 and then find everybody else to put in the rest. Okay. Find 6 people to invest $3,500, right? Use credit cards. It's easy, OPM. Or because you're getting the knowledge and because you're learning and because some of you are going to be spending 5 days with me, you can take what you learn and go charge somebody to do this. Guess what? That means that you can say, hey, I'll be your partner. I'm going to go find the deal. I'm going to find a contractor. I'm going to do all the renovations. I'm going to get it ready to go on the market to be sold. All you got to do is put the down payment down. I'm going to oversee everything. And you know what? You may say, look, I'll give you 60%. I'll work for 40%. Because you're just trying to prove your worth at this point. I did that before. I had to prove my worth with a builder. So guess what? I had to come into the game. I wanted to learn how to build. I put up everything. I did what I had to do to have a seat at the table. Some of you too proud to be at a table. Some of y'all talking about, I'm not sitting at a table I'm not welcome at. I sit at tables I'm not welcome at every time, all the time. I don't care about that. I'm here because I'm ending a cycle of poverty. I'm here because I don't want generational poverty to take over my family. I don't want my children to go back into a setback. I've been working too hard for this comeback for my family. So I don't care if I'm welcome at their table or not. I pull my own chair up and I ask my own questions and I do my own due diligence and I do my own research. I don't care about what they feel. I know what I've been through. I know where I'm not going back at. So if I got to be uncomfortable sitting at somebody's table for a little while until I can build my own table, then I'm just going to sit at that table until I can build me something else. We got to kill that pride. That's why I said that in the beginning. You got to be willing to kill your pride. You got to be willing to get rid of all of that stinky thinking. I don't need nobody. How many of us been like that our whole life? I don't need nobody. I'm going to do it by myself. I'm going to get it out the mud. I don't want them to throw it in my face. Every time they do something for me, they throw it in my face. Throw it in my face. If I'm going to go to the bank, throw it in my face. Throw it, baby. I'm going to catch it with the whole face. You understand what I'm saying? Throw it in my face. Because guess what? I'd rather sit there and get what I need to get to where I need to be than have to do a repeat of this setback that I'm in. I'd rather do it. I'm not too prideful. I humble myself. I'm not afraid to serve, not afraid to go clean a bathroom to get information. By any means necessary to break this bondage that's on my family, I'm going to do it. I'm going to end the cycle. The cycle ends with me. And that means that all of this prideful thinking and being and who she thinks she is, I don't care about none of that. My family would tell you, Terrica don't care 2 bits about who like her or who don't. They all talk about me. But guess what? Now they got to come to see me for money. I don't have to call nobody. I don't have to call nobody, because while they were being prideful and saying what they're not going to tolerate and how they not going to be dealing with this and how they not going to deal with that, guess what? I said, give it all to me. Give me all the smoke, because if I can tolerate the street gang, I can tolerate a few corporate people. I don't care what they talking about. If I can tolerate what's going on in the streets, go ahead, I can deal with this. You serious? You can't take being uncomfortable for a little while, but you uncomfortable for the past 30 years. There's something not right about that. There's something not right about that, right? Let me keep going. If this is good, give me a 1 in the chat. I just want to make sure I'm staying on task with you guys, right? The last part about investing in real estate is making sure that you get you a good title attorney, okay? The title attorney is going to make sure that you have free and clear title, right? You want your ownership to be clear. The title is the instrument that proves who owned the property and all of the ownership that has taken place. A title is very important on your property. Don't ever buy a piece of real estate without getting a clear title. Don't ever do that. It's not good for you, okay? These are quick notes. Believe in yourself. Learn your formulas. Find a property for sale with enough equity. Get on a wholesaler buyer list, a realtor list. You can download PropStream if you want, right? You can use your own cash you can use your own cash and or credit cards if you have it. Partner with someone and or an investor. I love deals, right? With cash if you don't have it. Find 3 contractors to bid all jobs if you're going to do the work on it. Find a realtor to run comps for you for your ARV, right? After repair value. Find a title company to purchase your property with. Those are some quick notes for you guys, right? This is the reward. This is the reward. This is me and my son, who I was homeless with up under the bridge. That's my baby. Let me tell you something. You know, this, look, when I say that this is personal to me, y'all, this is personal to me. I said, the devil can't have me or my family. This is an eviction notice to the enemy. Chain breakers in the room. Ain't no telling what he's gonna do. Some chain breakers in the room. Ain't no telling what he's gonna do. My son was involved in a car accident this week. He is covered by God. Not a wound on him. He may be sore, he may be hurting, but the devil tries every single event to take me out. But what he failed to realize was that my children are covered by God. My family is covered by God, and that I have temporary custody of them because the true father is the one who protected them. The true father is the one who covered him when I was in Atlanta, Georgia, and he got hit by an 18-wheeler and he left the scene unscathed. He called me and was upset. That's what I'm trying to get you guys to see. This journey is not going to be easy. The enemy is going to do everything he possibly can to take you out. But when I look at this picture of me and Tyreek, and we looking up at his name on a street sign, and it's in a neighborhood that I birthed because of my yes, because of my obedience to God. I didn't know how I was going to be a woman developer. I didn't know I was a pioneer. I didn't know I was doing anything other than the steps that God ordered me to do. I knew that I was called to take dominion. I knew I was called to have dominion. And so I was obedient to the word of God. I did nothing spectacular but give my yes. What I realize is when you give God your yes, your blessing is on the other side if you just keep on moving. But before you get to the blessing, you got to go through the trials. The beautiful thing about Abraham's story was that he believed. And because he believed God, God declared him set right with God. I want that Abraham faith, that Abraham belief, that I can do anything, that I can build skyscrapers in Dubai, because that's what I'm working towards, that I can build skyscrapers in third world countries, and I can put my children's name on the top of buildings in Buckhead. I'm telling you, the things that I see, the dominion that I take, the inner circle is going to have dominion all around the world. They're going to be placing their children's names on street signs. They're going to be doing exactly what I'm doing right now. And guess what? You can do it too. Just like you. I'm just like you. The only difference is I believed and I was set right with God. I believed and I was set right with God. The reward is waiting for you on the other side of your obedience. Part 2 is loading. Guys, welcome to the BuildHer Summit. Thank you so much for having me. I am going to be back on here. I have to share this platform with a lot of amazing other speakers. Let me tell you guys something. The cycle is ending with you. I'm talking to my chain breakers. I'm talking to the breaker of chains, those who are here on an assignment that signed up for this summit because they said it has to work or it has to work. I'm talking to the game changers in the room. I'm talking to those who's coming for the comeback, We are out the locker room. We are ready for the third quarter. If you're ready for the third quarter, put number 3 in there, because when we leave this summit, you're going into your third quarter. The walls are coming down. The chains are coming down. Your family is going crazy. The comebacks are coming. The devil thought he stole from you. The devil thought he had you on lock, but he didn't know he was setting you up for your comeback. Your failure is not final and it's not fatal. You're not about to die by doing this. You're going to win. You're going to get your comeback. And let me tell you something, in the fourth quarter, you're going to rest. This is your Super Bowl. Welcome to BuildHer Summit. I love you guys. Let's go.
Woo, man. Wow. Listen, drop one word to describe that first session. I told you all we were going to over deliver, and I feel like that was the perfect start to an amazing evening we're going to have together. Somebody said that was anointed, inspiring, awesome. Somebody said I loved it. Somebody said powerful, beneficial. Ooh, I like that one. Phenomenal, love it. Well, listen, we're going to keep the ball rolling. I hope you all found value in that first session. Now, listen, we have more speakers. This was just the kickoff. I told you all we're going to keep it rolling. So are you guys cool if we bring up the next speaker? Let me know in the chat. Is it okay if we bring up the next speaker? Because this next speaker, one sec, I want to make sure the team's ready. All right. All right, cool. So this next speaker, listen, I'm about to bring up to the stage. This individual is going to help you all on your journey of investing, not in a way you would think. This individual is going to help you get that credit right, get that funding you need to go ahead and start on your journey to ownership. Who here would like to learn how you can get started on your road to 750, 800 credit score so that you can qualify for more loans and better loans, so you can qualify for that house, so you can qualify for that investment? Put yes in the chat. Love it. I see it. Somebody said, I love Shauna. But listen, this individual we're about to bring up to the stage, she is the queen of credit. Not only is she the queen of credit, she also is an investor. An investor. That's why we brought her up to this stage. This individual knows. Do you remember that mindset that Terrica was talking about? This individual here embodies that mindset and is going to bring to you some amazing information that you can use to get started on your journey. So I'm going to welcome to the stage Miss Shonda Martin. Shonda, are you there with us? Can you hear us? Can you see us?
I am. Are you able to see me?
We can hear you and see you just well. Everybody put welcome in the chat. You know how we do it in this community. We welcome with high energy, high engagement. So everybody put welcome in the chat. Listen, Shonda, we are going to turn it over to you. The floor is yours. Let's add some value.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I love the energy in the room. You guys just got me so excited. So excited. So as he stated, my name is Shonda Martin. So if you are not aware or familiar with me, what I do for a living is actually consult with lenders, bankers, real estate agents, and everyday, people to find and identify opportunities to increase, your credit score. Now, one of my specialties, and also a burning passion of mine, is to increase home ownership amongst minorities, right? Now, this passion has led me to not only become board certified as a credit educator, but I was certified directly by FICO. So just a prerequisite before my presentation start, I want everyone to agree to let go of everything that you think that you know about your mortgage scores, your credit scores as it pertains to home ownership. Open your mind and be open to unlearning and relearning the correct method of how to properly structure your credit profile for home ownership. I've had the privilege, the total privilege and blessing of assisting in over 600 home ownerships, like directly, but online, I have been able to help like thousands of people, right? So this is literally a passion of mine, and I am not before you guys for too long, so I want to like jump right in, okay? All right, cool. Now, are you guys able to see the presentation? If you're able to see the presentation, put a 1 in the chat, just so I can make sure that we're all on the same page. Okay, cool. All right. So I'm gonna get to going. Okay, so really quick, for everyone is, I'm sure, aware of, what your credit scores are, but I can't even continue my presentation without first addressing this important information. Now, our credit scores is made up of 5 different components, right? Those 5 components all weigh differently. So it matters, especially when it comes to your mortgage scores, because every single point counts when you are pursuing a mortgage loan, okay? So your payment history is 35% of your credit score. That 35% translates to up to 192.5 points, okay? Credit utilization, 30%, it translates to 165 points. Get y'all notebooks ready because I'm gonna go fast. Like I said, I wanna take full advantage of my time. Credit age is 15%, which amounts to 82.5 points. Hard inquiries, as well as credit mix, they're equally, they weigh equally. They're worth up to 55 points each, or they're 10% of your credit profile. Now, here's what you need to realize when you are building credit in general, but especially when it comes to your mortgage scores. Your credit scores, our credit scores, which are known as your lending scores, range from 300 points to 850. If you go and add up each category that I just mentioned, you'll get 550 points, which makes up the difference between that 300 and 850. The lowest credit score you can get is a 300. It don't matter how many credit collections, charge-offs, whatever you have. The lowest you can get is a 300. The highest you can get is an 850, okay? So those points are allotted individually to each category. And I'll tell you why that matters so much. So many people are aware, of course, FICO is the lending standard. There are multiple versions of our credit scores, and to save time and to also not confuse you guys, the credit scores, the FICO scores that I'll be focusing on today are the mortgage scores, or are what's known as the mortgage scores, which are just 3 separate FICO versions, which are FICO 2, 4, FICO 4, and then FICO 5, okay? Now, the credit scores that you and I are typically used to seeing when you log into your banking app, your credit app, you are used to seeing your FICO 8 score, right? So some of the things that we go over today will probably seem foreign to you because it does not align or resonate with your FICO 8 score. So keep that in mind. Your mortgage scores, our mortgage scores are, the easiest way to put it is old, outdated versions of what is now our current FICO 9 or the latest FICO score that has unveiled is FICO 10T. So that's the current version that we're on. However, the mortgage scores are 2, 4, and 5. So these are scoring systems and scoring models from 98 to as early or as the most recent change to our mortgage scores was in 2003. So keep that in mind. We're in 2024. The last time your mortgage scores, the algorithm of the mortgage scores was changed, or when it unveiled, was in 2003. So saying that and knowing that will help you understand why there are so many outdated things that affect our mortgage score. Mortgage scores are the hardest scores to move. It, like, statistically, literally, and it's often why many people can't seem to pass the closing table, which is where I come in. That's actually my specialty. I work with lenders, like I stated, banks, real estate agents, to try to identify each and every point for a potential client that they have, or a client in order to close, right? So I'm going to give you guys the exact formulation and everything that you need to do before you even do your pre-approval application. And I guarantee you, you can take it to the bank. And that's the greatest thing about really truly knowing your credit scores and studying credit scores, and also working with these credit scores for so long. The great thing is, even regardless of how bad your credit score is, let me just say that, regardless of how bad your credit score is, I've never seen a profile or a score that was irredeemable. Never. And I deal with thousands and thousands and thousands of credit scores. So even if you have collections and all of that, I really, really, really want you guys to listen up to, especially the next couple of slides. Okay. So again, we have 16 total versions of our FICO score. A lender can choose any score that they would like to pull. This is why you will do multiple applications and you're constantly being given a credit score that you were not aware of. You're like, wait, I thought I had a 650, but when I applied for this card, when I applied for my card, they told me I had a 550, right? Now, that's because lenders are able to pull whichever version of FICO scores that they want, right? But when it comes to mortgage scores, like I stated, or I'm sorry, our FICO 8 score is the most widely used version when you apply for credit cards, even cars now, auto loans. And most things nowadays, they typically run off FICO 8, right? That's just like the most popular one, right? FICOs 2, 4, and 5. And specifically for this presentation, I'm going to go over how exactly to move the pendulum when it comes to your mortgage scores, because there are certain things that you can do that you will see an improvement in your FICO 8 score, but your mortgage score, it won't move. It'll literally just be stagnant. So I'm here to identify how to move the pendulum. Okay, so before I begin, just screenshot this. These are the minimal credit score requirements when it comes to just traditional, the most popular and traditional loans, right? When you are pursuing a mortgage, right? So for conventional FHA, USDA, VA, and jumbo, these are typically where you stand. If you look at this chart and you do not identify with these numbers, right? And even if you do identify with them, maybe your scores are higher than these. That's amazing. But I'm sure that there are areas of opportunity. If you don't have an 850, there's an area of opportunity to increase your score. And that's just period, right? But if you find yourself below these numbers, please listen up, please. Now, here's another thing. There are so many people that have given up the dream or the ideal of owning a home. Not only does that break my heart, but it's a special frustration that builds within me because this information is not taught. Like I can't for the life of me understand why in schools and why these conversations are not normal, especially in 2024. So if you find yourself to have ever been in a place where you have just given up on your dream of home ownership just because you may not think that you look at your credit score and you're like, I can't do it. I know I can't do it. I'm here to tell you that you can. I'm here to tell you that I see it daily and like it's my career. I am constantly running into people who are financially stable. They may even be entrepreneurs. I'm talking 6, 7 figures even. And they just don't have the credit score to qualify for a home because most of us are not taught about credit. Most of us are not taught how to properly build credit. We kind of just apply for everything randomly, hoping that our credit score is going to increase. And because there's no direction, you know, we're sort of just grasping at straws, literally just trying to get our credit scores to move. And what often happens is you find yourself you find your score just constantly increasing and decreasing, increasing and decreasing, and you're never really changing your borrowing power, which is, that's where you unlock the potential of a credit, because your credit is so much more than your credit score. It's actually your credit profile that determines what you're able to borrow. Your borrower worthiness is a term that I use often. Your borrower worthiness. Oftentimes, like every day, there are individuals who have a high credit score, but they still cannot borrow much of anything simply because a high credit score it's not enough. It's not enough. You actually have to have the profile to match, okay? And unlike any other lending options, getting a mortgage, there's no cheating your way to a mortgage. I'm sure you guys know, you've ever applied for a home and you own a home, you know that they cross every T and dot every I. There is no, oh, let me do this quick tip that I seen on TikTok. Let me do this in hopes that I can purchase a home. You don't purchase a home by accident. Like, you have to be intentional with it, simply because our mortgage scores are super we like to call them like super stubborn, because that's what they are. Okay. So number one, and this goes for anyone, I don't care what your credit score is. Okay. This is the absolute minimum of what every person who is trying to increase their credit scores needs to have right now. And if you don't have it right now, make a plan to add these things to your credit profile. This is what I call the minimum credit profile that will elicit growth. This profile, irregardless if you have collections, charge-offs, maybe late payments, if you file bankruptcy. I work with a lot of people post-bankruptcy. If you have at minimum the things that we are about to go over, your score will grow. And that's simply not because I'm this great genie that has figured out something that is, you know, like, I don't do magic. I believe in God, number one. But the point is, this credit profile works simply because it aligns with the algorithm of our credit scores. Remember, we did the credit profile breakdown and the points and all of that. All of that structure, the algorithm, how the points are allotted, it aligns directly with this. Okay. So do me a favor, look on your credit profile whenever we get done or whatever, and ask yourself, do you have a check mark beside each item that I'm about to mention? Number one, every person who wants to increase their credit scores, regardless how many bad accounts you have, okay? Everyone who wants to improve their borrowing power, increase their credit score, you need to have a minimum 4 open primary accounts. What are primary accounts? Primary accounts are accounts that you apply for in your name. If you have authorized user accounts, like if you're on someone else's credit card, if you're co-signed with someone else, that does not align. Like, you have to have this 4 primary accounts outside of those. Those are extra, those are fillers, right? Primary accounts is what actually changes your borrowing power. You're not fully credited for authorized user accounts or co-owned accounts. You're just not. Even if you see it improve your credit score, again, it does not really improve your borrowing power, or very minimally, right? Especially with mortgages, okay? So have 4 primary open accounts. And I am super specific. Those 4 accounts, 2 of them needs to be credit cards, guys. Remember, I said credit utilization makes up 30% of your credit score. That 30% translates into 165 points. Remember, you only have 550 points to get, okay? So 165 of those are literally just for a credit card. So if you do not have a open credit card, then you are literally leaving 165 points on the table willingly. There is not a single credit profile that does not qualify for a credit card, because that's something that I get a lot. Hey, I can't get approved for any credit card. No, you're just applying for the wrong credit card that your profile does not align with at this point. Your credit profile is not eligible for the credit card that you're applying for, but there's a credit card for every single person, right? Now, have 2 primary credit cards. Those credit cards, you need to make sure that at least one of them is a open bank card, guys. So meaning you can't just have 2 retail cards. You can't have a Victoria's Secret and then a Bath and Body Works or something like that. No, you need at least one of those 2 credit cards to be a open bank card. Meaning you can use it anywhere. So it needs to have a MasterCard, Discover, American Express, Visa, and whichever else I'm missing. So it needs to have one of those logos, because it has to be open. Okay. Now, the 3rd account, a long-term installment, and then the 4th account, a short-term installment. What is a long-term installment? A long-term installment is any loan that is over 36 months long. So the term length, meaning a car, if you have a mortgage, also if you have student loans, those are all considered long-term installments. And there are a few other options, but those are like the most popular ones, just to kind of get you guys familiar with what I'm referring to. Now, a short-term installment is any loan under 36 months. This is, make a mental note. Make a mental note for short-term installment, because we'll address that in just a second. So now, a short-term installment, like I said, is under 36 months. So getting this loan or getting these loans will not only add to your payment history, which again is 35% of your score, worth up to 192.5 points. So in other words, the more on-time payments that you have reporting on your credit profile, the better your credit score is, but also borrowing power is. It adds to your borrowing power. So you want as many on-time payments as possible. I say all that to say, do not make the grave mistake of doing what I often see, which is people wanting to just pay off things just right off the bat, right? If your goal is to build credit, then unfortunately you cannot just, get a loan and pay it off in 3 months. That doesn't help you build credit, because again, every single payment, which is only 1 payment per account, 1 payment per account per month. Okay. So even if you, let's say, have a car loan and you tripled the payment this month because you have extra funds to do so, that's amazing. And that will help you save interest. However, it will not credit you for 3 payments. You're only getting credited for 1 payment per account per month. And that does not change. It does not change. Okay. So as much as you can. Now, well, let me just say this. Specifically with long-term installments, I'm not ever too pressed on saying never end a long-term installment. No, that's why short-term installments come into play. Because long-term installments often end, on average, 47% of long-term installments end early. That's just going to happen. That's already factored into this breakdown and all of that. So if you refinance a vehicle, if you sell your car, if you trade in the vehicle, all of those things are technically ending that installment early, right? Even if you get a new one, it's still ending the installment early. So you can do that. That's going to happen. I've already taken that into consideration. That's why the short-term installment is super important, right? That short-term installment, do not pay it off early. Do not pay it off early, okay? So short-term installment, popular short-term installments are like a self account, a credit builder loan. Pretty much every financial institution or bank offers some sort of credit builder loans that you're able to take advantage of. The only requirements for that short-term installment to count towards your mortgage score specifically is it has to be at least $250 in total, right? So with Self, I'm just using them because I know the numbers off the top of my head because I recommend them so much. But with Self, they have like a plan for $25 a month, and then you pay it for, I want to say, 2 years. So they have an option to where you can choose 24 months or 2 years, right? And the payments are low, right? But the payment amount is not what actually increases your score. It's those payments being added to the bank. Another thing, one thing that I want you guys to understand about loans, this is only towards loans. You're not going to see an increase in your score every single time you make a payment on a loan. It's just not how loans work, right? Loans are graded by the term length and then your adherence to that term length. So in other words, you get a car for 36 months. I'm just using a random calculation. You get a car for 36 months. You choose to pay off the car in 10 months, right? Your adherence percentage to that loan is not good, meaning all of those payments, those 6 late payments that you did not cover, you are not credited for that. So that loan didn't give you you didn't maximize that loan. That loan really didn't do anything for you, right? Now, another thing that is not recommended is for short-term installments or other installments outside of student loans, having deferments, right? So if you have a car loan and your term length was 36 months, but it took you 45 months to pay that off because maybe you were, deferring the payments and all of that, that also decreases your adherence to that loan, right? So I say all of that to say a loan, again, you're not going to see a score improvement every single month you make a payment. However, loans are most effective within the last 10% of them. So after you've paid off 91% technically of that loan, when it's less than 9% remaining, that's when you're really getting all of the benefits from those loans. So all of those payments that you made, yeah, they'll pretty much be they'll help you every way because every payment counts. But in terms of like its full potential, as long as you pay off at least 91% of it, that's where you'll really like get all of the fruit from that particular loan. So do not end that short-term installment early. I said all of that to say, if you are going to follow this plan and you actually want to see your credit score increase, you have to agree that you will not end this short-term installment early. Do you know how often I'm dealing with, again, 6- and 7-figure earners, and I'm like, hey, get this $250 loan and pay them $25 for 2 years. Do you know how much that drives them crazy? They're like, but I can just pay it off. And I'm like, but that's not the point. That's not the point. It's like you actually need you to pay that $25. Don't be late, of course, but also yes, it's going to cost you interest, a little bit of interest. It's a common thing that I say, and everyone here needs to just you just need to get over this particular thing, because I know there are people that's like, well, why would I pay interest and I don't have to? I'm gonna tell you, like I tell everyone, the cost of good credit, the cost of a great borrowing power is the interest that you have to pay in the beginning. While you are establishing your credit profile, you're going to pay interest. You either choose to pay interest while you're establishing, which is about a 1 to 2 year process from start to finish, or you're going to pay high interest for the rest of your life. Because regardless of how anyone feels, everyone has a credit score. Whether you use your credit or not, or whether you abuse it, it does not matter. You still have it, and there will be some point that most adults will need to use their credit. It just is what it is, right? I don't make the rules. I don't even like the rules, but I follow because I don't like paying extra for anything at all, right? Now, those 2 credit cards that we mentioned earlier, this is where I usually lose people, because this is the hardest part of it. Keeping your utilization between 1% and 9%. Now, everyone here has heard of the 30% rule. That rule is the industry standard. That's what we call it. 30%, you're told, hey, only spend 30% of your credit cards, or make sure that, you can spend whatever you want on your credit card as long as you bring the balance down to under 30% of the limit every single month. Throw that idea away. I'm here to tell you that literally reporting 30% is keeping your credit score stagnant. That's the culprit of of why your borrowing power is not increasing, why you may be stuck with low limit credit cards, why you can never get a credit limit increase, or the list goes on, right? The reason being is because 30% is the average. Like it's a safe number. It's like getting a C in school, right? So a C is not, you're not failing if you have a C in a class. However, you're also not excelling. So if you don't have a 750 credit score, then you have no room to report 30%, right? You just don't. You're leaving too many points on the table. Remember, your credit utilization makes up 109 or 165 points. If you are reporting a 30% utilization, please hear me. And if you are reporting a 30% utilization on a regular basis, you are only being credited for about 60 to 65 of those 165 points. So that means that you are literally leaving over $100 on the, or 100 points on the table. Now, most people don't know that there's a difference between usage and utilization. Your utilization only matters one day a month. So it's not as hard as many people are thinking about credit and how you pay your credit card, right? As long as before your statement date, at least one day before your statement date, as long as you report or bring down your balance on your credit card to under 10% of the limit, which is between 1% and 9%, then you are credited for having a 1 to 9% or whatever you report. So you are credited for having a 9% utilization, right? So let me repeat that. Let me repeat it. Let's just say you have a $200 credit card, and something came up and you have to spend the entire credit limit. There's nothing wrong with using your credit card, right? The only thing that you need to do or make sure, regardless of the limit, is as long as you pay back 90% of whatever you spent within a billing cycle, then you will always have low utilization. It does not matter how much usage is on your credit card. The credit bureaus are not privy to how often you swipe your card, what you buy, and all of that. No, they're literally only aware of your balance one day a month, and that is the statement date, which is the closing of your billing cycle. Every single credit card has a due date and a statement date. Everyone is familiar with their due date. I don't have enough time. We ain't even gonna waste our time talking about that. Your statement date is the closing of your billing cycle. It's the last day of your billing cycle, right? Oh, snap. Oh, no, I'm almost out of time. It's the last day of your billing cycle, okay? So it's usually like a week after your due date. Whatever you pay on your due date, as long as you make your minimum payment, technically you're good there because your balance is not reported on your due date. However, you need to be aware of your statement date because 24 hours before your statement date, you need to reduce whatever you spent that month, whatever your limit, whatever your balance is, reduce it to under 1 to 9%, and then you're good. And then do not use your credit card until the day after your statement date. That's it. Rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. Okay. Now, another thing, if you have an installment on your credit report, which is, we can just say the short-term installment. If you have a short-term installment and you pay off 90% of it, don't pay it off completely, but pay off 90% of it, leaving 9% or lower balance before your mortgage application, that actually boosts your mortgage score. That boosts your mortgage score. It's a common thing that I do when I'm called, hey, this person needs help. They've been building a home for a year and they're closing in 30 days and their credit score has decreased. What can we do? The only thing is obviously to lower your utilization, right? And also if they have any short-term loans, I pay off 90% of it. Don't matter how much you owe on it. As long as this balance is under 9%, you will see your credit score increase once it's updated because that 9%, installments with 9% left of the remaining balance, the mortgage, it feeds that algorithm. It loves it. It loves it because you're pursuing an installment. So they prioritize installment loans. Okay. So that's kind of like one of the tricks. Now, I don't know how much more time that I have, guys, because so actually I'm out of time. I'm so sorry that I couldn't get into a little more, but just screenshot this for me really quick, guys. This is the utilization thresholds for your mortgage score. So if you currently find yourself in if your credit score is if your utilization last month was 30%, understand that you are not going to see your mortgage score decrease until you get it under between 9% and 29%. So each of these, think of each of these as steps. This is often why you will pay your credit card and you won't see, you'll decrease your utilization and you won't see a change in your credit score. Unless you've met the threshold for the next tier, then you are still within the same tier, so you're not given points for that, okay? So again, if you have a 45% utilization last month, until you decrease that utilization to under 29.9%, you won't see a change in your mortgage scores, okay? So I don't have enough time, guys. I know there's a lot of people on the lineup. I hope you guys learned something. And yeah, well, one more thing. I'm so sorry for the next guest. I just have to screenshot this, guys. I didn't have enough time to go over each one by one. However, it's very plain. It's very simple. Screenshot it and read it later. And every single thing on this list, you can take it to the bank. And that's all I'll say. I don't have enough time. My time is done. Thank you, guys. Let me know if you guys learned something. Just put a 1 in the chat really quick. And for those of you, like I said, who don't know me, not aware of me, here are my socials. I provide free financial information daily, and I love credit. I'm obsessed with credit, actually, so I never stop talking about it. Okay, so sorry, guys. I don't have any more time.
Listen.
All right, bye, guys.
You did amazing. You did she do amazing or what? Drop something that Shonda, where'd you turn your camera off for? We want to give you your flowers.
I didn't know I was still on. I was like, oh.
Listen, that was amazing. And listen, that conversation there should have been about an hour and a half conversation. All of these speakers, I'm going to be honest, they need to have an hour and a half. But I told the team, I said, if we were here an hour and a half for each speaker, we'd be here till 2 or 3 in the morning at least. Sure. But listen, this is what I want you all to do. Go connect with Shonda. You guys think I should convince Terrica to bring her back maybe in the future? What do you guys think?
I'll say this real quick. But I'm so passionate about homeownership, especially minority homeownership, and I resonated with a lot of what Terrica said, right? What I'll say is this. If she'll allow me, I don't promote, guys, by the way. I'm not promoting anything. I will absolutely put on my schedule to do a free credit class for whatever she got going on. Free. I don't care. It's not about the money. However, the only thing that you guys have to do is agree to actually come and apply the steps and tips, okay? So if Terrica is doing an event, Terrica, you need some credit, information, I'm here. It's on me. It's on me.
Okay, I got you.
I enjoyed you tonight, and I hope you have an amazing night.
Thanks, Shonda. We appreciate it. Everybody put thank you in the chat. Listen, this was an amazing continuation. I told you guys, we brought the heavy hitters. I wasn't lying. So listen, we're going to go right into the next guest speaker. Are you guys sleeping? I want to know, are you guys awake? You guys alive? I see the chat. Brooklyn's here. Lakeisha's ready to go. Amazing. Well, listen, I'm not going to kill time. I'm going to go right into this next speaking session. Today, we're going to bring on, for the next speaker, someone who has more energy than I have ever experienced. Someone that can move rooms. Somebody that can move groups. Somebody that can move individuals better than anybody I know. This individual we're about to bring up is an Eric Thomas certified speaker and coach. He has spoke to thousands and thousands of individuals across the world. He hosts amazing workshops and has amazing social media content. He's going to come in today to talk about one topic I think you really, really, really need to implement on your road to real estate success. So I want to welcome up to the stage my brother from another mother, David. Power Talk is in the building. David, are you ready to go, man? Are you ready? Are you ready? The people are ready. Are you ready?
Listen, man, I'm born ready, man. I'm born ready. Can everybody hear me? I want to make sure everybody can hear me first before I get going. Put a yes in the chat, you can hear me. Put a yes in the chat, you can hear me. Put a yes in the chat. I'm going to get right to it. I ain't going to waste no time. I ain't going to waste no time. Everybody put yes in the chat. I'm going to get right to the point. You are one deal away. You are one door away. You are one opportunity away. I asked God to use me. I got goosebumps before I even got started. I told God, I sat here and I listened to Terrica. I listened to everybody else. And I'm sitting here and I'm just like, ooh, I can't wait. I said, ooh, I can't wait. I said, I can't wait because somebody need to hear this message. Somebody need to hear this message that I promise you, you are one deal away. You are one investment away. You are one opportunity away. No, but see, the reason why they brought me on, I got no slides for you. You know why? God is my slide. I'm going to say that again. God is my slides. See, I ain't got no slides for you. And I'm not saying that because I'm making fun of the slides. I'm saying that because I'm going to allow God to use me to talk to you tonight. Because there's some of you right now, you on the fence. Some of you right now, you don't believe how powerful you are. You don't believe that God made you for a purpose. See, I was born with this energy. I was anointed to do this. Yes, my name is David Solomon, Two Great Kings. But see, I only got 25 minutes and I want to get right to the message. Somebody say, keep going, Power Talk. Say, keep going in the chat. Somebody say, keep going. Because when I tell you I got something for you, I got something for you. I got something for you. It's on my spirit. It's on my soul. Yes, yes. I want everybody to put in BS in the chat right now. I want to talk about your BS. Yeah, you heard about how you can make the millions. You heard about the credit. I mean, I'm listening to all this information and I'm saying to myself, it's impossible for you guys to take this information and implement it if you don't work on your BS. Now, don't put the BS you think I'm talking about. Pause. Don't put that in there, right? I want to talk about your belief system. Come on, somebody talk to me. I want to talk about your belief system. That's the first thing I want to talk about is your belief system. Because in order, because now Terrica, you might not can't see that certification under there. Yes, Dr. Eric Thomas, ET, you know him. Her and I got certified at the same time as motivational speakers years ago. So I seen the process. Everybody put process in the chat. This is reality. If you read the funnel, it states in her bio, she's a certified Eric Thomas speaker. Her and I shared the same stage to tell our story. And now, years later, we're on the same platform and I'm pouring into you guys. Come on, somebody put alignment in the chat. Some of you right now, you are about to be aligned with somebody that's going to change your whole life. I got goosebumps even talking about it. I got goosebumps even thinking about it. Our alignment started way back then. Our moment started way back then when CJ said, Terrica, you got the gift. David Power Talk, you got the gift. Put this in the chat. I got the gift. I believe everybody in here got the gift. I believe everybody is one phone call away, one opportunity away. But until you change your BS, I'm sorry, Queen. I'm sorry, King. And if some of you might follow me on social media, you know how I do. Yes, right. God told me to tell you today, it's your breakthrough season. He told me that something right now, it's about to open up in your life. You're about to receive that phone call. Somebody's putting your name. Pay attention. Somebody's putting your name in somebody's ear for an opportunity that you've been praying for. I'm going to say this one more time. Somebody is putting your name in an opportunity that you've been praying for. Now, I know you got some cousins, some friends that use your name in the wrong scenario, but not this scenario. God is whispering. Put your name in the chat. I know it's about 1,500 people in here, but just put your name in the chat. God is saying, Angel, Nicole, Luke, Antoine, Chris, he's saying, I need you to open that door for them. I need you to approve them for that loan. I need you to get that land. I need you to raise that credit score. No, King, Sheila, Dwayne, Angela, Danielle, Tony, Kay. No, somebody, Tara, somebody, Kayla, Gloria, Joseph. I know I can't do all 1,500, but I promise you, the names I don't call out, your name has already been called out. Your name has already been put on the documentations. You don't even got to go in there with your pay stubs. You don't even got to go in there with your tax returns. You're going to walk in Chase Bank and they're going to say, you approve. Everybody on this call right now, you got 7 to 8 figures in your bank account. No, don't get me wrong. Don't go there tonight and try to use your card and try to get it out. But eventually, Queen, eventually, King, you're going to be able to take your card. You're going to be able to walk into the bank and you're going to say, I need a certified check. And no, not for nobody else, but you need a certified check and put your first and last name on it. And you say, I need a certified check for $150,000 right now for play money, for just in case money. I'm going on vacation money. Then you're going to take a picture of it. Come on now. I want you to see this. I want you to manifest what's about to happen in your life right now. Because when I talk about the belief system, see, my name is David Solomon, Two Great Kings. Pay attention. I'm going into segment 2. See, as a speaker, you got to have proper framework. And my next framework, I want to talk about King David. See, King David, he was the youngest. Oh, yeah. His father was Jesse, but his stepfather, Saul, ooh. See, Saul was sneaky. He was envious. Yeah. But see, David, out of all the brothers, he was the smallest. When they came and they asked Jesse, they said, somebody right now is about to be anointed as king. And they said, is it this one? Everybody looked like the king. They had the muscles, they had the height, they had everything. But not David. He was the smallest. He was the youngest. He was out there with the sheep. He was out there with tending the sheep when they was trying to anoint him as the king. He didn't even know they was coming because he was doing his job without looking for instant gratification. Some of you right now, you're so worried about the likes, the comments, and everybody else to put you in this highlight, to give you the blue check, to do this when only thing God is saying, just do your job, queen. Just do your job, king, because I promise you, I'm going to anoint you. I promise you, I'm going to give you the crown. I promise you, your gift going to make room for you and put you in a room with great men and great women. I promise you. But until you recognize that, until you change your belief system, but if you're going to run to the front door and say, I'm king, I'm queen, he never going to bless you. You got to serve first. That's why Jonathan was so important in David's life. Because see, I'm not going to go there yet, but let me get back on track. Let me get back on track. So let me explain something to you, right? When they anointed him as king, it took him 7 years to be the full king, right? But who did he have to fight? Somebody tell me, who did King David had to fight? That was 10 times his size. Put in the chat, Goliath. Oh, David had to fight Goliath. But you got to ask yourself this. What type of BS did King David have to go fight somebody 10 times his size with the armor, with the shield? The whole other army, they was like, no, Israelites, we can't do this. He too big. We're not doing this. David said, I'm going to go. Take this shield, take this armor. It don't fit me. I'm not wearing this. Somebody's trying to put something on you that you don't wear. I'm talking to somebody today. Somebody's trying to put something on you that's not fit for you. Some of you, you only need what God has given you. And David said, I don't need that. All I needed was a slingshot and some stones. I promise you. That's all I need, queen. That's all I need, king. I promise you. So he didn't even want to take that. So what did he do? He walked right out there on the battlefield. But how could he go on the battlefield with no armor, with no shield, no sword? So you mean to tell me he went out there with a slingshot? And what else, guys? He had what? Some stones, right? Right, stones. 5. Ooh, somebody know. Somebody be reading that Bible. He had 5 stones. Everybody put 5 stones in there. 5 stones. But hold on. But if you read the Bible carefully, David knew in the faith he had in God, in the man above, pay attention, this is very important, that the first stone was going to strike down Goliath and do what? Defeat Goliath. He knew he stood right there in the middle, pulled back the slingshot. He put that 1 stone in there, but he brought 5. Pay attention. He pulled it all the way back. What did he do? He hit Goliath right there in the middle. The first stone knocked out Goliath. But if he brought 5, but 1 worked, what was the other 4 for? Because, see, Goliath had some homies. He had some brothers. He had some cousins. So David knew that if I knock out Goliath, there might be other attacks on my life. That means that some of you right now, you up against a Goliath, that you can't get the property, you can't do the investment, you can't get a coach. You see the lands over there? That's probably over $500,000 right now in mentorships. My masterminds, I'm on number 8, yes. And me and her was on the same stage about 6 years ago, getting certified. Because our belief system, our BS. But see, David knew that, yes, I'm going to bring 5 stones because just in case something else happens. Ooh, but some of you saying, but hold on, Power Talk. I still don't understand why he believed in it so much. I don't understand why he thought he was going to beat Goliath. Yeah, he might have had the faith. Yeah, he might have believed in God. But how come King David knew he was going to beat Goliath? Because when he was watching the sheep, pay attention, when he was watching the sheep, he was already fighting the lions and the bears. Ooh. You mean to tell me he was fighting a lion and a bear, tending the sheep while everybody was asleep? So everybody sleep. The lion got the sheep in the mouth. The bear got the sheep, and they trying to go out. And David is jumping on the bear back. He's jumping on the lion to protect the sheep when nobody's looking. Some of you, you're looking for everybody to watch what you're doing. Instead, what work are you doing when nobody's looking? That's going to benefit you later on when the Goliath is in your life. Yes, this is real estate, but you're not going to be able to close on a house if you don't got the right belief system. You're not going to be able to, because if you think real estate is easy, every deal ain't going to be ideal. Every moment ain't going to be ideal. See, some of you got to understand, if you ain't got the right mindset, you ain't built for this. Everybody ain't built for entrepreneurship. Everybody ain't built to say, oh, you mean to tell me I'm going to get 100? If you never had 100K before in your account, grand opening, grand closing, ask me how I know. Lost it all twice. See, the lion and the bears, those are some things you got to fight sometimes. Some of you have been fighting lions, bears, giraffes, zebras. Some of you have been having some things in your life that you've been fighting. And nobody knew that you was fighting it. Nobody knew the dark moments. Nobody knew what you was going through. So now you on here, you want to save face, act like, no, I got this. I'm taking all my notes. I'm going to fix my credit. I'm going to get the house. Okay, cool. But what you going to do when the negative thoughts creep up? When doubt creep up? Procrastination creep up? When some of that trauma creep up? See, I talk to athletes, adults, everybody about mental health. And I know one thing about mental health. If your mindset ain't right, you can't do nothing right. If your mindset ain't right, you can't get an investment. See, you can get that 100,000, but you can lose it also too. You gotta have discipline. You gotta be consistent. So just like David had to fight Goliath, he understood this. He said, I'm gonna do this one thing. I'm so confident I'm gonna beat Goliath because I already knew I fought the lions and the bears. Some of you, it's your doubt is your bear. Your fear is your lion. Come on, I'm talking to somebody. It's your haters in your life that's your bear. There's somebody right now that you gave the link to get on this call, and they didn't even log on, but you logged on. And it's virtual. You ain't got to drive nowhere. You ain't got to drive nowhere. Some of you, you gave the link to your cousin, your brother, your wife. You gave it to somebody. They didn't even log on. But what you got to do, you got to tell yourself this. This is my opportunity. This is my opportunity. I'm not worried about nobody else. I'm not worried about who's watching, who don't believe in me. Yeah, I heard that she was homeless with her son. Yeah, I know David Power Talk was fighting some bears and some lions. He lost everything twice. Then signed the deal for 1.7 mil. Outside of a motivational speaker, he's a 7-figure builder. Yeah, he dealt with suicidal thoughts. Almost took his life twice. Mother and daddy on drugs, boy in a trailer park, right? Projects, Newark, New Jersey. But I had to fight all those lions, those bears. Watching my mother have an overdose on the floor right in front of me when I was 11 years old. Rubbing ice on my old mother's chest. I had to fight my own lions and my bears. So you mean to tell me that when I get called to speak the word to somebody, I'm worried about a Goliath? I'm worried about, am I going to get that investment property? Am I worried about, is it going to work? Do you see those layers over there? That means I'm betting on me. Everybody put in the chat, I'm betting on me. See, in order for you to bet on you, you got to take a risk. And when you take that risk, you got to understand this. I'm going to go to the next segment. It's very important. 1519, Cortez, he landed on an island. His men was tired. His men was exhausted, but they had to conquer the island. They had to beat this battle. And as a leader, as a coach, as a mentor, he told his right-hand people, I need you to do me this one thing. In order for us to win this island, in order for us to keep going, I want you to burn all the boats that we came on. I'm talking to somebody right now. He said, I need you to burn the boats that we came on. Why? Even though it was tired. He said, I don't care how tired you are. I don't care if I'm on this Zoom call for 3 hours. Take some more notes. Take pictures of the slides. I need you to DM her because I want you to understand this. He burnt the boats because he told his team this is plan A only. Everybody do me a favor. Everybody put plan A right now in the chat. Put plan A. Put plan A. Put plan A in the chat right now. Everybody put plan A. I'm going to rewind this. I'm going to slow this up for you. I got about another 7 more minutes. His army was tired. They got to the island. He told them to burn the boats so they cannot go back where they came from. Some of you right now, you got to make a decision today that you cannot go back to the life where you was at. You got to say, no, I'm ready to get in real estate. I'm ready to invest. I'm ready to fix my credit. I'm ready for a coach. I'm ready to do the work. You can't leave not one boat in the corner of the island. Everybody put in the chat right now, I would not go back. No, put in the chat right now, I will not go back. Because if you think it's about numbers, if you think it's about black and white paperwork in front of you, in order for you to be this investor, do you know what Terrica went through to be homeless and now to be a multimillionaire? You think that was about numbers? You think that was about writing down analytics? That's a different type of pedigree. That's a different type of mindset. If you ain't got the belief system of King David, if you ain't got the faith in God, if you can't tell yourself from this day forward, yeah, you heard what one of my mentors say, what? It has to work. Oh, it has to work. You got to burn every boat. And I know some of you saying, well, I can't quit my job tomorrow and just jump into this. I understand that. Put a plan together. If you got to burn one boat at a time, and that first boat that you got to burn is doubt. The next boat is fear. The next boat that you got to burn is some people that can't come with you on this journey. There are some people in your life that's just not meant to come with you on this next stage, this next journey of your life. I promise you this. I promise you that you are built for so much more. I promise you that whatever you put your mind to, you can do it. If I could share the same stage with her years ago and we both get certified, right? Now, we are both mentors. We are both coaches sharing platforms. Come on, somebody talk to me. Somebody put amen in the chat. Do you understand how good God is? Do you understand you guys are one decision away? You are one season. No, you are one season. Do you? Come on. See, when you got to understand this, right? Proverbs 3. Trust in the Lord with all your heart, but not with your own understanding. What did that mean? That means my grandmother taught me a very valuable thing. When my mother was in rehab, my father wasn't around. She said, Lord David, see, they call me Lord David because I'm named after my father, even though he wasn't in my life. He was in my life long enough to beat my mother in front of me. But it ain't about me right now. I turn all my pain into power. Some of you right now, you got to turn all your pain into your power and find your purpose, and then you're going to get your profit. Some of you are chasing a profit before you find your purpose. And you got to deal with the pain first, then get the power, the purpose, the profit. I promise you, I had to go through all of that. But my grandmother said this. She said, right here in the projects, yes, everybody can see. But if you close your eyes, baby, I'm going to give you vision. I'm going to show you how to finish high school, become an electrical engineer. I'm going to show you how to work for GE for 3 years. And then you're going to walk off the job because of your belief system. You close on 2 properties. Then when you close on 2 properties, you make a decision to do what? To leave corporate America when you already had a 6-figure job. You start your own company. You get into real estate. Then you do what? Now you traveling around the world. Now you a 7-figure speaker because you turned your pain into power because you found your purpose. Come on, I'm talking to somebody. There's somebody right now that need to turn their pain into their power to find their purpose and get their profit. Because if you think it's about the numbers, if you think it's about, well, I got a credit score of 650, then now I put it on the paperwork, I go and Chase, no, then I go in PNC Bank, but I get proved no docs. Yeah, it sounds good. But what about when you hired the GC, you got to fire the GC? What about now you didn't realize when you go into the house, you got foundation work? It's a lot to go with it. But at the end of the day, I take this over anything. I'm going to say this again. At the end of the day, I would take this over anything. Ever since I left corporate America, I never missed a meal yet. See, some of you right now, like one of my mentees say, some of you right now, you need to miss a meal so you can make a meal. Now, I ain't going to take that for me. She said it. She got a whole t-shirt. She said, some of you need to miss a meal so you can make a meal. But what about if I fail? What? Your first attempt in learning? Come on now. Some of you didn't catch that. See, you're supposed to fail every once in a while. You're supposed to hit that pinky toe. You ever hit your pinky toe in the dark? I only got 2 minutes left. Like you ever go in there and hit your pinky toe in the dark? But right now, you're going to turn that light on. Because you say, I'm not hitting that toe no more. I hope I turn somebody's light on. I hope this conversation, I want you to understand, like, it was just on my heart and my spirit to pour into you. So when they gave me the opportunity to speak, now I know I can't see nobody on the other side of this, but I already know that God is using me to touch somebody's spirit, to touch somebody's mind. There's some people will get it, and there's some people that don't like it. Remember this, you're not for everybody, but you're for the right people. If you focus on the people that need you, you won't worry about the ones that deceive you or the one that betray you. I only focus on the ones that God bring me that say, power talk, I need you, King. I need that power talk in the morning. I need those prayers because I know, yes, sometimes I struggle with things that I don't talk about. I'm going to wrap up in 30 seconds. Now, when I wrap this up, I want everybody to put this in the chat. I want everybody on the count of 3. Let's do a rewind, right? Remember this, because as a speaker, if they don't have a takeaway, you spoke for nothing. The main takeaway is this. It can't be a plan B. It got to be a plan A. Focus on that. I need you to have your belief system like King David. You feel me? I need you to knock out your Goliath, but bring some extra stones because you will be attacked. Come on, I know it. It might be some other homie, somebody, doubt, fear. I know that. So put plan A, put BS. But there's one last thing I want you to put in the chat before I get off. And a lot of you have been saying it a little bit, and you've been reading on my shirt. So on the count of 3, I need everybody to put it's my turn in the chat because it's your turn to get that deal. It's your turn to get that investment. It's your turn to level up. It's your turn to be that speaker. It's your turn to be an entrepreneur. It's your turn to have 7 to 8 figures in your account. I put it on you. I put the blessing on you. It's your turn to say tonight, I'm going to sleep with a smile on my face because I know that there's something that's going to happen tomorrow, going to change my whole legacy and my life. It's my turn for me to say, I don't care about the haters. I got tunnel vision. I'm not looking back. I'm not going back there no more. Remember that 1519? Remember Cortez? Remember they burnt the boats? You got to understand, there's no plan B. It's only plan A. So I want you to put it's my turn in there. And when you say it's my turn, what is it? It's my turn to do what? Get a coach? To commit? To level up in real estate? To invest? You got to be serious about it. You're looking at somebody, I lost everything twice, try to commit suicide, bottle pills, but guess what? God spared my life, and I'm here right now. So I want to say, everybody on here right now, it's my turn. Thanks for having me. David Power Talk.
So good, so good. Y'all drop some fire in the chat for my game changer brother, David Power Talk. I'm talking about fire. What you don't know, David, because you wasn't even on here. What I talked about today was David and Goliath's story. So how aligned are we? I did not talk to you about this story. And for you to come on here and just be aligned with the exact same story is supernatural. Thank you so much for blessing our platform. Thank you for being here. Y'all show my brother some love in the chat. Thank you, David.
I appreciate
you.
you.
Blew the roof off.
All right.
You blew the roof off. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Y'all, are y'all enjoying this? Like, put a 1 in the chat right now if you guys are enjoying this. Like, did you know you were signing up for this tonight? Like, just be honest. Like, you probably was like, yo, this little funny looking black lady I saw on the internet, she just talking her trash. I'm gonna get on here and see what she's talking about and hop off. Did you plan for this? I just want to talk to those that's in a comeback right now. Did you plan for this? Right? You already got credit play. We got so much more. Are y'all, if you're ready, say ready. If you're ready, say ready. Guys, let me tell you guys something. Like, what I love the most about these summits is just being able to share with you guys what we talk about on a daily basis. Like, literally, this is what we talk about on a daily basis, and being able to do it with like-minded folks such as yourself, being able to share this with you guys. It's just amazing. Somebody put part 2 in the chat. Y'all ready for part 2? Put part 2 in the chat. Go ahead and let me know. Put part 2 in the chat if you're ready for part 2. Told y'all part 2 was loading. I know y'all wasn't ready for part 2, but it's loading, right? Ownership is your birthright. Ownership is your birthright. I can't express that enough. Anytime I talk to my inner circle, anytime I'm talking with my team, anytime you hear anybody come on this stage, they're giving you the ways for you to be able to get your ownership. This is your 3rd quarter. This is your comeback. This is where you are coming back for everything that was stolen for you. Somebody put ownership in the chat right now. Ownership is your birthright. Don't you dare get discouraged in the middle of this fight. I'm telling you now, there's going to be some obstacles that come up before you, okay? But there's nothing that's not solvable. Somebody put that in the chat. There's nothing not solvable. With every problem, there's a solution. The difference between rich people and poor people is poor people give up too soon. Rich people look for solutions. I'm telling you, this is where in your comeback, if I can just be honest with you guys, if you give up control, right? God can do a whole lot more when you surrender than you can with your own control. It's the truth. God can do so much more with your surrender than with you being in control. God, I don't want to be in control of anything that you're not leading. I don't want my steps to move if you're not leading them. If you're not ordering my steps, I don't want to move. I need to make sure everywhere I'm headed is where you want me headed. I don't want a detour. I am tired of detours. Detours have me on this call right now. Detours have me frustrated. Detours have me getting off on things prematurely because I give up too quick, or I'm tired, I'm frustrated. I am tired of the detours in my life. Because I'm tired of the detours in my life, I am ready for my comeback. Somebody put comeback in the chat. Somebody put comeback in the chat. The enemy, Pastor Gary says this, which is so good. The enemy wants you so focused on what didn't work in the past that you lose focus on what's possible in the future. The enemy wants you so focused on what didn't work in the past. Somebody said, I killed that old me. That old me, I can't worry about what that old me did. The old me made old decisions. The new me make new decisions. I am not about to lose this battle fighting with the old person. I know what the old me can give me. Can I try the new me? Somebody put new me in the chat. I need to see who's the new me in the chat right now. I need to see who the new me is, right? I need the new me's in the room, okay? The comebacks, right? My first development, we staked this land and declared it for the Lord. Now, every home we build on it don't last on the market. This is something that's spiritual, y'all. When you surrender, this is not my control. This is your control. I stake my property, my home I purchase. I walk and stake all four corners. When I build the homes, I write on the beams. How many of you want to do that in your developments? You claim it, declare it for the Lord. How many of you can do that? It's a beautiful thing when you have ownership. It's because you own it. You get to do what you want. This is me when I decide to put on a dress and makeup. The youngest Black real estate woman developer of a mixed-use community featured on Inman magazine. Don't tell me what God can't do. Don't tell me what God can't do in your life. Look at me. Look at who I am. Okay? If anything you leave here, leave with what God cannot do. He can do everything. He can take somebody who had identity crisis. He can take someone who didn't know who they was. Look, people used to mess over me all the time because I didn't know the anointing I had on my life. I didn't know I was anointed. So other people noticed. That's the thing about David. The reason why King Saul, his father-in-law, wanted to kill him was because he saw the anointing. He saw God sent his replacement right before his eyes. God is about to send a replacement right before your eyes. You are the replacement for those who have not followed the directions, who have not been obedient. The replacement is on the way. The comeback is on the way. The reason why generational poverty keep on going is because nobody in your family was obedient. They wasn't obedient. So you sitting here now and you're listening. I'm not supposed to be one of the youngest Black women developers in the state of Louisiana to develop a mixed-use community. Heck, I didn't even know what the heck I was doing. I just kept stumbling along the way. I didn't have A, B, C, D, E, F, G. I just had A. I had A. And when it was time to get the B, God opened up the doors for B. Some of you trying to figure out A to Z, you just need to do A. Some of you just need to do A. Put A in the chat right now. Some of you just need to do A. Some of you lazy already. You quitting on yourself. You tired. You've been on here for so long. What you expect when you're learning a new language? How committed are you? People refuse to work out because of the soreness that they get. The soreness is allowing you to build the muscle that you need. So by the time you're 60 and 70, your body is still going to be able to operate like you're 30 and 40. Some of you need to go through the painful process of killing yourself and grieving that old self that you are and being ready to walk and move and march in a new way, a new path. I never said I was going to be the youngest woman developer. I never said that. I never said that. But God did. Some of y'all about to say, but God did. I never said that I was going to name street signs after my children. But God did. God about to do some things you're not even thinking about yet. That's the beautiful thing about this, y'all. You don't have to separate who you truly are. This is not for everybody. I'm not for everybody. I know there's people on here right now who don't like me, and that's okay. I'm not for you. Guess what? I don't even work with everybody. I do not even work with everybody. There's conditions and requirements to be a part of my team. There's conditions and requirements to come into my proximity where I'm at. My anointing intimidates the hell out of the devils that are on you. The spiritual battles that you're battling right now, it irritates you. My voice irritates you. You can't hear none of the education we're giving you right now because your ears are morphed. You got the deaf and dumb syndrome. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the comebackers. I'm talking to the people who said, I am going to be a vessel. I surrender. I give it all to you. I don't care what it looks like. I may not know what A to Z is, but God, if you give me A, Terrica might be my A right now. And maybe my B may be in the room when I get there. And maybe my C may be in the next room when I get there. And maybe my D may be in the next room when I get there. God, I'm just going to keep on walking how you're calling me to walk. I'm going to keep moving how you're calling me to move. I move with faith like this all the time. All the time. I'm living in my prosperity. I'm living in my prosperity. Somebody that was homeless up under a bridge, y'all. Homeless and up under a bridge, now making 6 figures a month, naming communities after her children, training thousands of people around the world how to invest in real estate. If I trained you in real estate, put a 1 in the chat right now. If y'all just come back because y'all love the training, put a 1 in the chat right now. There's something special when people continue to come back to your teachings and your calling. There's something supernatural I have to be doing in these people's lives for them to say, yo, every time T get online, I need to be in the room because there's an anointing that's going to take place. There's something that's happening for me and my family. There's something that I have to receive. There's something supernatural about that. Can you believe I'm giving all this for free? Can you believe I'm giving all this for free? All this education and information is for free. My conference is not for free. I'm not going to lie to y'all. Y'all going to buy a ticket to get to the conference, okay? My mentorship, my inner circle, it's not even open. It's closed. I don't want y'all money. You cannot pay me to open my inner circle right now. It is closed. I am focused on the lives that are in my inner circle right now. I don't care about your money to go to my inner circle. I don't want it. You cannot offer me enough right now to open my inner circle back. I don't care what your money is. My assignment is not your pocketbook. I'll say that again. My assignment is not your pocketbook. I have to remain true and be a good steward of what God has promised me and what God has told me to do. That's what I have to be a good steward over. I am living in my prosperity. I'm living in it. I'm living in it. Y'all keep on saying, I want a ticket to the conference. Put a 1 in the chat if you guys want to go to the conference. Put a 1 in the chat right now. Y'all want to attend my conference. But how about this? What about 5 days with me? Some of you can't handle 5 days with me. I'm telling you now, 5 days of coaching. If I'm giving you this for free, could you imagine 5 days? Can I say this though? I personally have requirements to come and work with me. I don't care if you sign up for something, I will refund you and kick you out of my circle because I am not here for your pocketbook. The assignment is way more important. Can you imagine spending 5 days, right? 5 days, 5-day property challenge. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine coming to Atlanta, in Atlanta, Georgia, and being around this and more powerful speakers that's doing real estate at a very high level, that's coming to share this information? Can you imagine being in a room with a networking party? Can you imagine yourself doing this year? This is the new you. You're looking through new eyes right now. You're looking through new eyes right now. The old you is dead. So the new you understands that this is your comeback, that this is your 3rd quarter. And that in your 3rd quarter, you have a new playbook. You have a new playbook, right? Faith without works is dead. You have to be willing to move and willing to walk it out. Let me ask you a question. Are you guys ready to plant your seeds? The first test you guys are going to have is this. What if I give you guys, this is the thing, before my banker come on here, okay, because my banker is coming on next. What if I allowed you to attend the 5-day property challenge and come to the conference live, and it's the exact same price? It's 1 ticket for both events. Put a 1 in the chat. It's 1 ticket price for both events, literally, okay? And that ticket price includes your entry to win 2 houses. So for those of you who saying, I don't know, I don't have the money for a down payment, you might have a money to get a ticket to the conference and show up at the 5-day event. And guess what? You may have a chance. You don't know. The last year I had a conference, and guess what happened? Last year I had a conference and we called 7 names. 7 names till we got to the next one. 7 names. 7 names. Right? We called 7 names. And with those 7 names, it was nothing there. Like it was nothing there. 7 names. Talk about you having a ticket with your name on it and you're not in the room to receive it. A free house. A free house. 7 people went by and their names were called and they were not in the room. This is why it's important for you to be in the room. That's why there's power in proximity. There's a ticket with your name on it if you're believing for it. And all you're required to do is to show up. You're required to show up. Y'all don't want me to be y'all coach, but I'm gonna ask y'all, can I be y'all coach? Are you willing to give up your limited mindset to walk with me? Are you willing to kill the old you to walk with me? Are you going to be coachable? Let me tell you this, the requirement to be able to work with me. I watch all my Facebook groups. I watch all of the Telegram chats that I produce. I watch all of that. Anybody in my inner circle will tell you, I pay attention. And I get rid of energy vampires quick. 3 ways, fast, fast, and fast. The requirement to be able to work with me and to be able to be coached is that you have to have a right heart posture. Meaning you have to completely surrender to what you do not know so you can receive what you need to know. That's the first part. The second part is this, your faith. You have to believe. You cannot give up faith. You cannot give up faith. And the third thing is your works. You have to execute. You have to be willing to walk this out. You have to be willing to be coachable, right? That's what it's cost, okay? Let me share this. I have 4 different ticket levels to my conference, okay? The highest ticket, which is the cheapest ticket to me, right? Because of what you're getting with me, because I charge a lot of money to partner with me. I charge a lot, okay? So to be able to spend 5 days and to attend a conference and to win a property, the lowest ticket to get into that room is $97. Somebody say access. The ticket, the highest ticket is $997, $997. That is a nothing burger to come and spend 5 days with me. Let me tell you that $997 is special. Do you know why? Because not only do you get on a coaching call an hour before the property challenge, you get to ask me all your direct real estate questions. My friend, I charge thousands of dollars to meet with me. I don't meet with people for free. I do these events for free. I bring my friends on and they teach you game where you can leave with this information and go do as much as you want with it. I'm preparing you with the tools, but for me to help you protect you against your blind spots, for me to be able to help you walk this out, for you to be able to ask me the questions you've been wanting to ask. Some of you got some difficult questions that you need to get asked. If that's you, put a 1 in the chat right now. If that's you, put a 1 in the chat right now. Let me tell you something, there's no confusion. There's 2 events for the price of 1. This is the official launch of my 5-day property challenge that has not been released to the world. It is a sold out event that always sells out every single year because I only do it twice a year. The first one was in January. This is the last one for the year. I don't do it after that. I don't compromise. I don't reopen up anything. I don't remarket anything. This is it, okay? So not only is this the launch of the 5-day virtual property challenge, which is online, this is also your ticket to come to Atlanta. So you don't have to buy a different ticket to get in the room. So things that I charge thousands of dollars for, right? Now you coming to spend 5 days with me, getting rid of all of your excuses, getting off the hamster wheel, learning how to get income and to make income while you sleep. Somebody say, I want to make money while I sleep, and ready to walk by faith and not by sight. Things that I'm telling you this, I don't coach personally like this for free. I never will. Okay, you don't ask your school teachers, your professors, your doctors, you don't ask nobody to work for free. Don't ask me. I don't do that. Okay, this here is my community support right here. This summit, it is free. All the information you guys get. Okay, so the thing is this, right? We're going to learn how to dive deeper. Like with the multifamily, I was able to teach you the 1%. I want to teach you the cap rates. I want to teach you how we analyze in those deals, right? This is the opportunity for you to be able to sow into the next level of your life. This ticket is for you. It's not for me. Because whether you there or not, we already 80% sold out of our conference anyway. That is God. Y'all don't even see a whole lot of marketing for it. That is God. Okay, let me keep on going. Not enough time today to give you everything that I want, but I will have time those 5 days. And let me tell you something. After those 5 days, if you qualify, then you can see the inner circle. That's how this works. It goes no other kind of way, right? So if you are ready to get your conference ticket, your 5-day virtual property challenge ticket, put a 1 in the chat right now. Put a 1 in the chat right now. Things that I normally charge thousands of dollars for today starts at $97 and goes to $997. $997 is the ticket you want if you want to talk to me and meet with me early. $97 is just to hear. You just want to hear, right? But I made it where everybody have access. If you can't invest that into yourself, you probably don't need to be in this room. Because this room is for a comeback looking through new eyes, right? There's a category that you're in. You're renting, you're owning, or you investing, okay? Renting is being someone else's passive income. You're an asset. Owning, paying your own mortgage with no additional income. Investing, having someone else to pay you a check every single month. Which one do you want to be? Put it in the chat right now. Renting, owning, or investing. Put it in the chat right now. Put in the chat right now. Which one you want to be? You see, 5 days of the virtual property challenge training with me. Meet me in person, June 14th and 15th. Participate in our double house giveaway, okay? Access to the private Facebook group, exclusive workbook. You get also my board game. At the titanium ticket, I created a board game. It's called Developers Board Game. I mailed that to your house. You get a virtual networking night. You get so much stuff. It's so many things that's associated with your titanium ticket. You just have to get in the room, right? So I am getting ready before our next speaker come up. I'm getting ready to drop the link to our conference and our 5-day property challenge. The 5-day property challenge event is where you want to be. If you're ready for the link, okay, because y'all going to break the internet, I already know. If you're ready, put a 1 in the chat. Let me see how ready you are. Put a 1 in the chat if you're ready, okay? All right. All right. I'm trying to get some names. Y'all going too fast. Tamika, Charlene, Bria, Kimberly, Tamika. Oh, my goodness. All right. All right. On the count of 3, count down with me. 3, 2, 1. thepropertychallenge.com/now. This is your link. Get your tickets to the 5-day virtual property challenge. Get the titanium if you want to be there an hour early. That means you get 2 hours a day with me versus 1 hour. If you just got to get in the room because this is all you can do, then just get in the room. We got so many different levels between that. We got titanium, we got platinum, we got VIP, we got general admission. We want to see you in the room. And guess what? This is a 2-for-1. This ticket purchase gets you 5 days to my virtual event that's coming up in May. But it also gets you your ticket to the live event in June that you definitely want to be a part of. So go ahead, click the link right now. When you got your ticket, comment done right now. Okay, comment done when you got your ticket so my team can acknowledge you, okay? This, I'm telling you guys right now, you know, the person you'll be in 10 years depends on a few things. The food you eat today, the people you meet today, the habits you create today, the books you read today, the risk that you take today, the people you spend time with today. Today, you're making a decision to enter into a room with like-minded individuals where your next business partner might be sitting right across from you. That is how powerful this room is, right? That's how powerful this room is. That's how powerful this room is. So I want for you guys to determine who you're going to be in 10 years. Because if you act accordingly, you'll be the person that you want to be. You'll have the investments that you want to have. You'll be in the rooms that you want to be in. You'll be teaching on platforms like I'm teaching right now. There's a requirement to being able to be in a room like this. You got to have a good heart. You got to have faith, and you got to have works. You got to have works. Go ahead and put a 1 in the chat if you guys are excited about this conference and this house giveaway and everything we have going on right now, guys. That's the big news. You guys get it first because you showed up here today. You showed up, you committed, you said, hey T, this is my comeback year. I want to be here. That's what this is about. Now, while you guys are getting your tickets, can I still teach you and give you more? Because I still got more. Whether you buy a ticket or not, I'm still committed. I'm not attached to your pocketbook. I'm attached to you and the delivery of the information that we give you. Can I still give you more? Can I still give you more? Yes? Yes. Okay, perfect. All right. Let's bring up Mr. Kenneth. This is my friend. We were on the phone today talking about other business. He is here to tell you guys and teach you guys how to get the money. He got a short window to do it in. So make sure after you get your ticket, you hop right back on here and you listen to everything he has to say. All right, let's go.
Awesome. Thank you, Terrica, for having me and letting me make sure that everybody can see my screen. So hope everybody's doing well tonight. Put a 1 in the chat if everybody's doing okay tonight and as well. Okay, perfect. Can you guys see my screen? Perfect. So guys, my name is Kenneth Igwe. I am the managing director for BRRRR College and Company, managing partner for BRRRR College and Company. Today, my job is to really kind of dispel a lot of the myths around the kind of funding, financing. So a lot of people have this thing and they have this, they perceive obtaining capital, obtaining monies for real estate projects to be a very difficult, very arduous task, but it's really not that. And so today I'm just going to kind of share with you about that as well. So just a little about me. Came here to Atlanta, our office is here in Atlanta as well, back in 1996, very proud graduate of Morehouse College as well as Georgia Tech. And I also got my master's degree in finance at Harvard University. I used to be an investment banker. So I was a guy for many years that would raise money for very large real estate projects all over the country with really a focus on the Southeast. I love structuring deals. I love putting deals together, residential as well as commercial real estate projects. However, as investment banking, I just wasn't really fond of all of the folks I was working around. So as a result, we started BRRRR College back in 2015. Since then, we've just had an awesome ride. Obviously, we've had our shares of successes, we've had our share of challenges, but we just want to kind of have this conversation with you guys today about essentially commercial lending and what exactly does that look like. So our firm, BRRRR College, started back in 2015. We've originated well over 2,000 loans. We've financed over $1 billion in commercial projects. And the way I define commercial, this is essentially commercial lending. Hard money is a subset within commercial lending. So we're going to chat about hard money lending today. So we finance residential as well as commercial projects. On the residential side, we will finance single family fix and flip loans, single family new construction loans, single family rental properties, as well as ground up development projects. And on the commercial side, we finance multifamily buildings, retail buildings, office buildings, industrial properties, and also we'll finance hospitality as well as special purpose properties. So, but today what we're going to chat about is we're going to chat about a couple of things. So I want to also share with you some of the projects that we do fund. So today we're going to walk you through essentially one of the major points of these projects, right? We're going to look at commercial lending, renovation loans, and fix and flip, otherwise known as fix and flip loans. These loans get the most fanfare. These loans are the ones that a lot of folks tend to find very attractive because they're some of the easiest loans to get into. They're some of the easiest ways to really change your life within 5, 6 to 7 months as far as getting into a fix and flip. Many new investors tend to buy these properties, so therefore they can generate revenue, they can generate cash fairly quickly. I've seen a lot of people literally change their lives when they buy property, renovate their property, then sell it for more than what they paid for it. This is one of the fastest ways to obtain a good amount of cash in a very short amount of time. Then, of course, we're going to chat about commercial lending on the new construction section, new construction loans. We'll briefly chat about rental properties. And then lastly, we'll kind of go into portfolio loans if we have enough time. One of the things we also want to make certain that people really understand exactly what they're getting themselves involved in. So for the most part, we're going to look at renovation loans and kind of revitalizing not just Georgia's neighborhoods, but these are for pretty much projects all over the country. As a lender, we finance projects all over the country. It doesn't really matter what part of the country you're in, as long as you have a good deal and you have obviously things that we can look at. So when someone says private money / commercial lending, hard money lending, essentially what they're looking at is they're looking at 5 things. There are 5 main bullet points when you look at these type of loans. First thing is these are pooled private resources. So these aren't public money. This is not like you're not dealing with the NASDAQ, you're not dealing with the stock market. These particular type of loans that we make are private loans. So they're a little easier to obtain. There's not a lot of information that's needed when we provide financing for these type of projects, but they are pooled private resources. These loans are also going to be in first lien position mortgages. So what that means is we look at every single deal through the eyes of a foreclosure. God forbid we have to foreclose on this asset. We need to be the person, we need to be the lender that actually is able to recoup that property first before any type of second lien. So we want to make certain that when we lend monies to folks that we are always in first lien positions. So because we are a commercial lender, we can only lend monies to folks who actually have some type of entity. You have to have a business, whether that business is an LLC, an S Corp, a C Corp, or a corporation. You have to have some type of entity. We do not lend to you personally. We lend to you corporately. So there must be some type of entity that we can lend to. So the benefit of that is this debt, if you pay the debt on time, if you pay it correctly, it should not appear in your personal credit report. Because again, this is commercial debt. This is why we call it commercial lending. As a commercial lender, we want to make certain that folks do not live in the properties when they're buying these properties. Obviously, if you were to do that, there are certain things that you're going to, there's a law that was passed back in 2010 that really prohibits a lot of folks who are looking to buy, live in these properties, but you can't live in them. You have to use some type of entity. So what that does is for a lot of folks that it really encourages them or really forces them to have an entity. And from an asset protection perspective, it's a great thing to have an entity that separates you personally from you corporately. So therefore, if anything does happen to the property, if any type of lawsuit, if you encounter a lawsuit during the process, owning that property, not wishing that on anyone in any form or fashion, but if that does happen, then obviously that lawsuit will be attached to a property, but it will not be attached to your other personal assets. Because these are commercial loans in nature, and not consumer loans, they technically do not report on your personal credit report if you are not in default. So if you can essentially pay the loans on time, you can buy as many of these properties as possible. This is how you see someone can buy literally 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 properties. We have clients that have millions and sometimes tens of millions of dollars out with us, and not one penny of that commercial debt shows up on their consumer credit report. And because this is commercial debt, not consumer debt. So we don't necessarily need things like tax returns. We don't need income verification. We don't need employment verification. We place the most weight on the deal. Does the deal make sense? If we can say yes to that question, now we're going to want to understand the deal a little bit better, but also where it allows us to really finance that project and move swiftly. Our loans are given in 2 ways, interest-only loans and amortized loans. Not to get too technical, In the commercial world, there's essentially two types of lending. You've got bridge loans and you've got permanent loans. Bridge loans are short-term loans. When you have a renovation loan, any type of loan that has some type of commercial construction component to it, renovation component to it, that is a bridge loan. That is a short-term loan. You're essentially bridging over to some type of either selling of the property, or you're going to refinance that loan into a permanent loan. And so, which a permanent loan in many cases, that's what a loan that actually amortizes. Amortizes, for anyone, essentially that means just to pay down. It's the Latin word of amort or mort means to literally pay down the debt. So those are the two types of loans that we do offer. In addition to, for a lot of investors, many investors will use those loans in one of two ways, whether they're buying properties, renovating them, and selling them for a good profit, or they're buying properties, renovating them, and holding on to them for cash flow. And so, again, there's no wrong answer. It just really depends on your investment philosophy and what you're wanting to do. So when you get into these type of projects, let me get back into here. When you get into these type of projects, one of the things we also want to make certain of, we want people to understand exactly what they're getting themselves into. When someone asks, or you can ask multiple people, what exactly is a hard money loan? And you'll have multiple people, let's say someone who's never really had that conversation, they'll give multiple answers. For the most part, a hard money loan is really just a loan that's based on a hard asset. That's it. The hard asset is real estate. The amount of the loan is really determined by the value of the collateral. So we place the most weight on the collateral. The collateral, the collateral, the collateral. We look at the collateral in its current form. If there's some type of renovation, then we look at the collateral in its future form. We want to make certain that you're buying this property correctly. We want to make certain that you're able to sell the property for a profit in some form or fashion. And so we believe, again, if we believe that that's the case, we're going to take a look at that project, and we would love to fund that scenario, fund that project for you. And the loan is really based off of industry set percentages. Again, not to get too technical, we lend against 60 to 65% and 70%, depending on the borrower's level of experience. So we really want to understand exactly what they're getting themselves into. And we take an objective eye and we look at these deals and make certain that the deal makes sense. There's no income verification, no tax returns are needed. The reason why we don't need income verification or tax returns is because those are items typically used to qualify you personally. Keep in mind, this is a commercial loan, and this is in many cases a short-term commercial loan. So things like income verification and tax returns, we don't necessarily need. We will need bank statements in some form or fashion just to verify or provide evidence of liquidity. So we want to know that you do have the resources to get into these type of projects, but we don't need tax returns. We don't need income verification. So one of the benefits of using hard money, using commercial lending, especially when you're getting into like a fix and flip and deals of that sort, is we tend to do the loans that a traditional bank typically does not do. Most new investors have a very difficult time trying to find a project, trying to find capital for a project. And the reason for that is because they will typically go to their banker, whether it be, and again, we have relations to all these institutions, Chase Bank, Truist Bank, Wells Fargo, Bank of America, all very venerable institutions, groups that have been around for, some of them, 50, 60, some of them have been around for over 100 years. These groups have established themselves as players in the industry. People know, they trust them. I don't know if you like them that much, but you trust those banking institutions. But typically, a traditional bank isn't necessarily going to finance a project, a fix and flip project or renovation project for a newer investor. Those loans are very speculative. Renovation loans are speculative by nature. And because of the higher speculation attached to this deal, they're going to charge, or they're going to essentially want a higher interest rate. They typically do not do or finance speculative projects for new investors. They want the projects that are move-in ready or rent ready. We're different. We literally exist because we do the deals that they do not want to do. So we will work and we will finance the very speculative deals. We'll finance the deals that have fire damage. We'll finance the deals where half the house is gone. We'll finance the deals that need a ton of renovation. We're not scared of funding those deals. However, our interest rates are going to be a tad higher because of the higher interest that we are taking. Those interest rates are going to range between 7% to 13%. Really, that depends on your level of experience. But we want to look at those deals and want to make certain that there is a profitability attached to this deal in order for us to feel comfortable and funding the deal. So another reason why people tend to use groups like ours or commercial lending is because of the speed at which we can move. Many of you guys are calling from major markets. In the commercial lending world, we call them MSAs, metropolitan statistical areas. This is essentially just a big metro. I'm here in Atlanta. The city of Atlanta, no offense to anybody who's actually in the city of Atlanta, the city of Atlanta is a fairly small city relative to other cities in the country. However, Metro Atlanta is comprised of multiple counties that equals to approximately 6 million people. That is a great market to be in. And so I'm saying all that to say, when you're dealing and you're working with a lender, especially on a renovation project, you have to move with speed. You have to align yourself with a group that can move fairly quickly, that understands that it's a very competitive market, because you're not just competing with local investors. You're competing with statewide investors. You're competing with nationwide investors. You're competing with international investors. You're competing with investors that you don't even see. There are large financial institutions that are buying a ton of homes at one breath with one check, and you have to compete with those groups. So you got to move fast. Our loans typically close within 10 to 21 days. We want to make certain that when someone does come to us and they have a viable deal, that we're able to finance that deal in a very quick manner, because we want to make certain that people do get that deal, and we want to make certain that they are able to kind of get those deals done as well. So when we look at these deals to compare our industry to conventional lending, because pretty much everyone on this call is very familiar, I would make the assumption that most folks are familiar with conventional lending. When a conventional lender looks at your deal, what they're going to look at is, number one, they're going to take a look at your personal credit. I know there was a young lady that chatted about personal credit, and personal credit is very, very, very important. I highly recommend anybody who has credit challenges to essentially start getting those worked on. Now, I never say someone has bad credit. I think that's improper language, right? I think credit to me is temporarily challenged, because credit is essentially a snapshot of where you're currently at. Your credit score could be a 720 today. God forbid something happens or someone puts something negative on your credit report. In 3 months, it could be a 640. However, you can get that fixed, and in 3 months from then, it can increase there as well. But credit is a really big thing in conventional lending. So conventional lenders are going to want to make sure that your credit is workable. They want to see, in many cases, I think the minimum credit score is like a 580. I probably recommend maybe have a 650 or so. But that's the very first thing that they need to see. And if they don't see that, then essentially it's a non-starter. They're not going to proceed further if they don't see that you have a decent credit score, and then anything, the minimum credit score. The next thing they're going to take a look at is they're going to look at verifiable income. They're going to want to make certain that you have the financial ability to repay back this loan. They're going to want to and they do that by bank statements and/or tax returns. Now, there are banks and there are lending programs where you don't necessarily need to have taxes. They can strictly go off of the bank statements. However, those are the things that you want to have in order to get best financing. They're going to take a look at the as-is value. They want to make certain that you're not overpaying for this property. They want to make certain that you're paying the approximate price for this property. They don't want you to overpay for it. And then, of course, credit. The property condition. So with conventional lending, they want to make certain that you're buying the property in the move-in ready or rent-ready condition. So they need to make certain that you're not buying a property that's going to have a ton of repair issues or renovation issues. They're not necessarily in that business for the most part. And again, I'm speaking to newer investors, folks who are looking to buy properties to renovate them, either to sell the property for profit or to sell and keep those properties in their portfolio. Now, if you just remember this slide, and this is essentially how we operate as a commercial lender. The very first thing we take a look at is a location. Location, location, location. And the very first question our team asks, is this property in a rural market or is it in an urban market? Lending is very different in different parts of the country, especially if there's less people. Real estate is a function of people, property, and in my opinion, what the use of said, the relationship of those two parties, right? People, property, and the relationship between the people as well as the property. In the rural markets, there's less people, so there's a possibility there's going to be less of an incentive for a lot of lenders to actually look at. However, they're still financeable deals. we look at every single deal through the eyes of a foreclosure. We have to make the assumption that at every single time a project could potentially be foreclosed. So we have to make certain that there is an opportunity for an exit strategy in some form or fashion. The next thing, as it relates to renovation loans, we look at the strength of the project. The strength of the project is what we place the most weight on. We need to know that this is a strong project. How do we define the strength of the project? We look at the as-is value. We look at the completed value. We look at a couple of numbers. And so when you're working on these type of deals, you want to align yourself with a group that really understands how to review these investments, because that's what they are. They're investments. Either these investments are short-term investments where you're able to kind of exit out of them within 6 to 9 months. We've had so many folks literally change their lives by getting into one of these projects. And what I mean by that is when you're able to do one of these projects, you have now just created a skill set that's going to be able to, you can use for literally the rest of your life if you just keep doing it. You just have to understand the markets that you're in. Then we take a look at experience. We finance a ton of new investors. Everyone has to start somewhere. However, pricing and terms tend to get more favorable the more that you do. It's like anything in life. The individual who has gone through the process successfully multiple times, they're going to get more favorable pricing. The individual who is not, they're going to get, the pricing is not going to be as favorable. And liquidity. So in our world, we like to see, and again, this is an approximate number, we prefer to see approximately 30% of the total project cost. And what that means is if you're buying a property for, let's say, $200,000 and a renovation budget is $100,000, your total cost is $300,000, right? If your total cost is $300,000, we would prefer to see approximately 30% available in your accounts in form or fashion. And we can look at cash accounts, we can look at bank statements, we can take a look at other cash equivalent accounts. Things such as your retirement accounts and pension funds, and we can take a look at your bond portfolios and stock portfolios. We can take the aggregate. We can look at all those items, and we can look at that. And the reason why we would prefer to see, again, that's not a hard requirement, but I want to know that you have the ability to not only just get into this deal, but also stay in the deal and then exit out of the deal successfully. Because it's one thing to get into a real estate project. It's another thing to stay in a real estate project. And then it's a third thing to exit out of the real estate project successfully. So therefore you can keep doing it over and over again. The reason why people get into real estate because they want to keep creating a repeatable process. Terrica has done an amazing job of creating repeatable processes. And we want to make sure that people do have that. And the reason why it's 30% is because what that does, and that tells us, is that 4 things are going to happen. Number one, you have the cash to close. You are not bringing 30% to closing on this deal, right? But you have the cash to close, number one. Number two, you have monies to make the monthly payments, because when this property is being renovated, you are going to have to make those monthly payments. So we want to make sure that you have the resources to do that. Number three, we want to make certain that you have the monies to start the renovation project. And on the renovation side, in our world, there's a thing called draws. We reimburse you for work that we can verify as being completed. And so we want to make certain that you have enough monies to start the renovation, and we're going to reimburse you as you keep going on. So you're going to receive the full renovation budget, but we want to make sure that you have those resources available to you. And then number 4, and this is what a lot of lenders never tell you, after you have provided monies to close or shown evidence of monies to close, after you have 3 months of monthly payments, after we can show monies to start the construction budget, we still want to know that you have monies to live. So we don't want you to use your last dollar to get into a renovation project or a commercial project. We want you to have the resources to keep going. And then lastly, credit. In our world, credit is something that is important, but it's not as important as the other 4 factors that we're looking at. We would prefer you have a 680 credit score, but that is not a requirement. We can go as low as a 580 credit score. Obviously, that does affect terms, but we want to make certain that, if you have a 680 score, what that tells us is you have multiple exit strategies now. If for whatever reason you can't sell this property, now you're able to exit out of the property through a refinance or some other means to get out of it. Now, some of you are saying, hey, look, I don't have any of these. I can probably find a project. I don't have any experience. I don't have a lot of liquidity. I don't have great credit. So the benefit of investing and the benefit of real estate investing is it's one of the things that teaches you that school doesn't teach you. It allows you to collaborate. Keep in mind, you have to buy this property in some type of entity, right? And within the entity, so the entity is the borrower. You personally are not the borrower. However, the entity is able to have multiple members within it. So whether you start up an LLC or whether you start up a corporation, you can have members of the entity or you can have officers of the corporation. If you have members of the entity, there can be one member who brings the liquidity. There could be another member who has the good credit. There could be another member who has the experience. So I want folks to really think through and really consider collaborating with folks. You guys are on a call right now with 1,000 people on it. This is a great listen as well. More than 1,000. And so there's a lot of opportunity no matter what part of the country that you're in this scenario, right? What part of the country that you're in, there's opportunities that you're able to connect and network with other folks who have the ability. Because I see a lot of folks who will say something like, well, I don't want to get into real estate. However, I don't mind essentially partnering up with someone who's going to do all the legwork, all the homework, all the things that are needed to get this deal done. So these are the things you really, really want to consider. Just have those conversations. And we want folks to really think bigger when they're thinking about real estate investing. We allow for you to have partners. We encourage you to collaborate. We want you to work with other folks when you're getting these type of deals. We want that to happen because that's essentially how you were able to create wealth. And to me, there's no reason why someone wouldn't want to get into one of these deals because obviously you have the resources, you're on this webinar. There's a ton of really good information that's being provided right now as well. And also the other former speakers. So that was essentially renovation loans. So I want to just chat about new construction because this is a very, very, a lot of folks are doing a lot of new construction deals now. Many folks are really finding it to be more and more attractive because of all the things that are happening now. And you've got this narrative in the market that's folks are essentially saying that there's not a lot of properties out there, which that's a narrative I don't really believe. Very similar to renovation loans. Things are, we're going to look at the location. We're going to look at the strength of the project. We're going to take a look at the experience as well as liquidity and credit. One of the biggest differences with new construction is that if you own a lot, and you own that lot free and clear, you can use that lot as a piece of your down payment. If you own that lot free and clear, there's a strong possibility in every scenario, assuming that there's no debt on that property, we can reduce your down payment. And in some cases, if you own the lot free and clear, there's a possibility where we can completely eliminate the down payment. So we want folks to really think through some of these projects and really understand exactly how to go about doing them, because there's a lot of opportunity on these type of projects. And with new construction, it's one of my favorite projects to actually finance. We want folks to really understand that these projects really make a lot of, they just do well for a lot of folks. And many times with new construction, there's a premium that's placed on a newly built home because of the fact that it's newly built. And many people find it to be very, very attractive. So a new construction project, very similar to renovation loans. The construction draw process, the borrower essentially is going to start the project with their own monies, but they get reimbursed. It's a reimbursement schedule. We're going to lend up to 70% of the completed value. So whatever the completed value is going to be, we're going to lend 70% of that number. We're going to do for purchases, refinances, lot equity, survey, permits. So we want people to really understand exactly how to go about doing this. Obviously, guys, love to chat with you more about this, but
Kenneth, this is what I want to do. Okay.
Yes.
Because right now, we have the property challenge coming up, and I want us to dive deeper into this. So what if you come back for our 5-day virtual property challenge and go further in, like a deeper dive in with them with this information? Would you come back and do that for the comebackers that's on this call?
Terrica, say less.
Oh my goodness. Y'all, if y'all want Kenneth to come back, put a 1 in the chat right now. If you guys want Kenneth to come back, put a 1 in the chat right now. Kenneth, I know you was going to kind of like your closing and everything, so I'm gonna let you finish, but I know that you're not gonna get through all of it. And so I just wanted to make sure that you'll be on the property challenge to be able to give them all of this game and information.
100%. I'm there. I'm there. Now, I really love teaching, guys. And again, I thank you, Tera, for allowing me to have this conversation. I really enjoy just kind of sharing this information with a lot of folks, because I really want people to understand that this is not that difficult, right? We want to change your mindset, and we want folks to really understand what they're getting themselves into. There's a lot of misinformation that's being put out there on certain platforms. Yeah, this is the reason why we do teach. We want people to understand how to properly structure these deals. And also, we want to be the group that actually oversees these projects, because we have a less than 1% default ratio. It's not just about getting in the deal. It's getting into it, staying into it, getting out of it successfully, and just keep repeating the process. So therefore you can do 10, 30, 40, 50 deals and become just allow real estate to do exactly what it's supposed to do, which is create generational wealth for you and your family.
Guys, if you guys want to put your deals before Mr. Kenneth, you're going to have to be in the property challenge. If you want to put your deals before the lender himself, you're going to have to pull up to the property challenge. That's all I'm going to say. We're going to be going in even further with this. Kenneth, thank you so much, my brother. I love you. Thank you for gracing us. This, like, I'm sitting here like, oh my goodness, this is so good. Like, if they get nothing from this summit, they cannot leave saying that we did not equip them to go out there with at least the tools to get started, you know?
Yep.
I love this. Thank you, Kenneth. I appreciate it. Michael, we are giving away something. We have a surprise.
I can't believe you do this type of information for free, T.
I know, it's so good. I love pouring into people. I love pouring into the community. I love seeing them win. You know, whether they with us in Atlanta or not, they still win. And so we pray they in Atlanta because we want to see you there. We want to keep growing and building with you. We want to repeat it. But, you know, Michael, what you going to give away, my friend?
Listen, I was like, hey, we got to give away something to these people that are taking action fast. Listen, if you got a ticket to the property challenge, and hey, by the way, we're not done. We still got a couple speakers left. Hope that's okay with you guys. But if you got your ticket to the property challenge, 5-day virtual event, and the conference, you know, it's a 2-in-1 bundle. Go ahead, drop invested in the chat. I see, man, you guys are going too fast here. Gertrude got a ticket. Who else? Who else? Man, this is too crazy. Carla, Holly, Royalty, Danielle, Tamika, Charmaine, Caroline, Lynette, love it, love it. Monique, Stacy, Alicia. Well, congratulations. But listen, there's a few people that had questions, and I just want to hit on some basic questions, and then I'm going to talk about a giveaway we're doing before our next speaker. And so, team, be watching out for him. He's going to be hopping in just a second, he said. But listen, I want to talk about this event. So Terrica has ran this 5-day property challenge multiple times, and each time it's changed hundreds of people's lives. I think total, if we were to add it up, it's probably impacted close to 10,000 people's lives minimum just from that, that event alone. So I'm so pumped and excited that you guys have the chance to jump in on that. I've seen a few people asking questions about it, so I'm just going to do some basic, very, very basic question and answers before the next guest speaker. So a few people have been asking, what website can I go to join in on this 5-day event? Pretty simple, thepropertychallenge.com. The team's going to drop the link in the chat. So you can go there, and there you're going to see everything you get. There's multiple ticket types. Why do we create multiple ticket types? Because we wanted this to be an event for everybody. Now, listen, we highly recommend you get the titanium ticket, right? We definitely recommend you get the titanium ticket because that's going to give you the highest level of access during the 5-day property challenge. That's going to give you highest level access during the in-person conference in June. Are you guys ready to see Terrica and her friends and myself on June 14th and 15th down in Atlanta, Georgia? I'm ready. I hope you guys are ready. But listen, we recommend everybody get titanium. There's multiple ticket tiers. You can upgrade later. So I had a few people question us in the chat. They said, can I upgrade later? Yes, you can get in at general, VIP, and platinum. But listen, I will say this. We do have a limit on seating for, the VIP, platinum, and titanium. I know platinum and titanium for sure. We have limited seating for that in-person event. Remember, you get the virtual ticket to the 5-day property challenge in May, and then you get access to the conference in June. That's together one price, but the platinum and the titanium, very, very limited seating. So what I recommend is you get into those tickets tonight ASAP, because I promise you the venue, we will sell out and the seats will fill up, and you'll be regretting it later. You'll be saying, man, I wish I would have gotten that platinum or titanium experience. Now, some people Some people were saying, how much is it? The challenge and the conference is not free. This event right here that you're watching tonight, the summit, is free, obviously, but all the tickets start at $97 and go up to $997. So go ahead, check that out at thepropertychallenge.com. It's all there. Listen, who wants the replays of this summit? Let me know who wants to watch the replays of this summit. Put me in the chat if that's you. If you're here and you're like, no, I want these amazing speakers. Okay, I see the chat. Sonia, Sierra, Rita, I see you. So listen, this is what we're going to do. These replays, the team told me to announce this. So Stephanie, I hope I'm doing this at an okay time. And I know we got our next guest speaker up in here. But listen, if you want the summit replays are going to be taken down tomorrow night at midnight and then given to everybody to watch who buys a challenge ticket and a conference ticket. Whoever buys tonight, you're going to get extended access so you can watch it leading up to the event in May. Okay. So you're going to have pretty much an additional few weeks to watch these summit replays. So that's one additional reason why you want to go ahead and grab your ticket at thepropertychallenge.com, is because you're going to get extended access to tonight's event replays. Is that cool with you guys? Is that cool with you all? Awesome. So the event for the 5-day virtual event is May 20th. So May 20th through the 24th. There will be replays of that event for a limited time because those sessions are in the evenings from May 20th through the 24th. They're about 2 hours if you get a VIP platinum or titanium ticket, 2 hours in the evening EST time. But if you can't make it to every live session, there will be recordings for a limited time for you to catch of those. So those are just a few questions. We're going to be giving away an iPad to one lucky purchaser, someone who purchases a ticket tonight, either a platinum or titanium ticket. So if you purchase a platinum or titanium ticket tonight, we're going to be going ahead and giving away an iPad at the very end of this event. You must be here to win. So be here in the room, get your platinum or titanium ticket, and we're going to be giving away that iPad to one lucky person so that you can start your real estate game with no excuses. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and welcome up to the stage one of my friends, one of my brothers. I've known this individual for a few years now, and I love this guy because he truly has a servant's heart. This individual is one of the best storytellers I've ever heard. Whenever I say one of the best, I really, truly mean it. He's been working on his craft for years and years and years. And today, he has a word on his heart. He has a message on his heart that he wants to share with you. So I want to welcome up to the stage somebody that's going to move you to your feet, someone who's going to move your heart and move your mind tonight. And his name is Marcus Y. Rozier. Marcus, welcome to the stage, brother. Glad you're here.
Listen, thank you, Tuck, Terrica, so many others. Tuck, can you hear me okay? I want to make sure my volume is right. Can you hear me okay?
Dude, you look great and you sound great.
Hey man, well you know I had to put on Sunday's best for Terrica and the family. I had to make sure of it. So can you all do me one favor? I want to make sure that we maximize the time. One of the things that I'm very big on is I think that anytime that you get an opportunity to speak to people, you are talking to God's most prized possession. So it is not a matter of just talking to people. You got to see it as, I got a baby girl that'll be 1 year old this Saturday. And I'm very selective of who watches her, who speaks over her, who holds her. And I realize whenever God gives you an audience with people where they give you their time and their attention, you realize that God is allowing you the opportunity to honor him by how you honor people. So do me one favor. For everybody that's in the chat right now, do me one favor. I need you to drop in the chat something that's been ringing in my head all day long. I don't know what kind of room I'm talking to, but can y'all drop in the chat? Let me just see who I'm talking to. I'm ready to get paid. I need you to drop in the chat. I'm ready to get paid. 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 Now, I got to give you one more. Because here's the reality. Hold on. I only saw 4, 5. Let me count this out. Okay. There we go. I'm in the right room. I'm ready to get paid. I'm ready to get paid. I'm ready to get paid. Now, here's the only issue, family. Here's the only issue. Am I talking to entrepreneurs? Am I talking to wealth creators? Am I talking to those who are building wealth in a real estate space? Who am I talking to? Am I talking to wealth creators? Am I talking to people who really realize that I don't have to beg money I don't have to beg or chase after money. Money follows me. Money's attracted to me. Money likes me. So I'm ready to get paid. Okay, real estate agent here. Well, the first thing we have to understand is that entrepreneurship is the only space that a person can create, a person can start with an income goal. Terrica, a person can start with an income goal, but they don't realize that entrepreneurship, it doesn't matter how long you've been doing real estate. It doesn't matter how long you've been in the industry. We all earn the right to be paid. That's your first note. That's your first note. We earn the right to be paid. So when we say, hey, well, for me, I just haven't felt like it. Your feelings is not the thing that controls the business. You earn your paycheck by your ability to not feel like doing something and do it anyway. Your ability to earn the right to be paid by every time that you sacrifice, every time that you invest. Okay, I saw 2 people say I earned the right to be paid. Every time that you sacrifice for your future, you are earning the right to be paid. Whenever you realize that it is not your job to, okay, let me pause and make sure y'all rocking with me. Whenever you realize that it is not your job to foot the bill for your past at the expense of your future, because the average person takes out a loan against their future for the comfort of today. We call that procrastination. But when you realize that every day that you are throwing your time and your money forward, you earn the right to be paid. Can I ask y'all a question? Can I ask you a question? When you have an opportunity that is in front of you, do you think about what you can afford based on the decisions you made in your past or the life you want to live in your future? I'm going to say it one more time. Whenever an opportunity is in front of you, something that you know you want, know you need, do you consider your past or do you think about the life you want to live in your future? Come on, tell me what you do. What do you do? 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 Oh, I see future. I'm in the right room there. I'm in the right room. Because here's what I've learned. There's only 3 places you can throw your money. Can I teach this to you? Say, it's okay to teach me. Say, teach me. Can I teach this to you? I got a few minutes to give you everything I got to give you. If y'all notice, I ain't tell you my name or nothing. I ain't got time for that. You can figure out who I am later. The most important thing is to serve you because you are the most important thing to God. Teach me. So here's the deal. There's only 3 places that you can throw your money. You can throw your money backwards. This is where you are in your present, but you are still throwing all of the money that you make, all the energy you make, all the time that you invest, all the real estate that you accumulate, you are taking the money from it to throw it backwards to pay for decisions you made in the past. Throwing your money backwards is where you take your time, your efforts, your energy to make money, but the money you make, it's only to pay bills on decisions you made in the past. A car you got years ago, a car you did years ago, a credit card you maxed out years ago, decisions you made years ago, a breakup you went through. You're using your present energy, your present effort to pay for your past. That's throwing your money backwards. How many people, come on, this is a safe room. We all cousins. I'm your cousin. I'm your cousin on your IG side. How many people can be honest and say, Marcus, I'm using all of my present energy to make money to pay for my past? Say, that's me. That's me. That's me. That's throwing your money backwards. That's throwing your money backwards. Now, I don't want you to feel bad, but I want you to self-identify because I'm going to show you how to make the change, to decide that you're no longer going to throw, I see me. But here's the beauty of it. Can I talk to my people who said that's me? Can I give you some encouragement real quick? Those that said that's me, who use your present energy, your present time, your present effort to make money to pay for decisions you made in the past. You're like, man, I got this high car payment. I don't even like this car no more. Like I'm spending money on something I don't even want no more. I'm basically working hard to maintain a life I don't want. I don't want this life. I don't want this. But now I don't have enough money for my future because my past cost so much. Ooh, my past is expensive. So here's what I want to encourage you about in terms of throwing money backwards, family. I want you to understand. Am I talking to people who are Bible readers? I want to see if I can go Bible for just like 3.5 seconds to explain something to you that's so beautiful in scripture that will explain and encourage people who have been throwing their money backwards. Is this okay? Do it, bro. Do it, bro. Can I go Bible for a second? Yes. Okay, check this out. So there's a scripture where Jesus goes to a man that's been blind for a long time. And the Bible says that Jesus touches the man's eyes and he asks them, "What do you see?" The man says, "I see men as trees." Watch this. Jesus, it is the only place in scripture where Jesus goes to perform a miracle where he has to touch it twice. He touches the man's eyes the first time and the man does not see clearly. Jesus has to touch. Now think about this. In all of his miracles, he does it one time. In all of his miracles, he does it one time. In all of his miracles, he does it how many times? One time. But what would cause Jesus to have to touch a man's eyes 2 times in order for him to get the full miracle? This man, the miracle, here's the reality of it. Because you don't see with your eyes, you see with your mind. And for many of you listening to me right now, you are not listening with your ears, you're listening with your mind. You are not seeing with your eyes, you're seeing with your mind. So what Jesus has to do is the first time he touches his eyes, the second time he touches his mind. Because you don't change what you see by changing your eyes, you change what you see by changing your mind. Oh, so the first time it looks like Jesus touches it twice, but what he's really touching is how the man thinks, not how he sees. If you're gonna stop throwing your money backwards, you can't just change what happened in your past, you gotta change how you see your future. So he touches it twice. I need everybody in the chat to say, touch it again. Touch it again. Touch it again. Touch it again. Here's what's so beautiful. Imagine those who threw your money backwards. If you had a chance now, being the person you are now, knowing what you know, as gifted as you are, if you had the ability to make a new decision with the mind you have now, not the mind you had then. This is why you got to touch it again. You got to go back now in your present and make decisions for your future. You cannot touch your past again, but you can touch your future. So I need you to say, touch it again with the person you are now, with the determination you have now, with the dedication you have now, with the encouragement you have now, with the way that you see yourself, with the value you have about yourself. Touch it again. I want every person who's been throwing their money backwards to make a new decision now, to realize I can't do nothing about my past. I can't revisit the past. That's gone. But I can make a decision in my present that changes my future. I'm gonna say it one more time. I cannot make a decision in my present that changes my past, but I can make a decision in my present that changes my future. Y'all should probably write that down. I cannot make a decision in my present that changes my past. Don't nothing change my past, but I can make a decision in my present that changes my future. So that means present decisions changes future. And watch this. If you make a decision immediately in your present that changes your future, it makes you forget about your past. Because what you used to be don't matter if you become something different in the future. Listen, make enough money in your future and see if you remember your past. That's one of them joints. Did you used to drive a Honda? Yeah, but I got a Lambo now. Did you used to? Hey, Terrica, didn't you used to? Yeah, but I make 6 figures a month now. Didn't you used to struggle? Yeah, but here's what's great. When you make a decision in your present that changes your future, the only people that live in your past is haters. I'm trying not to turn up, Mike. I'm trying not to turn up, Tuck. When you make a decision in your present that changes your future, the only people that live in your past is your haters. But here's what's dope. Your haters are not invited into your future. So all they can do is talk about your past because they can't hang out with your future. You're like, bro, I don't even do that anymore. Hey, listen, I've changed so much from who I used to be. When you talk about my past, I'll talk about that guy with you. You're like, Marcus, you used to. Yeah, I sure did. I do not feel the need. Listen to this. I do not feel the need to defend who I used to be because I ain't him no more. I do not feel the need to defend who I used to be because I'm not him no more. Oh, somebody, hey, if you with me in the chat, say, I'm with you. Is it okay if I keep teaching? Because I only told you about throwing your money backwards. I ain't even taught. I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm with you. I see 3. I see you, Janelle. I see you, iPhone Vicky. I see you, Mr. VIP Lizzie. Okay, Moses. Well, let's keep going then. So if we can make a decision in our present that changes our future forever, we don't just throw our money. Let's go back to our main point. We don't just throw our money backwards. Now, some of you listening to me don't even realize what's happening right now. This message is for you. I was upstairs at a mixer. I was trying to figure out, God, what do you want me to share? I have never taught this before. Some family ain't no outline. I'm in a conference room. This is for you. It ain't no notes. Ain't no notes around here. This is something that is from my heart to share with you what I feel like is for you. Who realizes like, yo, I needed that. You just made me start making decisions with the future in mind. Listen, I refuse, Nicole McCray. I refuse, DeShonda. I refuse, Carol, to spend my present moment and my present time with someone or with something or even a thought I don't see a future with. That means all my present energy, all my present time should be throwing my money forward. Now, I told you about throwing your money backwards. Can I have a few minutes to tell you about throwing your money in the air? See, it's three. Come on, who's tracking with me? Didn't I say it's 3 places you can throw your money? Did I not tell you it's 3 places you can throw your money? It's 3 places you can throw your money. So number 1, you can throw your money backwards. That is where you use your present time, effort, and energy to pay for decisions you made in the past. So that means you are fighting to save face or to maintain an identity of a person you used to be. To throw your money in the air, it is where you use your time, your effort, and your energy to maintain where you are right now. So some of you are making investment decisions to save face and to maintain who you currently are. This is just as bad as throwing your money backwards. Because if you are in a position that all your time, your efforts, and your energy maintains your current image, your current bank account, your current persona, your current placement, you still are not progressing. You are living life. I had a chance to play Monopoly with Terrica before. Now, Terrica a beast with it. She add up the number list. She's just as good in Monopoly as she is in real life. She play life Monopoly. But here's what I learned. Some people are playing life Monopoly. They are circling the board, investing in nothing, hoping to collect birthdays and paychecks and never do anything else. This is not to discourage you, but this is to assess where you are. So there are some people playing life Monopoly. They are circling the board, collecting birthdays and paychecks, collecting days, weeks, and the only thing that is changing is their age. Not their bank account, not their standing, not their life. So the only thing changes, they are playing life Monopoly. They are circling the week, circling the month, circling the year. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. 2023, 2024, 2025. They're playing life Monopoly, but they refuse to do nothing but collect birthdays, paychecks, weeks, but they are not trying to be intentional about what is the investment that I should make. And can I encourage anybody listening to me to make a decision today? I'm done playing that game. Type it in the chat. I'm done playing that game. I'm done playing that game. I ain't playing life Monopoly no more. I refuse to keep circling the year, collecting birthdays and paychecks and never making an intentional decision about my future. I'm done playing that game. Hey, banker, count me out. Banker, count me out. So there are people who are throwing their money backwards. There are people who are throwing their money in the air. This is those who are using current energy to maintain where they are. But can I talk to one group of people? Matter of fact, we got 993 people in the room. Can I talk to a few people and encourage those who are with me to do one critical thing for me? And I got one more point after this that I got to make. Can I encourage you to do one critical thing for me? Throw your money forward. See, there's 3 places you can throw your money. You can throw your money backwards. You can throw your money in the air. And you can throw your money forward. Throwing your money forward, I'm not just talking about credit cards. I'm not just talking about cash. I'm not just talking about 3 digits called a credit score. I'm not just talking about the digits on a receipt called a bank account. When I talk about throwing your money forward, I am talking about throwing your whole self at your future. That you make every decision today with your future in mind. Write that down. I want you to do me a favor. I want you starting today to make every decision today with your future in mind. What type of decision would you make if every decision you made today was connected to your future? That's throwing your money forward. Family, I'm not even willing to tell you that I will do something next year, January. Why? I ain't committing that far in advance. I'm at a place. Can I be honest with y'all and transparent? Make every decision today with your future in mind. I see you. I see you. I see you. I see you. Make every decision today with your future in mind. Make every decision today with your future in mind. Make every decision today with your future in mind. Can I be honest with y'all? Here's the truth. I had to do something so critical. Watch this. Tuck, this is crazy. Tucker, this is crazy. I had to do something so crazy. I told my team, I said, I need y'all to do me a favor. I know that I've got clients who have paid for programs. I know that I've got people who have booked me for speaking. I know that I've already dedicated and committed myself to certain organizations for consulting. But can y'all do me a favor? I said, I want us to go through our calendar. Everything in the future must fit this filter. And anything that doesn't fit this prerequisite, I want you to do something for me. The thing that I did is what I want y'all to do. I said, I want y'all to go and get my yes back. Hold on. Some of y'all lost. You're like, what do you mean? I want you to go and get my yes back. What does that mean? Go get your yes back. It is where in my past, I made a decision and committed to something in my future that no longer fits me. So if I told you in January, I'll do something in May, but I made that decision in January without fully knowing who I am and what I wanted in my future, I was unclear. I need my yes back. Type it in the chat. I need my yes back. Hey, listen, I know I told you I would, but listen to me. When I said it, it wasn't me. It was the version of me that was less confident, less competent, and less clear. I need my yes back because the insecure me was people pleasing when I told you yes. I didn't want to do it when I told you yes. I just said yes because I was afraid of what you would say. But now I'm more afraid of telling me no than telling you no. I'm more committed to telling me yes than telling you yes. I'm more afraid of telling me no than telling you no. I can care less how you feel. I'm worried about how I feel if I say no to me. Type it in the chat. I need my yes back. I need everybody in the chat to say, I'm saying yes to my future. 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 I feel like standing up. I'm saying yes to my future. I'm saying yes to my future. I need to write, y'all know this off the dome. I need to write that down. I told my team, but I need to write, hold on, let me write notes myself on my other phone. I'm saying yes. I'm saying yes to my future. If you think I'm play pimping, I'm saying yes to my future. Yes to my future. That means that any decision I made as an inferior version of myself, it is important that I go and tell people I need my yes back. I need my yes back. Yeah, let me go and get that back. I'm gonna need 4 and 5. Let me have that. I need my yes back. Family, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, now that I've given you all of that, we talked about throwing your money backwards. We talked about throwing your money in the air. We talked about throwing your money forward for just a moment. But we said that throwing money is not about just money. It is about decisions that we make. And it is about us making all of our current decisions with the future in mind. And it is about us saying yes to ourselves. So it's a couple things that we got to do there. We ready? I don't know, family, if y'all still with me. It seems like y'all dying out. Y'all still got energy or nah? What's up? Are we still here? Are we still here or no? We still here? We still here? We still here? Okay. Pens rocking. We here. We here. We here. 110%. We here. Who's committed and saying, I'm throwing my money forward? I'm throwing my money forward. I'm throwing my money forward. I'm throwing my money forward. I'm not spending my present time, effort, or energy with anything or anyone I don't see a future with. I'm throwing me and my money forward. Okay, so watch this. Watch this. And Tuck, I know I'm over time. I want to make sure I'm in alignment. So like you can pull my coattail and tell me, bro, stop right there. I just want to say one last thing. Let me know, Tuck, am I good? Can I say one last thing?
Yeah, you're good, brother.
Okay. Here's the last piece, because I got to give you some tangibles. So what are a few things as it relates to this? What's the practical side of this, Marcus? What's the practical side? I started talking to people and saying, hey, the most powerful thing that we have, not beyond our money, beyond any of these things, is our mind and our words. So when we talk about throwing ourselves forward, the first thing we've got to make sure that we guard for dear life, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, is our words. Everybody understands that death and life is in the power of the tongue. Everybody understands that you will create your world by your words. Everybody understands the importance of having whatsoever you say. So words are seeds that creates belief. Watch it. I want to go Bible so bad, but I don't really know who I'm talking to in here. I want to give y'all something that's so crazy that just hit me the other day. Like I was praying the other day, and this thing hit me so hard that I feel like I should warn you. Like I feel like I should warn you. I feel like I should warn you. Oh my God, I feel like I should warn you on this. Okay, so watch this. Watch this. So everybody understands, in order to get, watch this, because we talking about words, creating your world with your words, because this is about how we throw things forward. Watch this. Everybody understands that in order to get saved, you must believe in your heart and confess with your mouth. In order to get saved, you must do what? Believe in your heart and confess with your mouth. In order to get saved, you must believe in your heart and confess with your mouth, right? That's how we come. So we come into a relationship with God by belief in our heart. So, you know, when the Bible talks about the heart, it's not talking about your cardiology. It is talking about your subconscious. So anytime you see the word heart in scripture, it is not talking about the thing that beats in your chest. It is talking about your subconscious mind. So when the Bible says believe in your heart, or David says, thy word have I hidden in thy heart that I don't sin against you, it is talking about the subconscious mind. So believe in your subconscious and confess with your mouth. So I'm going to say it one more time. The heart in scripture is the subconscious mind. When the Bible says, as a man thinketh, or it talks about the mind is the conscious. The heart is the subconscious. Can I teach? The mind is the conscious. The heart is the subconscious. The mind is the conscious, the heart is the subconscious. So anytime you see in scripture the word heart, it is referring to the subconscious of a person. What is a subconscious? The subconscious mind does not have rationale or reasoning. The subconscious mind is like a television screen. Whatever you project on it is what it plays. There is no reasoning, there is no logic, it is whatever is projected on it. So when the Bible talks about the heart, it is talking about what is projected in a subconscious. You can't reason it away. You cannot lie to yourself. This is why you must believe in your heart, confess in your mouth. You got to believe upon God in your subconscious, because the subconscious cannot be lied to. With your conscious mind, you can say, I'm going to change. But with your subconscious, that is really who you are. What I got to tell you? Is this too heavy? Is this too heavy? Is this too heavy? Is this too heavy? Love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your mind. Why does it say that? Love the Lord your God with your subconscious and your conscious. That's why it says your heart and your mind. Okay. So, another one. As a man thinks in his heart, so is he. As a man thinks in his subconscious, so is he. So you are not who you profess to be in the chat. You are who you are without talking. You are who you are without talking. Your subconscious is not where communication comes from. Your conscious is where communication comes from. Your subconscious is the deep-rooted essence of who you are. So as a man thinks in his subconscious, so is he. So you will always behave in accordance with your subconscious. Now, here's my point all the way back to the beginning. When I say believe in your heart and confess, okay, I'm losing y'all. I'm losing y'all. Too many scriptures? I'm losing y'all. I'm peeping a disconnect and it's not my internet. I'm peeping a disconnect and it's not my internet. I know I'm over time. 2 minutes and I'm done. 2 minutes and I'm done. 2 minutes and I'm done. I'm going to wrap this thing up together. Because we're talking about creating your world with your words and throwing all of you forward. That means your words, listen to me, your words, your actions, your resources, and your time got to be thrown forward. So watch this. This is the frightening thing. Okay. Oh, so watch this. This is the frightening part. This is frightening. This is scary. This is scary, y'all. This is the scary part. This is the scary part. I am a person that I have been blessed, that I feel like God didn't bless me, He spoiled me. I get a chance to run four for-profit businesses. So I run 4 businesses and I lead a nonprofit, a faith community. So I teach people faith, but I also build, I got 4 multi-million-dollar companies, right? So watch this. I didn't realize that I had believed in my heart, confessed with my mouth, and was in a relationship with God because of my belief in my heart, confessed with my mouth. But I didn't also realize that the same way I came into a relationship with God, hold on, everybody come here. Believe in your heart, confess with your mouth, that's how I come in relationship with God. But if you believe in your heart and confess with your mouth, I ain't got it. I come into a relationship with poverty the same way I come into a relationship with God. Belief in my heart, confession of my mouth. Every connection and relationship I come in contact with follows the same pattern. So if I can come into a relationship with God while believing in my heart and confessing with my mouth, I can come into a relationship with decisions in my past by believing in my heart and confessing of my mouth. The same process applies. So I can be fully saved, fully in a relationship with God, but also cheating on the prosperity of God, of my relationship with God, with another commitment I made through negative confession. This is scary. Because I can believe in my heart and confess with my mouth, I ain't got it. I can't afford it. I'll never be able to do it. I'll never be able to change. I'll never be able to build wealth. That's a confession and that's a belief. That's a confession and that's a belief. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the most powerful thing you can do is make a decision now to realize that you will no longer be in covenant, believing in your heart that what you have is all you'll have. I need everybody to say this with me. What I have now is the least I'll ever have. What I have is the least I'll ever have. What I have is the least I'll ever have. What I have is the least I'll ever have. What I have is the least I'll ever have. What I have is the least I'll ever have. Yo, I'm already a millionaire, but I'm as broke as I'll ever be. Hey, I'm debt free, but I'm as broke as I'll ever be. I believe in my heart and confess with my mouth that every day in every way I'm growing and getting more healthy, more wealthy, more wisdom. What I have is the least I'll ever have. Why? Because I am making every decision now with the future in mind. So we are throwing our decisions forward. We are throwing our money forward. We're throwing our time forward. We're throwing our effort forward. I thank y'all for having me. Marcus Rosia, I love y'all to life. I need you in the chat to say, I'm committed. I'm saying yes to my future. 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 Who's saying yes? Who's saying yes to their future? Who's saying yes to their future? Who's saying yes to their future? Thank y'all so much for having me, man. I hope that I was in alignment to encourage people. I wish I had more time to teach concepts and things of that nature, but I just wanted to encourage everybody here. Make every decision now with the future in mind.
Love it. Shoo, man. Dude, I knew you were going to come up here in the room and on the live stream and pour out amazing gems, but I didn't know it. Look, at 10 o'clock at night, I didn't know you'd go that hard, man. It was crazy. That's crazy. Dude, I just want to say thank you, man, for coming and being here in the room with us. Everybody, listen, I told you, can we keep going? Can we like, you guys don't understand the immense, like the amount of value that this room has right now. Like the people that Terrica brought into this room, Marcus, Kenneth, all of them are professionals in their craft and have been honing in their craft for years. And so thank you, Marcus, again, brother, for being here and just pouring out your knowledge, your life experience, and your passion with us. Man, I'm so pumped and excited. I hope you all are as well. So I just want to give a quick shout out real quick to a few people before we go to the next speaker who is in the room, I believe. Team, let's see if she's in the room. Let's get the next speaker ready. We have 2 to 3 more speakers. I told you all it's going to be a late night. We're going to wrap this up and we're going to be done for the evening. And but I want to give a shout out to Amanda, who got a ticket to the property challenge. Shout out to Deirdre Pittman for getting a titanium ticket. Cicely got a ticket. Who else? Marissa got a ticket to the challenge. Nikia, Eva, so many. Melinda, you got yours. I see you in the chat. Congratulations. Man, so amazing that you all are jumping in and getting your tickets. Look, Indigo got a ticket. Kay got a ticket. Love it. I'm just reading off the list here the team sent me. Tia got a ticket. Anna Marie, Chantel, Meg. Congratulations, everybody. So just remember, you all can go to thepropertychallenge.com. Thepropertychallenge.com. You have about 2 speakers left before we give away an iPad to one lucky platinum or titanium individual. So listen, let's go ahead and bring up team. Let's go ahead and bring up the next speaker, Saida Garrett Guest. Saida Garrett is an individual who I truly love bringing to the stage every time I get the chance to, because Saida, she going to show you how to keep the money. She's going to show you how to pass the money down without, sometimes that government can be greedy, right? And so she's going to come up here and she's going to talk a little bit about, planning your wealth, right? Some of you all have wealth right now that you've accumulated. And so we're going to be talking some I can't even talk, guys. It's too late. Tips, tricks, and strategies to keeping that money. And she's just full of amazing knowledge. If you don't know Saida, she's helped hundreds of individuals plan their wealth, and she's going to be one of your favorite speakers by the end of this. So I'm not going to cut her time short. Saida, I'm going to welcome you to the stage. The people are ready. We got about 1,000 people strong in here. I hope you're ready. I hope you're awake still. I know it's late where you're at as well. So I hope you got some coffee, but let's get right into it. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Let's go. Thank you guys so much for being here tonight. Listen, it is where I am. It is 10:09 p.m. Eastern. And I don't know about you guys, but I just want to say, first and foremost, congratulations. I want you to stop and take a moment to really congratulate yourself this evening. So go ahead and drop some fire in the chat for yourself, because you are deciding on a Thursday night where you could be doing a lot of other things. You can be putting the kids to bed. You could be maybe watching a TV show. You could be doing so many other things, preparing for your day tomorrow, planning, but you are deciding right now to invest in yourself, invest in your future. And that's so important. And I don't want us to leave this night. You're going to hear, I know you heard so many great speakers. You have a few more that you're going to go, but I really want you to take this opportunity to congratulate yourself this evening, because you showed up for you. And out of anything else that matters or important, you have to continuously show up for yourself. And Marcus was he was sharing about something, and part of that was about self-confidence, right? And how do you build self-confidence? We build our confidence by being able to keep the promises that we made to ourselves. So I want you to clap for yourself, for you to cheer for yourself, because you are keeping the promises that you made to yourself. Somebody asked me this question earlier this week. I was at a conference and they said, what's something that you had to sacrifice to get where you are? And I said, comfort. Because a lot of people want comfort. We want to be in the comfort zone. I used to be a comfortable person. If anybody knows that you used to, maybe you're still in the comfort zone, or you used to be a comfortable person, go ahead and drop "that was me" in the chat. That was me in the chat, right? I used to be a very comfortable person, but my level of comfort was keeping me from my greatness, because only thing that grows in comfort zones is bacteria, mold, and viruses. That's it. When you look at a body of water that's still, that's not moving, that's not flowing, guess what? It's going to start attracting bacteria and mold and pesticide and so many other things. So I used to be in that comfort zone. But when you want to be great, when you are deciding to be great, when you are deciding to move forward and take that next step and that next journey in your life, and some of y'all know what I'm talking about, because it's a feeling that you get, and some of you have that feeling tonight when you know you are on the brink of greatness. When you decide, when you make a decision to be great, you are okay with giving up comfortable. You are okay with giving up good to become great. So I'm just so excited to be here with you all tonight. I really, really, really want to congratulate each and every one of you. And I'm so glad that you're cheering for yourself, because this is your defining moment. This is your defining moment of where you are getting ready to be in life. So congratulations to you guys. Really, really quickly before we get in to what I'm going to talk about tonight, I want to ask you guys something, because you have had the opportunity to learn about how to build wealth, right? Anybody here looking to build wealth? If that's your goal, go ahead and drop me in the chat. If your goal is I'm building wealth, go ahead and put me in the chat. That's what they said this room was about. They said this room was for people who are looking to build some wealth. You got an amazing, amazing, amazing coach. So excited and proud of Terrica. Yes. So this is the room. We are looking to build. Somebody said it's my turn. I know that's right. It's my turn, right? We are looking to build wealth. And so you've heard many people teach you about that, but I'm going to share with you tonight. Probably one of the most important parts of this evening, that I'm going to tell you this. It doesn't matter all the wealth you build in the world. If you don't learn how to keep it, guess what? It was in vain. It was in vain. Let me be the one to tell you, wealth is not about how much we make. It's simply about how much we keep. So if you are ready on tonight for me to share with you some of the secrets on how to actually keep the wealth that you are planning on building, I want you to go ahead and drop a 1 in the chat. Drop a 1 in the chat right now if you want to learn the secrets on how to actually keep the wealth that you are building. Because what foolishness, anybody here ever had money and it come and go so fast? Anybody ever been in that cycle before? You make money, take 1 step forward, takes 2 steps back, 1 step forward, 2 steps back. We breaking that tonight. Somebody said, I came to get mine back. I came to get mine back tonight. I'm breaking mine tonight. I came to get mine back tonight. Hopefully I have permission to share my screen, because I want to get into this really, really quick. Yes, somebody said, I'm taking mine back. I came to get mine back tonight. All right, let's go ahead and jump right into it. Not that way, the other way. Hang on, let me fix this for y'all. So we want to make sure that we are coming to get what we started with. We are coming to get ours back tonight. Because that way you are alive, not tonight. Now when we about to come back and get ours back. All right, here we go. All right, perfect. So we're going to talk about legacy planning tonight, because for so many of us, when you ask me, why am I here? Why are we here on a Thursday night this evening, listening and learning? A lot of us, we're here because we're here to build some wealth. We're here to leave a legacy. And how many of us know that this is bigger than us? This is bigger than you. You're not here tonight for you. I can promise you that. I'm not here tonight for me. I'm here because this is something that is bigger than me. I'm doing this for a bigger cause, for a greater cause than myself. So let me introduce myself really quick. For those who are not familiar with me, my name is Saida Garrett Guest. I am a financial strategist, owner of Transformation Wealth Group. We are a fully licensed firm helping individuals protect their wealth, build their wealth, and transfer their wealth. And so we've been the voice in so many aspects on a national level, because there are individuals that look like me, that look like you, that we say, you know what, we have money, we want to build wealth. We just need to know the right things about it. Okay. We just need to know something different about it. And so we advocate for our clients on a national level to make sure that that's something that we can provide for them. Now, I want to be able to share with you tonight how to do that. Is that okay? I want to be able to share with you guys tonight how we're actually going to help you keep what it is you build, so that when you look back and you tell your children and your grandchildren and whoever it is you're doing it for, why were you up? Why were you in that call? Some of y'all are in the bedroom, some of y'all in the basement, some of y'all hiding in the closet, some of y'all at work right now trying to figure out, why am I here? That it was worth it, that it actually means something to the next generation. So I want you guys to stop for a moment and really think about why. Why are we going through all this? What does that matter? Why are we doing this? And I don't know about you, but when I really stop and I think about this for myself, I'm thinking about the people that I made some promises to. Anybody here make some promises to people? Anybody here make some promises to people? If you made a promise to a person, I want you to go ahead and put in the chat. Either you can put their name, you can put who they are to you, that relation, but I want you to put in the chat who it is you made a promise to. Who did you make some promises to? Because I know for myself, when I first started building my business, I made a promise to my daughter. I said, you know what? I might miss some of the small things, but I'm never going to miss the big things, right? I made a promise to my family because they made some sacrifices for me to be where I am, that, you know what? I'm putting in this work and I know it don't look like much right now, but we're going to make it. I'm going to be the generational curse breaker. I'm going to be the one that fights for our last name. I grew up in a situation where if you looked at my family, I'm telling you right now, there was no way that we were making it out, but I'm so grateful and humble and grateful unto God that he has blessed us in a way tremendously. He said that you would be the head and not the tail, right? That he would take those who are last and make them first. And so those promises that I made to those people that I care about, that's why I'm here tonight. That's why I'm showing up. That's why I want to be able to pour into you. So I want you to think about who those people are to you. Because that's why what we're going to talk about tonight is so important, because we're not letting you leave here without actually being able to keep those promises. So a lot of us, when we're thinking about building generational wealth, right? That's why a lot of us are here. Because it's about somebody bigger than us. We think about what is the real estate we're going to leave them? What are the deeds we're going to pass down? How we're going to have so much money in insurance? What's the business? What's the stocks? What are the investments? What are the companies, right? We have this grandiose idea, right? And we can think about it and we can feel it. And some of us are like, yes, like we're almost there. But truth of the matter is, when it comes to building wealth, we are not leaving generational wealth behind. What most of us tend to leave is what I call generational trauma. Come on, somebody. We end up leaving generational trauma. We leave people in credit card debt, liens on properties, families fighting over who going to get grandmom gold lamp. I don't know, y'all. I'm not talking about y'all family, just my family. I don't know why we fight over grandmom's gold lamp, but we do. We leave our family begging for money, GoFundMes, and I know we say it and we see it. And I'm not trying to be funny. I'm not trying to be funny. I promise you. But it's still one of the largest ways that people think that they're going to be able to pass on their families. Instead of their families talking about how great they were, the impact that they made, how they helped their family, they're out there begging people for money. And so that leaves us in a place of trauma. And as I've helped so many clients over the years, and we've been in the industry now for almost a decade, and I've helped so many clients over the year, there's a handful on my hand that I can count that they say when somebody leaves something behind, that it was a blessing. Most people say, and you can go ahead and testify right there in the chat, you understand that when somebody passes away and you got to take care of their estate, you got to be their executor. For most people, it's a headache. For most people, it's one of the worst things they've ever had to do, right? Because it's trauma that's left behind. And so tonight, I'm going to share with you those things so that we can break that trauma, so that we can break that trauma in our family. Listen, we are no longer we're not going to be last. We are going to be the head. We're not going to be the tail. We're going to be the head. So I want you to go ahead and comment break in the chat. And I'm serious, listen to me. I firmly believe this. Do it only if you're serious. If you know that what it is you're doing tonight is getting ready to break something off of yourself, break something off of your family, break something off of your legacy, break something off of your last name, please, y'all don't play with it tonight, because I could be doing some other things, but I'm here tonight because I feel like I'm getting fired up already, right? I want to make sure that you go ahead and comment the word break, because we're going to break some things in here tonight, okay? Because we came back to get everything that the enemy tried to steal from us. Okay, we're going to break some things here tonight. And I want to make sure that you can do this, because we're no longer leaving our families in trauma. We're no longer leaving our families in turmoil. Do you understand that as a community, and I'm just assuming that a lot of y'all look like me, but it could be, doesn't matter whether you're woman, female, young, old, funny, cute, whatever the case may be, African-American, as a community, our spend is $7 trillion. That would make us the 7th largest economy in the world. Why do you think that so many people come into our communities, come into our neighborhoods? And I know Terrica is teaching you about this. They come into our areas and they're constantly thinking about what are ways they can extract wealth from out of our communities, extract wealth out of our pockets, extract wealth out of our families. Why are they doing that? Is it because we don't have money? No, we're about to break that mindset right now. We do have money. What we think about the money, how we feel about the money, what we know about the money. That's the part that I came to get after tonight, because we have money. Everybody else sees it, but we got to make sure that we learn the right things so that we can break some of these things, so that we can understand our power, so that we can take back what is ours, what was rightfully ours. Okay. And so that's what we're going to share in here tonight and go over. So listen to this quote really fast. 70% of wealth is lost by the second generation. 70%. And so what that means is that some of us in here, not us, some people, because here we breaking some things. Only for those people who put break in the chat. For y'all who thought y'all was too cool, right? But for those who put break in the chat, you understand what I'm going to say here. 70% of wealth is lost by the second generation. That means that your children won't be in a better position in which you are. if you don't do what I'm going to share tonight, your children won't be in a better position. 90% of wealth is lost by the third generation. That means that your grandchildren, them grandbabies that we love so much, they won't see it. They won't see it. So how is that possible, Saida? And this is what I'm talking about. We're spending the time focused on how do we get the bag? How do we build the wealth? How do we make the money? I want to make sure that we can actually keep it, that we can pass it down so that we can say all of the hard work that we put in, guess what? It means something to the next generation. Somebody else can stand on that, because we all can probably sit here and talk about who in our family, in our past, owns something. My grandparents owned some land. My great-grandparents had a business. We can talk about all the stories of people who own something in our life, in our past, but what happened? How come it did not make it down to you? How come you got to start all over again? How come you got to start from the bottom? How come we're still getting it out the mud? Right? So we have to understand that in order for us to fight against statistics like this, in order for us to stand up and make a change, that we got to break some things, but that also means that we have to do some things differently. So if you guys are ready, if you are ready for me to share with you what it is, how do we actually keep our money, so that as you're learning, as you're going through these programs, as you're a part of the 5-day challenge that's getting ready to happen, that you understand that you're not doing this to look good. I'm not here to look flashy. I'm not trying to impress nobody. I'm doing this because there's somebody counting on me. Somebody's depending on me to make it happen. Those sacrifices that I made, those promises that I made, I got to stand on those. I got to make those true. So if you're ready for that, go ahead and comment ready in the chat. I done got fired up already. I ain't even teach nothing. Go ahead and put ready in the chat. Put ready in the chat, because we can't play with this. We know what the numbers say. We know what the numbers say, but guess what? Those numbers, we understand there's a group of people out there those numbers don't apply to. We understand there are people out there that defy those numbers. And the only thing that's different between them and where you are currently today, that they know different information. And so information changes situations. So we need to start learning some different information, because all this hard work you're getting ready to put in, all this effort you're ready to do, how you're going to bet on yourself and invest in yourself, we want that to be multiplied tenfold. Not just for you, but for those that come behind you. So we're ready to get started. Here are the top reasons. I want you to take a picture of this, that families don't experience generational wealth. The first one is debt. It's debt. Funeral and burial expenses. I'm not even going to go in there because I don't got enough time to get into it tonight. Medical expenses. Health is truly wealth. One of the biggest things that deteriorates people's wealth is their health. And this is one of the reasons why I really got focused on this industry. I never forget my first office as an entrepreneur. I opened it up in a beautiful building, and I got a letter on my door one day that said, hey, this building has just been sold. Everybody needs to evacuate. And I said, hold up, what's going on? They said, don't worry about it. The owners are going to come around and they're going to explain what happened. And I'm talking about, this is a beautiful property, office space building, and prime real estate in the city of Philadelphia. Why is the building being sold? What's going on? I just got here. That's how I'm feeling. Like, I've only been in my office for a year. I just signed my lease. I'm feeling good about myself. Okay. They said the owners will be here to explain what happened. The owners come around. It's two men, probably at the time around their mid-30s, early 40s. And I'm like, well, hey, why are you selling a prestigious building like this? And not only were they selling my building, they were also selling 2 other major commercial buildings inside their portfolio. I said, hey, well, what happened? Why are you selling this? They said, well, listen, it was 3 of us. We started this when we were really young. We got into the business. We bought our properties. But one of our owners, he got hurt in a boating accident. He's now medically impaired. Him and his wife are estranged. He's 51% owner of the company. So we're being good friends. He needs to liquidate these assets so that he can pay his medical bills. I said, what? Y'all more than good friends. Y'all like the good Samaritans. Okay. But listen, what your health will deteriorate your wealth. I said, well, what are you going to do now? And they said, well, we're trying to figure out what we're going to be when we grow up. Imagine owning that. Imagine that being part of your legacy, but something as simple as not having a buy-sell agreement in place, which I'm going to teach you about if we get into it tonight. Something as simple as not having a buy-sell agreement in place just took all of your wealth, a big portion of it. We're not here for that. We don't have time to take 1 step forward and 2 steps back. Somebody said, I came to get mine back tonight. We come to get ours back tonight, but we got to do better, okay? Administration and fees, taxes, not having the right documents, loss of expertise. Some of you are the smartest people in your family. Some of you are the smartest people in your business. Nobody can run your business how you run your business. You know it front and backwards, backwards and front. You know all of it, but here's the thing. If you never pass that business down, if you never pass that expertise, that knowledge down, that will go with the business. How do I know? Just think about it for a second. You ever go to a restaurant, your really favorite restaurant, and you know the owners personally, and then the owners change or they transition for whatever reason? Y'all know what I'm talking about. And then we go back to the restaurant and we say, what? The food don't taste the same. It's just not the same anymore. You ever go to a church or any religious organization? I know you're supposed to be there for our faith and the Lord that we serve. So you do that, but then the pastor changes or the person in charge changes. And then guess what? Half the congregation leave. Why is that? Because there's a loss of expertise. So you want to make sure that in all you are building, all the knowledge that you are getting, all that you're being equipped with tonight, that you make sure you pass that down, okay? So I want you to stop for a moment and really think about, what is my legacy? What is it that I'm trying to build? When I think about my legacy, is it more than just money? It's one of the questions I talk with my clients with all the time. Is it more than just money? What is it? Do you have standards about who can participate in your legacy? Who's going to be the person that says, you know what? If you do X, Y, and Z, you can participate, or is your goal just to leave it to everybody? I was listening to a song earlier today, and in the song, the artist says, you know, when I make it, I'm taking the whole hood with me. I said, no, we're not. We is not taking the whole hood with us. Who are you taking with you? Why is it? Let me tell you why standards are so important. Money without standards is foolishness. Leaving money without standards or instructions is foolishness. I'm not working as hard so somebody can go squander it. I'm not working as hard so somebody can spend my money on whatever it is they desire in their hearts. I want this to last for generations. So when you think about generational wealth and your legacy, I want you to start asking yourself, how many generations? Because see, we have to learn how to get specific in what it is we're doing, because we as a people, we don't plan to fail. We just fail to plan. So when you say I want generational wealth, well, how many generations? How long do we want it to last? Who can participate in it? What standards will we have? Who's going to carry on that legacy for us? And so now that we've established that and we have an idea of what our legacy is, I want us to start taking a look at where we are today, because we got to say, I know where I want to go, but where am I today? Because I need to build a roadmap from point A to point B. And this is called your estate. So your estate is all the money and all the property that you own at the time of your death. And here's what I want us to really get from this estate process. We have to start valuing what it is we own at the current and very present moment that we're in. So many people I talk to, and they say, you know what? I'm not there yet. And some of y'all are thinking on this call, you know what? I'm going to get into this challenge next time. I'm going to be able to do this next time because I'm not quite where I want to be at. We have to start learning how to place a value on what it is we have right now. Why? Because it's yours. And because it's yours, it's valuable. How do you build wealth? Brick by brick, piece by piece. And it's because we don't value what we have that things like gentrification happen in our neighborhoods, happen in our communities, because we said, you know what? I would never live there. Nobody wants to go there. But you know what happened? Somebody else saw the value in it. And because they saw the value that you didn't see, they came in and brought up your neighborhood. They came and brought grandmom's house. They came and brought that empty abandoned lot. They came and brought that ugly building. And now we complain about it. I can't believe they did this. No. It's our fault. We have to start putting value on what it is we have. Somebody go ahead and comment value in the chat. You are valuable. Everything that you have and that you own is valuable. I don't care what it is you think about it, how you feel about it. You have to start putting value on it today. And because we don't put value on what it is we own today, people are able to come and take it from right underneath our feet. Forget about having anything else I'm going to teach you about tonight. If you don't value what it is you have, if you don't value who you are today, if you don't value where you are in life right now, guess what? Anybody can take anything from you because you don't value it. You don't value it. We got to start putting value on what it is we have. So we all have an estate. I used to remember, I think a estate was like a big property. We all have an estate. It just depends on, do you value what it is you have? Have you value what it is you have? Say, oh, I don't have much. I just have. Take those words off of it. Break. Remember, don't forget this. We're writing break in the chat, break in the chat, break. We're breaking that mentality, because if we don't value it, somebody else would. Now, when you're building your estate, and you're talking about your legacy, there's a few things that are very important you must have. I'm only going to cover one tonight, which is liquidity. You must create liquidity in your estate. When you're talking about planning and legacy, I was talking with the clients today, and they own real estate, and they own several properties, almost 100 units that they own. And when we talked about their retirement and their future and what the goals was, where they are, we call asset rich, meaning that most of their money is tied up in the property. But what they need to be able to have some cash so that they can move some things around. They didn't have any liquidity. And because they did not have any liquidity in their estate, what I explained to them is that you're going to force your family to sell your assets, because they got to pay for something called taxes. They got to be able to pay for something called different things like that. So you want to make sure that there is liquidity in your estate, that all of your assets are not hard assets, because when you only have hard assets in your legacy, you force your family to sell. So prime example, if you have a home, once you pass that home on, there's something called capital gains tax that needs to be paid, depending on how you pass or transfer that property down. Well, those taxes are due within 9 months of a person passing away. So you know how you see those signs in different communities that says we buy houses? And I know I'm talking to the real estate group. So y'all know what I'm talking about. And you're like, who would ever call that ugly sign with the Sharpie marker on there? The person who needs to pay taxes in 9 months and they don't have any cash. They got left a bunch of assets. They didn't understand anything about transferring them. So therefore, they have no cash to be able to sustain them. There's no liquidity in the legacy. So now they have to do what? They have to sell that property to pay the taxes. And when they do that, what do we lose in the process? We lost the asset. So now that next generation has to start from where? From zero all over again, because now that asset that we thought we left, they now have turned that into cash. And remember what I said, money without standards is foolishness. And that's not why we're here tonight. So you want to make sure that you understand the process. Now, in doing this, you want to be able to build and create your wealth plan. What does that look like for you? There's different phases to wealth. There's building wealth. There's sustaining wealth, and then there's the transfer of wealth. So you got to identify, where are you at in your wealth journey process? You want to make sure that if you are serious about building wealth, for real, there are 3 people you need on your team: a CPA, an attorney, and a licensed financial professional. Why? You need somebody to help you make sure that you can pay your taxes and you have a strategy. Taxes will deteriorate your wealth. You need to make sure that you protect yourself from people trying to sue you, because people think they're going to get wealthy by suing other people. And you need to have a strategy, a financial plan on how all of the pieces you have actually work together. So when you're thinking about your estate, these are your valuable assets. They need to be protected. The most valuable asset you will ever have in your life is you. And I wish I really had time to get into it tonight, but I don't, and I want to be respectful. But you got to protect you. You said you're the one who's going to make it happen. You said you're putting your family on your back. You said you're the game changer. You said that you're the generational curse breaker in your family. So therefore, how much are you worth? If you know for real, and I'm serious, y'all, don't play with it, okay? If you know that you're going to be a multi-millionaire, if you know that you're going to be a billionaire, go ahead and put "that's me" in the chat. And I'm serious. And some of y'all not there yet. Like, you don't believe it yet. And that's okay. But for those who know that that's you, go ahead and put "that's me" in the chat. That's me in the chat. That's me in the chat. If you firmly believe that, and let me ask you this, and this is how you're going to test yourself. If you firmly believe that you are worth millions, multiple millions of dollars, how much insurance do you have on your life? We insure everything: our house, our cars, our cell phones, our pets. Heck, we insure our trips at this point in time. After COVID, every flight I buy got trip insurance on it. But if you firmly believe that, if you truly believe that about yourself, how much money, how much insurance do you have on your income producing abilities? Because that's what it's for. That's what it's for. And so I see y'all, some of y'all saying not enough, not enough, not enough. Exactly. That's where we got to start. So when we talk down, we talk our clients, talk about the Millionaires Club. That's what we're talking about, because we got to start with us. Because if something happens to you, guess what? Nothing gets done. I call it the get rich or die trying plan. Either we're going to build wealthy, or if we happen to die in the process, it's still going to happen. It has to work, or it has to work. That's the bottom line to it. But I believe that much in it. My clients, they understand that much about it, that we do that. So you got to protect your life, which is your ability to make it happen. You got to protect your health. It is all these things that are fighting against you, right? You got to make sure you protect your assets, your businesses, against market protection, against real estate ups and downs, against valuables, your key persons, so many things. Now, once you get your wealth plan, once you understand what's valuable, there are certain things that need to be in place that's going to help us transfer this. So the first thing that is a will. So what is a will? A will is a legal document and statement. And I'm smiling because I remember in my family growing up, the will was like somebody wrote something on a piece of paper, they put it in an envelope, they mailed it to themselves, and they got it back and they didn't open it. And they was like, that's the will, right? And you know what happened? Every time somebody passed away, people be like, well, where's the will? Where's the will? And you looking for this piece of loose leaf paper that somebody done scribbled on in an envelope that can't nobody ever find. Ain't that funny? Like, why can't we never find a will? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, everybody is looking for a will, but nobody can find a will. Nobody talked about a will during Thanksgiving, Christmas, anything else. But as soon as somebody died, we all looking for a will. What are you looking for? I'm not your family, just mine. Okay, it's okay. I can be by myself tonight. I like to have fun. I'm just confused. Like, what are we looking for? A will is a legal document that's going to say who gets what. It is a law in this country that says you have the right to transfer assets. We may think that that is a natural ability, but it's not. It's a law that says you have the right to transfer assets. So when you do not have a will, what you are essentially saying is that I don't care enough about who gets what. And the government can figure out what they want to do with it. You have a right that you are not exercising. So we're talking about what's my rights? I want to know my rights. Transferring assets is a right that you need to exercise, because how would the government know? How are people supposed to know what it is you want? And this is why people are arguing and fighting over grandmom's gold lamp. That grandma didn't even realize, y'all, grandma don't even know the lamp is that deep. Grandma up in heaven trying to figure out why is this side of the family not talking to that side of the family about a gold lamp that sat on her table for the past 40 years that nobody even bothered to dust or mop. Like, grandma trying to figure out why is that the reason that we have so much turmoil. And some of y'all know what don't play with me tonight. Y'all know what I'm talking about. You have people not talking to each other. Whole families don't come back together because of something like a gold lamp. Well, grandma, that's really an issue that you have because you never said who should get it. So that's what your will does. It distributes your property. If you have minor children, the most important thing, if you have minor children, a will is the only place that you can assign what we call financial guardianship, not legal guardianship, not physical guardianship, financial guardianship, meaning that if you decide to leave any assets to a child who is a minor, if there is no financial guardianship assigned, the state is going to hold that money until they become of age. So we've all heard stories when somebody turns 18, 21, they're going to get millions of dollars. I don't know about you, but if you gave me millions of dollars at 18 or 21, I am blowing it. You understand me? It would have been blown on Jordan's, Chinese food, and trips to Miami. Okay, so that's not something we want. Now, a will does have some limitations, so there's more that we need to do in the process. Somebody go ahead and comment more in the chat. And I'm getting ready to wrap up. Go ahead and comment more in the chat.
Man, wait 1 second. I'll let you wrap up. But is this valuable to you guys? Let us know in the chat. Let us know. We're going to let you wrap up. Saida, we got to get to the next speaker. Go ahead. We're going to let you wrap up. But listen, I'm telling you all, this stuff she's teaching, it's crucial. It's crucial. This is like, nobody wants to talk about this, Saida. Nobody wants to talk about it, but it's what's needed to talk about. It's the boring stuff. So listen, we're gonna see if we could bring Saida back as well and do something. But Saida, we're gonna let you wrap up real quick. We have 1 or 2 other speakers. We know it's getting late. This information is so valuable. So thank you so much for being here. But let's go ahead and wrap this up, and then we'll see how we can get you back in the room with more people and make sure that we get you a little bit more time in moving forward. Is that cool?
Gotcha. Yep. Perfect. So listen, there's more steps to the process that you need to do. So not only do you need to make sure that you say who gets what, you need to set standards on how they get it. And then the most important thing that you need to understand the taxes that come behind it. We get taxed while we're living, we get taxed while we're spending, but the biggest tax that you will ever pay is when you die. 40% of your estate will be going if you don't do it right. So I have people on the screen here that you can look at and say, we've heard these stories about celebrities and, you know, they didn't have this, they didn't have that. I'm here to tell you that, guess what? I don't need a celebrity to tell me about assets not transferring, about legacies not making it to the next generation. You don't need a celebrity to tell you about that either, because we can all look in our own families and see. So while you guys are here and you're learning this information and you are building this, right? Don't forget to understand how to make the bag, how to get the bag, but make sure that you also understand how to keep it, because some of us got to go reclaim what it is our family lost. Some of us got to go get back. Somebody right get in the chat, right? Get back. We got to go get back what was lost. We got to make sure that happens for our family, that we don't do that for the next generation. So I'm so grateful, guys, this evening that I had the opportunity to share with you, even at 10:42, and I know I'm over my time, but this is what we need, okay? So Terrica, thank you so much.
And I appreciate you so much. Thank you, love, for sharing. And for sure, we got to get you some more time, because this is, like you said, it's priceless. Like, so many people leave this earth unprepared, and life is short. I can't tell you how many stories I've witnessed through this. And without clear instructions, everybody in your family is fighting, and the cycle continues. Thank you so much, love, for coming on and joining us. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thanks,
guys. Give her some love. Give her some love. Give her some love. Thank you. Guys, our next guest that's coming up is my sister. I'm so excited to have her on here. She's about to give to you guys real quick God's map. It is the most mind-boggling, disruptive information I have ever received. Just give us another 30 minutes of your time, okay? Give us another 30, 35 minutes. Can I have 30 to 35 more minutes? I told you guys we was going to over-deliver. Press down, shaking, and run it over. All my comebackers on here. How is this locker room preparation? I told you guys, the first half of your life, you was in your setback, and then we was going to come to build her, build him, and build, and we was going to be in the locker room, and I told you we was going to shake some things up. Let me tell you something. The lazy people are already off the call. The comebackers on this call. The comebackers are still in this room. The comebackers are still excited to shake this thing up and go into the third and fourth quarter and take dominion. That's the Super Bowl. I ain't even get to the Super Bowl yet, so I'm excited about this. So without further ado, can y'all go ahead and bring Tiffany up, please? Let's get her in this room. All of my comebackers who got their tickets, who's going to be at the 5-day property challenge, can you go ahead and drop a 1 in the chat? Let's go. This is my sister, Tiffany Haynes. If you guys have not saw her, they call us the Triple T's. So Tiffany Montgomery, Tiffany Haynes, and Terrica Lynn Smith. We the Triple T's, we can investigate anybody and anything, baby. We can find out your whole life history, okay? Do me a favor, okay? Do me a favor. Let me tell you guys something. There is nothing that you can leave here with today that you cannot use tomorrow. There is nothing that you will not get here today that you cannot go out and use tomorrow. This here is information that is preparing you. This is the playbook. This is the chance for you guys to be able to say, you know what? There's no reason why I should not have invested. There's no reason why I shouldn't be in the room. There's no reason why I should not be in that proximity. There is something special about the proximity in this room. There's something about being around people that's like-minded, that's headed in the same direction. Can I share with you guys a quick story real quick before they bring Tiffany up? The map I have behind me, it looks like a normal map. But if you pay close attention, all of the lines behind that map, all the red lines you see, that is the Underground Railroad. I am reminded of Harriet's walk, the walk that she took for me, the walk that she took for you, the walk for your freedom, the night she had to hide, the time she had to go hungry, the time she had to figure out how to swim because she could not swim. I am convinced that those 116 plus miles that she walked to the Underground Railroad for her freedom was not in vain. I am here to talk to the people tonight that is walking 116 miles. You may be dumb, you may be deaf, you may be lost. It does not matter. I was that person. I was deaf, I was dumb, I was lost, but I did it anyway. I walked it. I did it scared. I did it alone. I did it in foreign territory. Harriet said, I'm going to a new place where I don't know how to read or write. Some of you are going into real estate not knowing how to read or write. This is a new language. This is a new land. This is new territory that you've taken. Some of you got to get ready to go underground for this season. This is the Underground Railroad. This is the comebackers comeback. So when you come from up under that Underground Railroad, you're going to be brand new. People not going to even know who you are right now. That's the type of room you need to be in. You need to have a coach like me that's always in, like, I will rebuke you immediately. And I will support you immediately. And I will lift you up immediately. I don't know about you, but if I can get one or two to agree that you like, yo, T, I'm in the room. I'm there. I'm already there. How many of you ready for God's math? Put a 1 in the chat right now. Tiffany Haynes, let's go, baby.
Hey, baby.
Love you.
Love you back. Love you back. Welcome, y'all. Okay, I need the energy high. Don't y'all go to sleep yet. I'm going to deliver this quick word. Okay, I'm going to deliver this quick word and get out of y'all hair. So my sis told me that this was about the comeback. I said, oh, well, you know, I'm a comeback kid. You got the right girl. All right. I'm the comeback kid. So I've come from my people that need a comeback. I've come from my misfits. I've come from anybody that has been told no, even if it was you yourself that said it. I've come to get you tonight. I've come to yoke you up and snatch you up and get you tonight. And so I'm going to be real quick. I'm going to give you 3 tips to secure your comeback. Okay. And I'm going to make sure before I leave, I give you God's math, because let me tell you something. She's never going to have me come on here and not give y'all God's math. So I'm going to give you 3 tips that are going to guarantee your comeback. Somebody say guaranteed. I need my comeback guaranteed. Who on here tonight doesn't have time to waste? Who on here tonight can't miss? Who on here tonight knows it's now or never? I want your comeback to be guaranteed. I want this to be the last time a comeback is needed. Guaranteed means inevitable. I want your comeback to be inevitable. Guaranteed means it's promised. All right. So I want all of you that are here tonight that need your comeback to be guaranteed. I want you to put I'm ready in the chat, and we're going to jump right into it. Okay. I'm going to quickly give you my story for those of those that don't know. Okay. Some of you know me, but for those that don't, my name is Tiffany Haynes. All right. I am a believer, a mother, an entrepreneur, an investor, and a coach. I am the official comeback kid. And I want to quickly take you through the journey of how I got to be where I'm here today. A little over 10 years ago, all right, I was working a corporate job. And if you said, Tiff, 10 years ago, Tiff, what is your financial plan? 10 years ago, Tiff. Oh, that was quick. I can show you real quick. It was on 1 page. It was 1 line, and it said work overtime. That was my plan. That's how we got our first house. Okay. Tiff worked a little overtime. We made it work. If we hit a snag, we worked a little overtime, made it work. Where my people that right now, your current plan, okay, your current financial plan, or you've been there before, is you just got to work a little overtime. That's all you got. Okay. I was the OT queen. I was the OT queen. But let me tell you a little problem with my plan. Okay. I got promoted, and they tricked me because they sold it to me like it was a good thing. I got promoted, and then my salary capped. And when things got tight, I had no plan. I had no strategy. I had no exit. I had no way out. And what happened is the bills became, I swear, the 30-day bills seemed like they was coming every 14 days. I said, ma'am, I just saw you, just paid you. What are you doing here already? The bills that was, how are all these bills coming so fast? And it began to compound and compound and compound. And let me just give you a realization of what this looked like for me. I was an hour away from work, so I had an hour commute. I would get up hour commute. I'm a newlywed and a mom. I have my son, only my son at the time. I have an hour commute to go work a job, be there all day, work 8, 9, 10 hours, an hour commute home, and it's still not enough. How many of you giving all of it, all of yourself, and it's still not enough? It wasn't, I was giving it all and it was still not enough. And so what happened? The weeks became months and months became a few years, and we had to file bankruptcy because we were in fear that they were going to take our house. And I know some people file it and they don't think nothing of it, and it's their strategy and it's their plan. I was completely devastated. I said, I'm already a college dropout. All I had was we finally got our little house and had something going. I've reached a point now where being an adult is really only third grade math. Okay, you make a certain amount, you spend a certain amount, you can't spend more than you make. You can't do third grade math. You couldn't figure that out. I was devastated. I was devastated. I had reached a point in my life where I should have been better at being able to do simple math and simple things and keep our family afloat. And I wasn't able to. And I was in a funk. This is now September of 2013, knowing the dates is going to be good because we about to make the comeback. Okay, just like you will as well. So September 2013, our family filed bankruptcy. Okay, watch this. October 2013, I was on my way to go to work again to make not enough. Okay, to make not enough. And I looked at this empty room. It was our empty dining room because we couldn't afford to put no furniture in it. And I said, I'm gonna start a business and this will never happen to me again. Y'all, I was a college dropout. I couldn't figure out third grade math. Now, what you gonna do? But I was so decided. At that moment, I had a conception of millions. It wasn't birthed yet. I couldn't figure it out. I didn't even know what business I was going to start. But from that moment, I was a millionaire. There's some of you tonight, from this moment, no matter what your bank account looks like, no matter what everybody's told you, no matter what your track record is in school, some of you from this moment, from tonight, you're already a millionaire. And that is what happened to me. So, okay, come on, y'all, come back to the timeline. Y'all getting distracted. October 2013, I had the revelation. I didn't know what I was going to do. January 2014, just a few months later, I'm in the library. I'm trying to explore what I can get into. I read in a book that you could be a virtual assistant. Okay, this was 10 years ago, y'all. So I know this is very popular now. Back then, I was like, whoa, you could just work from your home and just help people and make money. So I knew then, I said, okay, this is something I think I can pull this off. Okay, because all I needed was $500 extra a month. That was just my plan and goal at the time. I just need $500 extra a month. So I said, if I can do that, I can make my $500 a month. We won't have to be stressed. I'll be able to make it. I go back. I don't know how I'm going to do it. And so this is January 2014 when I make the decision, I'm going to start a virtual assistant business. By April 2014, I had did all my paperwork and I launched my business. Okay. Not too long after that, I decided I'm going to niche down and only focus on real estate agents. And so I was going to be a real estate virtual assistant. Okay. Just a few months after that. Listen to the timeline, y'all, because y'all think this is a game about the comeback. A year from the day I launched my business, I had replaced my salary and I had quit my job. I was working full-time in my business. A year from the day, then there's more. Okay. As they say, and then there's more. By year 2, I had made my annual salary in a month. Year 5, I had made my annual salary in a week. I stand before you in April 2024, celebrating my 10-year anniversary of owning my own company. I've grossed multiple 6 figures. I've partnered in business, real estate, digital products, and more. Listen, y'all, it doesn't matter where you start. If you make the decision, the millions is in your belly. It doesn't matter where you start. I started bankrupt as a college dropout that couldn't figure out third grade math to keep the family afloat. And I stand before you here today, a millionaire. Somebody put in the chat, God, make me your miracle. My life is a miracle. I am the comeback kid. And so, okay, hopefully that qualifies me, all right, because we don't have long, to give you the 3 tips to guarantee your comeback. Somebody say, give it to me. Give it to me in the chat. I'm going to give you your 3 tips to guarantee your comeback. Here we go. Here's the first one. This one might sting a little bit. And if we could save a lot of time if you don't argue with me. Money is your master. Make it your servant. Money is your master. Make it your servant. From this day forward, money works for you. From this day forward, money makes you money babies. From this day forward, you don't have fear around money. The fear you don't have enough, the fear you can't make enough, all your emotions, it's all tied and tangled up into your money. Untie that thing. Money is a resource. Make money bow. You don't bow to money. Make money bow to you. You do, none of your joy, your sorrow, all of that. We're going to entangle all that today. We're going to pull that apart. Money works for you. Put money works for me in the chat. From this day forward, if you have emotions tied around money, you will never reach the wealth that you're looking for. And you have made money an idol in your life. We're going to break it tonight. Money works for me. Somebody put money makes me money babies. Put that in the chat. If I send $1 out, honey, you better come back. You better come back with more. Money works for you. We're going to break this. This is your new mindset from this day forward. Here we go. Money works for me. It doesn't control me. It makes me money babies. I have more than enough. I am in overflow. I don't care what your bank account is telling you right now. I am in overflow. Because this is how the process works. If you speak it, your world will begin to be created. If you speak it, it will come. You have to command it to come. I am in overflow. Your money works for you. Your money is an employee that works from you from this moment forward. It has one job, and that's to generate you more money. Not to buy you more shoes, not to keep spending. From this day forward, it has one job. That's to make you more money. You say, Tera, well, that's cool. That's for the other people. I just want to live a simple life. Well, according to the Bible, you don't have a choice. According to the Bible, you don't have a choice. Matthew 25, he tells the story of the man that got 3 sets of talents. Okay, we've all heard this story before, but I'm going to recap it for you. He was leaving and he said, for one person, I'm going to give you 5 talents. To the second person, I'm going to give you 2 talents. To the third person, I'm going to give you 1 talent. And what happened when he returned? The one that gave 5, guess what he did? Made him some money babies, because his money works for him. And he doesn't have emotions tied around money. And he has no fear tied around money. And he came back and said, you gave me 5 and I produced 5 back to you, which is a total of 10. Making money babies. The second person, he gave 2, he came back, made money babies, because money works for him. He has no emotion tied around money and no fear tied around money. He gave him 2, he received 2 back. But the third person that he gave 1 to hid it in the dirt and did nothing. And I remember when I read this story, I felt like, I said, God, you're kind of being a little hard on the man, because God called him wicked. He said, you're a wicked, lazy servant. And I always felt like that was just a little bit rough. But the more I thought about it, the more I said, God probably says to himself, well, I make you in my image. I give you 3 commands. One of them is to multiply. The other is to have dominion. And you come back with nothing. How good of a Netflix show was it that you came back with nothing? You came back with nothing. Was it worth it to you to come back with nothing? The Real Housewives of all of them got more money than you. That was that good that you came back with nothing. How is that possible? You're full of fear and laziness, and the Bible called them wicked. But that's not us, okay? That's not us, because from this day forward, money works for us. It does not control us. We make money babies. We have more than enough, and we are in overflow. So the very first thing that you have to do to be the comeback kid is make money your servant. Put it in the chat. Money is my servant from this day forward. Every decision we make, every move we make is so that the money can make us some more money babies. Because I'm telling you, the time I spent in anything I'm doing, if the Bible says my gift will make room for me, and I move into a room and I'm giving you my gift and that produces me some income, that's not the first and only time I want to see that money. Money is my servant. Go make me some more babies. All right. So, okay. Point number 1, we out the way. Point number 2, we gonna kill the noise. We're going to kill the noise, because on our journey, the comeback journey, I'm going to tell you right now, there are going to be a lot of people that say a lot of things. And unfortunately, the loudest person that's going to have the most to say is going to be you. Okay. It's going to be you. It's because the old you is going to fight the new you. The old you is going to constantly fight the new you. I'm going to tell you about my own journey. The old me said, you can't get into entrepreneurship. You're a college dropout. The new me said, oh, baby, all things work together for my good, for those that love the Lord and are called according to his purpose. The old me said, how you going to run a business? You couldn't even run your personal finances. The new me said, behold, I will do a new thing. Now shall it spring forth? Shall ye not know it? I will even make a way in the wilderness and rivers in the desert. The old me said, how? The new me said, when, where, what? The old you is going to try to constantly feed anything in your life that will perpetuate the habits you had before. And I love people always like to say, you know, the haters and all that. I'm telling you right now, the biggest hater you're going to have is yourself. And so I want you to drown out the new you with the word of God. They don't call it the sword for nothing. Take its head off if it's coming for your destiny. No, even you, Bible says, hold every thought captive. Every thought captive. Every thought get yoked up. Even my own. I'm going to analyze you. I'm going to hem you up and say, who you talking to? What you look like investing in real estate? Your mama didn't invest. Your daddy didn't invest. What you look like? I look like a miracle. I look favored. I look marked. I look set apart. If one person in my family will make themselves available, God, make me your miracle. Announce it to the heavens right now. God, make me your miracle. Hold every thought captive. Do you hear what I'm telling you? It's the same way. So where my parents at, it's the same way. You know how your child, they try to walk away and say something under their breath after you just told them something, and you about to leap after that thing and yoke them up. That's how you have to do your own thoughts. Because sometimes, let me tell you why. Sometimes your thoughts, they won't say it real loud. They just whisper it to you. It's not going to work for you. Everything you start, you stop. Why would you? Everything, you're not gonna be able to do that. The last 3 things you didn't work out. Every thought captive. If you learn to hold every thought captive and put it under the submission of what Christ thinks about you and what the Bible says about you, then what happens? It has no choice but to conform. And once it starts to conform and you change your thoughts, you're going to change your words. And then the world in front of you is going to start to transform. Hebrews tells us that the world is created from our words, all generated from our heart, coming from our thoughts. Hold every thought captive. I'm telling y'all, if y'all get this, somebody put this time next year. Somebody put this time next year. My journey started from a decision, and that following year, I was quitting my job. Somebody needs to hear that, say that, and believe it. If you can learn to hold every thought captive, this time next year, the situation you're in right now will be a lot different. Marcus Rozier told you this the brokest you'll ever be. I believe that, baby. I believe it now. With the money I got in my account now, with millions, this the brokest I'll ever be. I always believe that. And guess what happens? Because I believe it, I say it, and my world is created, and it becomes my reality. And it's going to be the same for you, because God is not a respecter of persons. Here we go. Last one. Secure your comeback coach. Secure your comeback coach. You ain't got to be lost in the desert trying to figure it out. Secure your comeback coach. Why do I need to secure my comeback coach, Tiff? Because I'm telling you, the minute I locked in with a coach, you're able to collapse the time. Let me tell you something about Terrica Lynn Smith. Secure your comeback coach, because what it took Terrica 5 years to figure out, she could teach you in an hour. What it took Terrica 10 years to figure out, she could teach you in a day. She can collapse the time for you. Because I thought at the beginning of this, we decided we didn't have no time to waste. We decided we can't miss. And for all of you who are here that just came for this, securing your comeback coach, it activates God's math. It activates God's math. Because I know Terrica in real life. And this is a kingdom woman that you can come into agreement with, and it operates God math. And I know you say to yourself, now y'all see, they get a lot of people already know, so they're putting it in the chat. But for those of you that don't know, for the people that don't know, is it okay, y'all, if I just walk them real quick with God's math so I can get out y'all hair? Okay, if it's okay, say it's okay. It's okay, Tiff. Tell them. Okay, spread the good news. All right, here we go. They said it's okay. All right, I'm gonna get this to y'all real quick, and I'm gonna go. When you partner with the right person and you partner with the right coach, the reason why it's so powerful is it activates a supernatural advantage because God said better. When you partner with the right person, God said better. Watch this. 2 are better than 1 because they have a good reward for their labor. But what was so powerful about this is that when I read better, I was like, cool, better, like everything's better. That's cool. No, that's just not how that's not how the Bible defines better. The Bible defines better as more prosperity, as precious, as favor being released to you. The Bible tells a man, when you gain a wife, you gain a good thing that's going to release favor to you. The same goes. He says 2 are better than 1. The definition for better is favor. The definition for better is wealth. The definition of better is benefit. It will benefit you to partner with the right person. This is why it'll benefit you. God does supernatural math. Here we go. Let's go. Let's do supernatural math for just 1 second. The Bible says 1 could chase 1,000. Chase. Okay, we chased before. Okay, we've all been kids. Chase, you got to pursue, harass, chase away. You're going to exert some energy, burn some calories, work up a sweat. Okay. And even when you chase, they might turn around and chase you back. But at least the Bible says you could do 10,000 of that by yourself. For all my by myself people, okay, you tired. I can tell you that right now, you're tired. Because if you're by yourself, that means you have to do chasing. All right. But the Bible says that 2 could put 10,000 to flight. And then again, we go and we find out the definition. I remember seeing to flight, and I'm like, oh, they didn't have airplanes back then. What they know about a flight? The Bible says flight means to cause to disappear. And this is when it got, okay, this is when I got activated. I said, you mean to tell me 1 could chase 1,000. So I'm gonna be sweating and tired and exerting all this energy, but 2 can cause 10,000 things to disappear, never to be seen again, untraceable? It told me one thing. God's math. It disrupts. It breaks the rules. It's mind-boggling. It's supernatural. It revealed to me that God, because how do you take from 1 to 2? It didn't say 1 and then you get about 10 people and then we're gonna cause 10,000 things to disappear. It said no. I just need you to just get with 2, just 2, just you and somebody else, just you and your coach, just you and your prayer partner, just you and somebody else, and God's math is activated. It disrupts. It breaks the rules. It's mind-boggling. It's supernatural. Listen, y'all, I couldn't figure out 3rd grade math. It disrupts. It breaks the rules. It's mind-boggling. It's supernatural. There's no reason that somebody as a college dropout has made multi-millions in several different sectors. It disrupts. It breaks the rules. It's mind-boggling. It's supernatural. And I'm telling you one more thing, okay? And then I'm out of your hair. If you want God's math activated in your life, you need to partner with now. Don't waste any time. Don't waste any time. I'm telling you right now, even on a spiritual, if there's anything in your life that's coming to take you out, 2 coming together. First of all, let me just do this one real quick, just so y'all can, because y'all think it's a game. He says that, again, I say to you that if 2 of you shall agree on earth as touching anything that they shall ask, it shall be done for them of my Father, which is in heaven. What does that mean? Anything, that's guaranteed approval. Anything, it shall be done. For there 2 or 3 are gathered together in my name, there am I in the midst of them. That's access. That means you have guaranteed approval and access on anything you desire. How many people you need to do that? That don't even make sense. I just get with one other person and I have guaranteed approval and automatic access to the Father. it disrupts, it breaks the rules, it's mind-boggling, it's supernatural. Okay. And then I'm gonna leave you with this because this is the power of God's math. Okay. I'm coming out of being in bankruptcy, okay, because I'm in bankruptcy, been in it for 7 years, coming out of that. This is in my journal, y'all. Like I had to pull this out. I pulled this out a few months ago. Okay, I pulled this out of my journal. December 17, 2019. I said, I believe God is speaking to me about partnerships. I'm going to be sensitive to this topic for the next few days to find confirmation. Update 12/18, just the next day. I had a meeting with Terrica today. I don't say this often, but I was truly impressed with her knowledge. This came after a day of working numbers for our wealth strategy and within 24 hours of God putting partnerships in my spirit. All right, this is where you have to follow the still small voice. This is December 17, 2019. I just want y'all to remember that we put in the chat this because this time next year, put that in the chat again. This time next year, December 17th through 2019. What happens in 2020? The pandemic hits, all hell breaks loose. People don't know what's going to happen. Didn't matter to God because it disrupts, it breaks the rules, it's mind-boggling, it's supernatural. A year to the day, I had 23 real estate properties. 23 real estate properties with Terrica Lynn Smith. As of today, I have almost 130 properties with Terrica Lynn Smith. Keep this in mind because this is where y'all got to understand the power of this year. I couldn't get financing. I was making money, y'all, but that's a lot of liquid. Do you know she used the strategies and plays in real estate that only top investors have the energy and strategy to do? Where a year from that, I had 23 properties, all of them being financed because I partnered with one person, a kingdom entrepreneur in the marketplace that don't play about her people and that will slay the head off of any enemy that's coming for them. I've seen her do it in business. I've seen her do it in real life. And I'm telling you right now, secure your comeback coach so you can partner with her. You can activate God's math and know that it disrupts. It breaks the rules. It's mind-boggling. It's supernatural. I welcome you, my comeback kids, okay, to your journey. This time next year, I want to hear your testimony. Where my girl at, Terrica? Where you at? This time next year is done.
It's mind-boggling. It disrupts. It breaks the rules. It's supernatural. Bruh. Tiffany, OMG, let me tell you, I'm about to run through a wall. Like I got emotional when I saw that. I did not know you put that in your notes.
Listen, nothing but God.
That is
nothing
so
but God.
Look at David. He want to get in on this. You know why? Because
nah, bro. Hold on. Yo, so I don't know. I gotta look back at the year, but I remember before we really started working together, I'm talking to Tiffany.
That's right.
And Tiffany's like, oh yeah, well, I got 10 properties. And this is when you were telling me that Terrica put you on a diet. And I was like, put you on a diet? What are you talking about? She's like, I can't spend nothing. I can't even get my hair done and my nails. And she put me on this little diet. And I was so impressed by that because I was like, you got 10 properties. How you do that? How you get 10?
That's it.
And I'm like, I'm trying to think of how to get one. This is a real Tiffany. If I'm lying, am I lying?
This was in the middle of 2020. This was 6 months after I put in there, I'm gonna work with Terrica. I felt a release in my spirit. I'm gonna work with Terrica. And I remember I remember where I was, Shan. I was outside sitting on my front bench because I remember saying it out loud, sounding crazy. You don't understand. When the year you get out of a bankruptcy, you might as well still be in one. They don't let you do nothing. You can't get a credit card. You can't do nothing. And I was sitting there telling you I had 10 properties to my name. It was a miracle.
I was so impressed though. I'm like, how you do that? And I mean, I don't know. I didn't really know what you was doing professionally like that. But I was like, how you buy it? I started to calculate, okay, average house 200. And if it's 200, you got 10 of them. Did Tiffany drop $2 million on a house or houses? And this is what's going on because I don't understand leverage.
That's right.
I didn't know what was going on. And then I felt something. I ain't gonna hold you. I felt a little way because you said almost 100 And before you said the number, I was like, oh, cool, we about the same. And you said almost 130. Then I really would have texted Terrica, like, why is she at 130? I'm at like 90 something, bro. What we doing right now? Like, okay, who's your real friend? You know what I mean? Like, I need you to choose right now. Because she shouldn't be at 130 if I'm only at 90. Call me a hater if you want.
That's all right, Shares. This time next year, okay, you're gonna be at the 130.
now I gotta catch up. Yo, hold on. So did you hear what I said? I feel away because I'm almost at 90. Like I have 90 something.
Come on now.
90 sources of income. And remember, this just takes me back to when I'm talking to you and I'm like, 10? How do you have 10? This, like, I don't know, Terrica, I don't know if we ever got a chance to do this simultaneously ever.
Never.
But I know I want to give you your flowers. I just got chills because I remember the conversation with Tiffany, a decision we made. Well, I made 4 years ago. Apparently, Tiffany was a couple months ahead of me, but a decision we made 4 years ago completely changed both of our lives, which means that someone can make a decision now, and 4 years from today, things look totally, I'm talking about things you aren't even imagining. Whatever your goal is right now, y'all in this chat, 10x that. That could be your life just a couple years from today. And I'm just hoping that out of all these hours of being on this call, that people's vision is expanded a little bit, because you can't even see what impossible is so possible to you, but you can't see it yet. So hopefully visions are expanded tonight, man, and people are taking action.
Oh, that's so good. That's so good. I am grateful for both of y'all. The funny part is I remember when both of you guys called me. First of all, I'm like, yo, what is ET assistant doing talking to me? That was like my thought. You know, my brain goes certain places. Then I was like, when David called me, he was like, yo, I heard you did this for Tiff. I'm trying to get in the real estate game too. And I'm walking in Home Depot. I was in Home Depot at the time. And I was talking with Dave on the phone. And it's like, it's almost like a full circle moment, because we've never gotten together to either just say, you know, thank you, or wow, like this is the connection. Like, Tiffany, you made the connection. And like, it's mind boggling. And just, I have a brother for life that, you know, I will snatch somebody behind him. I have gotten beat up on the internet behind him already. So, you know, I just love this man. And same for you, Tiff. So I thank both of you guys. Thank you for being my friends. Thank you for being a part of my life and always supporting me. And I'm blessed to be able to add the same kind of value y'all add to me. Like, y'all add that value to me as well. Yes, I help y'all get bricks. Y'all help me grow so much. Y'all keep my faith up. Y'all rebuke me. Y'all let me know when I'm tripping. David always correct me. I'm like, I feel some type of way about this, but he like, it's not that, you know. I'm grateful for y'all. I do love that. Thank you so much. Thank you, Tiffany.
Love you. Love you. Love you, Shan.
Y'all so Tiffany.
Y'all soon.
Drop some fire.
That is so
David,
crazy,
welcome
man.
to the
I don't think people know this part is.
Welcome
So
to
what?
welcome to the party. We've been in here for like 5-6 hours.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? Like, we've been in here partying.
I feel like, look, I'm in Cleveland. I just did a 3-hour plus Q&A, a workshop live, but I say, yo, I got to get to my room because I need, if I can get a morsel of this information, I got to jump on here, man. So I want to say thank you for having me. And I want to get these timelines together, but I don't know if y'all know the story of me and Terrica's first investment. It was like I don't know how much it was. I might have, yes, I invested some money and got back that money plus 50% of it. But I was so paranoid because I just lost $15,000 in real estate. The reason this gave me chills is because the Tiffany, ET's assistant, and again, I'm trying to calculate how she got 10 properties being someone's assistant, if I'm being 100% honest with you. Okay. I don't understand this, right? So I'm going back and forth with Terrica for days on vetting her. Y'all know I'm a question asker. So I'm trying to get the real, I'm trying to make sure I don't get scammed. So it was her helping Tiffany that helped me calm my nerves and say, yo, she helped Tiffany, someone's assistant, get 10 property. Oh, I know I got to do this. And guess what? Your investment for working with Terrica isn't a fraction of like my first investment, because I'm taking it. I had $30,000, and that's really all I had, and I can't lose this. But I invested that, and it was the best. That was the best investment I ever made, because now I'm in partnership. Once you get in partnership with somebody, other opportunities come. So I'm in partnership with T, and I like to be in partnership with y'all. Yo, let me ask you a question, y'all. If there was a real estate deal and we needed 10 people, we were all, me, Terrica, Tiff, and we needed 7 people to invest with us, who would join us? Just throw it in the chat real quick. I just want to see for this next investment. Okay.
It's a whole lot of people, D. We got to discern.
Okay. Oh, well, look, that's exactly, listen, we asked this question, and there's a lot of people in Inner Circle that I am in partnership with on a couple of different properties. I got a 28 unit, me, Terrica, the Inner Circle. I'm involved in that. 60 unit, Terrica, the Inner Circle, myself. Louisiana, we got the 5 bedroom, 2-story French Quarter of a lot.
Yeah, you're not doing that justice. And I mean, come on, bro. It's not even 5, it's 6 units.
Yeah, first off, I don't know a whole lot about real estate. I'm learning, but once you're in partnership with T, I'll be like, what we doing? You let me know. Send me the wire info. Man, it's been amazing, man. So listen, today, yo, I know y'all have been here. If you invested this type of time, do not let the time that you invested be wasted. The way we can waste this time is we get a bunch of information. We got some posts for Instagram. We put something on our stories that I'm learning real estate. But if you do not take the next step, it's very possible that you wasted your time this evening. Listen, you don't put in this type of time to not go to that next level. So I hope I see everybody here at the live piece. Listen, I will be in there live. I want to shake some hands. I want to hug some necks. I want to talk to the Inner Circle. Obviously, we got private stuff going on, and I am forever in the Inner Circle. Last year, I was blessed enough to sponsor somebody to be in the Inner Circle. Remember last year?
I do. Raquel is doing amazing. Okay, Raquel is doing amazing.
Come on, let's go, man. So I see some people locked in. Let's go. Let's just get to the next level, man. Let's all work together, y'all.
Yes, that's what I say for sure. Do me a favor, guys. If you guys are like, yo, T, I want to be in Atlanta. I want to be on the 5-day property challenge. I'm about to drop the link for the last time tonight, and I'm going to bed. Okay? You're going to have to go to sleep tonight with the decision you made. I told you, what you do today is going to determine how you operate for the next few years. I don't have to beg you for anything because I'm extremely successful and I have a lot of receipts, and plus you can just Google me. But I've helped enough people around the world for you to just say, yes, I want to help, or no, this is not the opportunity. This has been the best summit of my life. Either way, you owe me a response. Either way, you owe me a response, right? So it's yes, T, I am in. So put yes, right? And if it's, this has been a great summit, right? That's what it is. And I respect you for that, because I only want to work with the people who's ready for a comeback. That's the only people I can work with. I cannot, let me tell you something. I cannot go against your own self pride, your own self. Like, you have to be self-aware of your own self, right? If you make a decision to join and you're not self-aware of the bad choices you make and the decisions you kind of make, and it's just very hard to coach you. Don't come around me like that, because I'll just get rid of you and refund you, right? I want those who are ready, willing, and able, who's ready for the Super Bowl, the 4th quarter. I'm telling you, that's what this is about. I have blessed you guys. I have given you the whole entire game book, the game plan. You guys have had more than enough. This is your time. If my team can drop the link to you guys for one last time tonight for you guys to join, I'll see you either next month for 5 days, or I'll see you around on Instagram. You can hop in my DM, and sometimes I do check that sporadically. David, you want to leave them with any final words?
Absolutely, man. If you want things to change in your life, you are going to have to be the first thing to change. There's no way around it. If you want things to change in your life, you have to be the first thing. There's a couple things we want to change in our life. We want to change our financial status. We want to change the decisions that we make. We want to change how we feel. The first thing that has to change is you. Well, what do you mean, David? Well, we have to make better decisions. We have to make better decisions. You have someone that's going to be teaching you for 5 days on how she's accomplished what she's accomplished, and she's giving it all out. And she's got the receipts, not only her own receipts. And this is what I think is interesting. Someone can become successful and it's good for them. They could be very, very talented. But when someone creates success, meaning they can duplicate what they've done, and when other people are following their path and they're creating success, that means they have a blueprint. You can copy and paste it. So do not trust anybody. I'm telling y'all, do not trust anyone. We're in a new day and age. There are some very talented people out here that can accomplish something. But do not trust anyone who's accomplished something and they want to tell you that that you can do it too, but they have no track record of anyone else that they've helped accomplish. Every good cook should not open up a cooking school. Every good cook should not run a restaurant. So if you see a coach and they've accomplished something amazing, that shouldn't impress you. What should impress you is, show me the people that you've helped. And when I say is 70% of the people in the inner circle get their first real estate deal, y'all got a gem on your hands, y'all. Y'all have a gem on your hands, man. So I love y'all. Let's make it happen, man. We're gonna see y'all.
Look, let's let Michael answer all of the questions about the tickets and everything, because they have a lot of questions. But guys, we love you. I'll see you next month. I'll see you in a few weeks. Okay. Get your pen, get your paper, get everything ready. We about to go in. We got 2 months together. I'm gonna see you in May and I'm gonna see you in June. You're gonna see David in May and you're gonna see him in June too. And you're gonna see Michael too. You're gonna see Tucker. Okay. Tucker gonna be there too.
All right. Yeah, I'm excited to see you all. Shans, Terrica, thank you so much. Have a great night. Shans, I know you need your beauty sleep, man, so go get it. All right, love it. Love it. Well, listen, everybody put thank you, Terrica, in the chat. Put thank you, Terrica, in the chat if you found value in tonight. This was she has a crazy week, crazy schedule, I should say, over the past few days and few weeks here, but she carved this out for you all. So listen, we want to go ahead and answer a few more questions. I do have a giveaway I promised you all for anybody who got a platinum or a titanium ticket tonight. So don't forget, we do have that. And then I have one last thing I'm going to talk about at the very end. But so a few questions that people had was, how do I join the inner circle? Number one, the inner circle is not open. You have to attend the 5-day property challenge to even learn about that opportunity. Once that opens, it's not open right now, but that's only available in the future for those who join the challenge. So I hope that clears up one or two questions I got. Somebody says, how do I get this recording? So this recording here will be sent out to everybody via email, Lord willing, tonight, late tonight, in a couple hours after our team edits it, or early in the morning. And then we're going to give you guys about, just a little bit longer to watch it. Right now, it'll also be in the Facebook group. So if you want to watch it right away without all the pretty edits, you can go in the Facebook group right now. Team, go ahead, drop the link to the Facebook community right now. So if you want to watch it as soon as we end this, boom, this is going to be pinned in the Facebook group at the very top of the group. I'm actually going to pause. I got you. I see you, Donna. I got you. All right, so I'm going to pause the chat because it's going a little crazy. So the team just dropped the link to the Facebook group in the chat right now. So the replay will be up until in the Facebook group until Friday night at midnight, and then it'll be taken down. It'll be in the group so you can watch it. For those of you all that bought VIP, Platinum, and Titanium for the challenge, it'll be in your portal. You're going to get a virtual portal after you purchase your ticket tonight. So I see several of you all already have purchased your ticket. So congratulations. After you purchase your ticket tonight, if you're VIP, Platinum, or Titanium, it's going to be uploaded to your virtual portal within the next 24 hours. So just watch your virtual portal for that to be uploaded in there, and you guys will have access to watch this summit until May 20th. Okay, so somewhere around May 20th, it will be taken down, but you can watch it extended version in there. So